Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's council meeting. It is March 25th, and we will start off with our public hearing. Madam Clerk, can you read the notice for Bill number 2985, please?
Notice is hereby given that the Kauai County Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the council chambers, 4396 Rice Street in the Historic County Building in Lihue on Bill number 2985, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 6, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended to the County Housing Development Fund. This bill proposes to expand the potential uses of the County Housing Development Fund to include housing programs to preserve resident housing in addition to its traditional purpose of new unit construction. Additionally, the bill removes language regarding interim financing in recognition of the fact that large-scale subdivision development such as Limaola undertaken by the county requires investment beyond short-term gap financing. We don't have anyone signed up for testimony this morning on this item, but we have 2 pieces of written testimony.
Hearing is now closed. With that, I will call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Councilmember Bolosan?
Here.
Councilmember Cavallo?
Here.
Councilmember Cowden?
Here.
Councilmember Holland? Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Present.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Present.
Council Chair Opozo?
Here.
Okay.
And Councilmember Holland is stuck in traffic and should be here shortly. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Chair, next item are the minutes of the following meeting of the council, the February 18th, 2026 council meeting.
Move to approve. Any discussion or testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item is an interview for the Planning Commission for Ku'ule Aloha Santos, the environmental seat, for a term ending 12/31/28.
Thank you. With that, I'll suspend the rules. Ms. Ching. Go ahead.
Good morning, Boards and Commissions Administrator Ellen Ching. Today I'm pleased to introduce Ku'ule Aloha Santos. Ku'ule was born and raised in Hanapepe. She attended Kalaheo and Ele'ele Elementary School, Waimea Canyon Middle, and graduated from Kauai High School. She immediately jumped into the working world as a young married mother. For the next 10 years, she worked at her parents' nursery, Nokaʻoe Landscape Services, starting at the bottom in accounting and eventually becoming vice president. In 1990, she wanted to branch out on her own. She left Nokaʻoe and for a few years worked in a tech firm before accepting a position at Unlimited Construction Services in 1996. Again, she started at the bottom and worked her way up to her present position 30 years later as an owner. Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, or LEED, is a globally recognized green building certification program that verifies a building or community that was designed, constructed, and operated to improve environmental performance, lower energy costs, and increase user health. It focuses on key areas like water efficiency, energy usage, materials, and indoor air quality. There are a few LEED accredited professionals on Kauai, and they are all architects. However, Ku'ule is one of the few, if not the only, construction industry owner that is a LEED certified professional on Kauai. It's only natural upon her own initiative, Unlimited's office would become the first LEED certified building on Kauai. Improving environmental performance, lowering energy costs, increasing user health. You might wonder, why aren't there more LEED certified buildings everywhere? It takes commitment to the long-term benefits over an immediate return on investment. Simply put, in general, A LEED certified building initially costs more to construct. Following in her parents' footsteps, Abby and Frank Santos, Ku'ule is active in the community. She served on the YWCA Board of Directors for 10 years, on Kauai Community College's Governmental Affairs Committee, and on KCC's Sustainability Project, which grew into Ho'ouluwehi, the Sustainable Living Institute of Kauai, which focuses on place-based education, including sustainable science management courses, hydroponics, and community gardens. Ku'ule grew up with the Hanapepe salt ponds. The salt ponds are the kuleana of the hui. The hui consists of 22 families that spans generations and hundreds of years. They're devoted to the tradition and practice of pa'akai, the process of turning seawater into salt. Typically in the summer, the water dries up, revealing the salt beds below. Via underground lava tubes, salt water flows into the wells. Each season, the wells must be cleaned of mud and debris. Next, the salt beds are cleaned and prepared by collecting gooey black mud to create a barrier for the water to evaporate. When the mud hardens, it creates a completely smooth, hard surface. If there are any cracks, the bed must be redone. Once the beds are ready and the wells are filled, the water from the well is transferred to a bed to heat. Once warm, the water is transferred again to the shallow beds to evaporate, leaving layers of crystals behind. Every few days, the beds are stirred and water added as needed. 3 distinct layers from when the water evaporates. The top white layer is generally used as table salt, the middle pink layer is used for cooking, and the bottom deep red or brown layer is used for blessings or given to fishermen. Pa'akai is done without any machines, and it is a slow, labor-intense process. The process is repeated throughout the summer until the first big storms hit. For the past 33 years, Ku'ule has stood in the same beds that her grandmother used along with her father and 2 daughters, sustaining and maintaining the ancient and sacred practice of pa'akai. Recently, a variety of challenges have endangered the salt ponds. In the early 2000s, the county backfilled some asphalt between the ocean and the salt ponds, blocking the drainage. People driving on the sand at Salt Pond Beach eroded the dunes that protected the salt patch from the ocean waters, causing flooding to happen earlier and earlier and shortening the season to harvest salt. Partying beachgoers leaving rubbish and broken glass, and the whirring blades of helicopters blowing grit into the pools. Despite these problems, the hui endured the brunt of these challenges and the resulting impact on diminishing pa'akai in silence. After several years of no salt harvest and 6 years, Ku'ule was granted permission to speak up for the protection of the salt ponds. Since then, she's become the leading advocate and spokesperson for the salt ponds, the surrounding areas, and the preservation of the cultural practice of pa'akai. Recently, Ku'ule formed a nonprofit organization called Hui Ulu Hahaloa, which sits on 25 acres of leased land in Hanapepe. The organization is dedicated to restoring and strengthening Native Hawaiian practices by improving access to culturally important plants and increasing community education and stewardship through agriculture. They plan to plant 4,000 tea leaf plants, as well as plumeria, puakinikini, ulu, and other indigenous and flowering plants. With her deep passion for hula, Ku'ule has been a longtime supporter of halaus. This bond was only strengthened when her daughter recently became a kumuhula. Thus, this organization is the expression of Ku'ule's knowledge of plants, her love of her people, her wish to protect and support their cultural practices that are sustained through the halaus, practitioners, and community cultural events. Of the 4,000 tea leaf plants, they've already planted 500. As you can tell, Kule is a whirlwind. She's filled her free time by creating a bunch of support groups for women entrepreneurs to learn Olelo Hawaii, the Hawaiian language, a book club, and if that wasn't enough, she's working on a nonprofit chapter for affordable housing. Yes, she loves to travel and tries to get away at least once a year. This year's trip will be to Italy, Barcelona, Spain, and Greece. While Ku'ule is an owner of a construction company, her passion, her soul, who she is squarely centered on Malama Aina and the preservation of the legacy of Hawaii, her people, her language, and her cultural practices. The Planning Commission is one of the most arduous commissions. The meetings are long and controversial. The preparation or homework can number in the hundreds of pages, and commissioners are on occasion sworn at and unjustly accused of all manner of misdeeds. Kule's unique qualifications and her experience is unparalleled, and I'm extremely grateful for her willingness to devote her time, talent, and mana'o to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. That was probably the longest.
It was.
Introduction, but I appreciate
it. Was, Chair. I apologize for that.
No, do not apologize. That is important, I think, mostly for the public. So I know we have some people scheduled to testify, so I will open it up for questions. Just questions, no comments, just questions of the applicant or the nominee. Any questions? Councilmember Crowder.
So no framework around the question?
I'm sorry?
Can I frame anything around the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I start by saying thank you?
Yes.
All right. So first of all, I want to thank you for being willing to consider this, because she's not exaggerating. This is very, very difficult. I know that you're familiar with the Planning Commission meetings. No doubt you have the skill set, and you have the duality of both the business and the cultural elements. And I appreciated her long discussion on your cultural background. I just have a couple business questions.
Okay.
So Unlimited, I'm very familiar with them to some degree. It looks like builds culverts and buildings and public. It looks like you did the judicial things, very big buildings. So pretty much all of your projects that you are an ownership role in, those are Class 4 permits, correct? I can't think of it. I didn't see any that aren't Class 4 permits. So they are, almost all your projects go before the Planning Commission.
Oh, well.
Is that right? I don't know.
No, so we're statewide. We do all islands.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure how many of the projects have come before council, because normally planning, as we are after the fact. For example, Lima Ola probably came to the planning department long before we ever were asked to bid.
Okay.
So and normally for all those projects, it's a hard bid. We turn in a number and we're competing with other people. And normally for those affordable housing projects, they go with the low bidder. So.
Okay, that's really helpful for me. We had a very large amount of supportive comments on, testimony. We had people concerned also. Mm-hmm. So if I'm hearing you correctly, when you're building a building, a few of which are controversial relative to Iwi Kupuna, and that you guys aren't part of the permitting process, you get your bid after the fact.
After the fact.
Okay, that's important to me. And then so
I can't tell you the percent, meaning I'm not sure how many went before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't know what. Yeah, but so that's important, because what is raised as a routine issue is having to conflict out. That means like you can't make a decision on a job that you're doing. Mm-hmm. So when you are going to be bidding on a job, is it, and this might be really a question for Director Cheng, when there's a job that's coming up and they're looking at the permitting for being able to do it, do you know that you're one of the bidders? Or, I mean, how does that work in terms of the conflict?
I wouldn't be able to definitively comment about that, but in general, when an application comes before the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's duties are to review applications for entitlements, for permits. So it is only once, again, in general, it is only once when the permit is granted that it goes out for bid to any company. And so then the companies, they solicit for bids, they receive the bids, and they make a decision who they're going to award the bid to.
Okay, thank you for that. And then so just one more question, is that right? Because I did get, I would say, more informal approaches of concern than I got written concern. And I don't know if we got a copy, but I'm sure you, yeah, that's it. You got a lot of, oh no, it's not it. Well, you got a lot of positives, right? You had an overwhelming amount of positives. For people who are anxious that you might be doing jobs that's on culturally important sites or Vahipana, how can people feel that you're going to be able to bridge this in a way? I'm just asking the question that the constituent's asking me, and so are you able to almost speak to them? If that's inappropriate, if maybe it's not appropriate, can you just tell me how do we assure the people who feel that you might be business biased against a location in a site that is said to have iwi kupuna buried there?
I am extremely transparent with what I do and how I do it. And for me, my community has always been my number one. And so with Unlimited Construction, I fell in love with them because they have allowed me to be me and to support my community to the best of my ability. And and this is just at home, I'm talking about my own home and my own company, I always take into account all of those things, and we strive to always get into the ear of a client and explain all the things to them. I will give you an example. In Oahu, I met with a big client, and so they took me and my partner to the site, and you could already tell that they were not giving any consideration into the cultural aspects of the site, and I had known of its importance. And this is a big client. This was about a $200 million job. I told them, I'm not comfortable. You need to go through all the correct steps before we have these conversations. I can't give you any type of advice on any of these things because I'm not the person. You have to go find the cultural people, find the people who live here, do your research and do all the things before we even have these conversations, and I left. So I'm not, and that's just me on a business standpoint. I have a very soft spot for just all things in general when it comes to my home, and my home is just not the house that I live in. It's where I want to grow my babies and my babies and my babies after that, and my babies are just not the babies that come out of me. It's everybody that I'm surrounded by. So.
Okay, I guess I have one last one.
Go ahead.
And again, this is just a reflection of the community. It seems that we have both business and cultural spots open, and you're incredibly qualified for both. What was the reason? I'm not sure if this is for you or our boards and commissions director. Might be for her. what was the reason that you were selected for environmental and cultural as opposed to business? Because I don't think anybody would even kick over the business because you have that hands down. So, you know, you have it on both, but like there's no controversy on do you have the skill set to understand and ask really relevant questions of projects that are under construction. I mean, I'm really excited about you for that position, you know, to have that knowledge. So what made the choice to go for the controversial position rather than the easily accepted position when the skill set is both?
So with all commissions, it's a pretty delicate process. And in particular with the Planning Commission right now, they have 4 sitting members, and ideally you would like to have 7 or 6 to ensure that meetings are able to be conducted and without any quorum issues. So unfortunately, at the end of December, there were 3 people that 2 were going to be termed out, and one individual turned in their, let us know that they would not be willing to do a second term. So that was 3 at a time. And for a planning commission, it is very difficult because of all of the challenges to get people to sit on the planning commission, and there are a bunch of basic things that we really need to have. One, that they're going to do their homework, and that is a big ask because just the amount of paper and homework that they have to do. I tell a story to all prospective planning commissioners that one of the commissioners sent me a text, and it was a photo of about this high paper next to a ruler, meaning that it's going to take them the whole weekend to prepare for a Tuesday meeting. And I let them know that the expectation is that they are going to do their homework and that I monitor all the meetings, and it's one thing if you can't remember something from an application that is 800 pages long. It's another thing if it is obvious from the questions that you ask that you haven't done your homework. That is not okay. So the expectation is, number one, that you're going to take the time and dedicate yourself to doing the homework. Of course, attending the meetings, and the last meeting we had went from 8:30 all the way to 5 o'clock and beyond. Some of them have gone beyond. So there is a huge lift, a heavy commitment that we're asking. Some of the questions that I heard was about conflict. Obviously, we have to make sure to uphold the public trust, to uphold the integrity of the Planning Commission, and we cannot have any conflict. And so I have a long discussion with each prospective commissioner. And then typically they will say, well, can I have some time to think about it? And I appreciate that because it's not an easy ask. It's not an easy commitment. And I prefer if someone tells me that, it's a gratifying feeling because I know that they're taking it seriously and they're really looking at it deeply. And so when that ask goes out, I want to allow them the time to look at their family time, to look at their professional commitments, and come back to me. So if that ask is out there, I'm not going to ask someone else. And this goes for any commission, because what I don't want to happen is that 2 people say yes, and then I'm put in the position of, oh, I'm so sorry, but thank you for all your thought and time, but we're not going to take you because there's somebody else that said yes, and so we're going to take them. So a potential nominee It's only it's done one at a time. And if they say no, then we go to the next person.
So I appreciate all of that. I wasn't quite sure if you said why you picked environmental versus business.
Because we need to have somebody on the planning commission, because right now they're only at 4, and
But we have an environmental, right?
we do not have an environmental. Well, we have one person that is environmental currently, which is Commissioner Cox, and there is an open environmental position.
Right, there's both an environmental and a business position open. Both
Correct.
are open. So I'm just wondering, why
Right.
did you choose environmental versus business?
Because there's somebody that is being considered for business already.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
That's all.
questions? Councilmember Coley?
Aloha Ku'ule. Thank you for stepping forward. We know each other very well from all our work together over the years in the Hui, in the YWC of Kauai, and with our halau kalemo keana wale na'ala. What I didn't know about you is your time on the community service with the Historic Preservation Review Commission. So how long ago was that? What did you enjoy most about it, and what did you find most challenging?
That was, oh man, I want to say 10 to 15 years ago that I served there, and I was on there for 7 years. It was very informational. I found it extremely interesting, as I was not aware of I'll give you an example. The bridges. What an eye-opening experience being on the Historic Commission and going through all the bridges on Kauai and understanding, why they were built, where they came from, all of the things that went into a bridge. And so just being able to learn different sides of the island that I have not fully appreciated or understood, or all of that was, it was very helpful. I think a hard thing for me was gathering the information for the historic, because there wasn't much of it. It was more relying on the community for answers and visiting the areas to just kind of get an idea of what the importance of each site. So the gathering of the information was a little complicated back then. I think being on that commission also allowed me to, what's the word I want to use? Can I say calm my heart? Because it's just, you're so passionate, and people get so passionate, and you feel for them, but you have to listen to both sides, and you have to understand both sides. And to do that, you have to have a level head and, really think about what is rules, regulations, policies, procedures, and then the people and what their thoughts are, because they're the ones with the ground experience, and they're in there doing all the things. So to take it all into consideration while following the rules, that was a challenge, but I did it, and I thought I was good at it.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, Mr. Bulasan?
Mahalo for being interested in serving and volunteering your time. When I think about this position specifically, I think aloha aina. So I guess I would like to hear your philosophy or thoughts about aloha aina and how you encompass this if you have this position.
I always give this speech, and I tell this to everyone, and I believe this wholeheartedly, that your home is bigger than the roof that you live in. And if everyone on Kauai who feels that same way takes a chunk of what makes it that for you, like for me, it's a salt patch, that makes it for me. And so it's not literally about that one area, but it's everything that surrounds it. It's everything that touches it, from the people to the ocean to the mountains to all of it, from the very top of the hill all the way down. So you always have to start to look at the bigger picture and how it affects everything in general. So, for example, with me trying to build this native garden, it is extremely strategic on how you have to do it. It's not just about lining up 5,000 tea leaves and thinking that that's a garden. No, there is a theory from the top to the bottom. How do you get the rain to continue to feed the land and plant smart so that the one plant can feed the other plant, and it builds this native space for all the things, and all of that takes knowledge and research, and it's not just things that you can find in a book, because when you try to research native plants, native animals, native birds, there is not a lot of good information that really can guide you into, okay, this is how you grow it, this is what you do, this is what has to surround it, this plant feeds this plant. It's more of you have to get in there and do the work and do all the things to kind of figure it out in the best way possible. And so I am and have always been trying my best to make sure that I do my part to keep it what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? So the salt patch, I'm going to try my best. So the day I die, fight if I have to lay in the road. You know what I mean? For me to support our hula. Sorry. She was such a dear friend and I miss her. But to support our hula world, is something that brings joy to my heart and makes me really happy. I would like to say too, if you look at my life and if you look at what I've done, half is construction and half is community, and the community is all Aina, and the construction is all building my team. That's all I do, is build my team. I don't know construction. You ask my guys, I have no idea what screw is supposed to go in what hole. They're laughing back there, but they'll tell you. They'll ask me, what goes down here? I don't know. But what I do know is if I don't know, I know who to call. If there's a question about something, I'll know what to ask, because I might not know the answer, but I know the question to ask, and I know kind of the people to ask. Same with my Aina. I don't know all the answers, but I'm going to put in 110% and figure it out. Same with my construction. I know nothing, but I'm there 110% of the time trying to figure out with my team. So I can't have one without the other. That makes sense.
Thank you. Any other, Ms. Holland?
Thank you for being here and for your willingness to serve as well. Addison kind of brought up what I was going to mention, but a little bit, I asked everybody that applied for Planning Commission kind of the same question, yeah? Mm-hmm. We have a delicate balance between needing to build and needing our families to have housing,
right,
and needing a certain level of development,
right,
while also needing, to preserve the home that we love, the country lifestyle we love, the agricultural lands that we have. And it's a hard balance, and it's the hardest commission that there is. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on where that balance is, how to navigate that, how you move forward in your priorities of preservation of such things, while also ensuring that the kind of developments that we do have move forward are the kind that are beneficial for generational families to be able to remain on Kauai.
So my mother served on the Planning Commission, and my mother actually served in the environmental spot, and my mother also got a lot of anti-environmental, don't put her in as well. So, and I bring this up because when my mom was on the Planning Commission, my mother is a very, you saw it when she started to get frustrated. Her eyebrow would go up and she would tilt her face, and then she would give you the, are you kidding me? Like, wait, what is happening right now? So anyway, I tell this story because this is ingrained in my soul. And I hear about this still because she complains about it. It was a decision that she had voted, and she always regrets this decision. And every single time I drive on this road, I hear her in my ear. I was on the planning commission, and I never should have voted yes. I should have stayed my ground. I knew what was right in my heart, and I didn't do the right decision. And it was the albizia trees on the road. And knowing that, and knowing that that still haunts her, and that still is a part of her, I think for me, knowing that I go in at 110 on everything I do, I don't want to ever drive through 20 minutes and regret a decision that I made on something that I felt so passionate about. And so I have to be extremely cautious about that. And that is a really good reminder, because it's 20 minutes of her in my ear saying, I never should have said yes. I regret this decision. Even though everybody else did it, I should have been the no vote. So that's as best I can do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a question, and the question is, will you be able to be that no vote that your mom said she wished she had done that no vote? Would you be able to?
Oh, of course, 100%.
I know that.
I have no problem, and I hope I know you all.
The question is
no
for the
problem.
public. The question is for the public, not me, because I think I know you enough.
Yeah, no problem. I have no problem saying.
I know a lot of people see this as a controversial appointment, but I don't. I mean, I see it as an environmental nominee. So I'm evaluating you as an environmental nominee, and that's how I will process the information. So, any other questions, Mr. Carvalho?
Overall,
Thank you.
I really appreciate your connecting the AINA and the system together, but I just wanted to get your mana'o on because we laid out the moku system on our island, and how does that relate to you, the importance of that?
Well, like I said, with just how, if you look at the salt patch, and I can't just look at that, I have to go all the way up because the water flows all the way down. If you look at my native garden and what I'm trying to build, I have to go higher than where I am. And then from there, I have to go back around, and then I'm close to the ocean, and I need to make sure that what I'm doing is not affecting that as well. So I am extremely aware that it is important, and I'm not just honed in on my little circle. I'm bigger than that because my home is bigger than that. Mm-hmm. And so I'm learning all of it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, you can stay there. We do have two remote testimonies. Let's do the remote testifiers first.
The first remote testifier is Elizabeth Okinaka.
Aloha, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Mahalo for your time today. So I just want to ask more about this process. Was she the only person that applied for this environmental seat, and did Derek nominate her? I'm just curious about the process overall. Also, does the county publicly post about these vacancies? How are they trying to fill this environmental seat? Is it just word of mouth? I think we need to really look at this. You know, at the end of the day, for me, this is a conflict of interest. Ku'ule, I would have no issue with this if you were applying for the business seat. But if we really want to protect cultural and natural resources for our home, I don't think we should have the vice president for a construction company. And so this is so wrong to me. And last month, Unlimited Construction rallied about 30 employees to the Planning Commission meeting. The parking lot was filled with unlimited construction vehicles. Employees were standing around. Ku'ule, if you want public trust, this is not the way to go. You've got to show that this is not going to be a conflict of interest. Unlimited Construction built Zuckerberg's home. There's a huge connection here. And I think there are people that would be willing to apply for this environmental position. I myself have spent countless hours, days, going over documents, studying planning commission meetings. I've even spent my own children's birthdays in these meetings. So there are people who will take this position and not have a conflict of interest. I really wish that you guys would take more time and let more people apply for these positions. I think it's very wrong that the county is saying, well, there's somebody else being considered for the business seat, so we're not going to consider her. Isn't that the whole point of an interview process? So that more people can apply and we can really weigh. At the end of the day, we already have Francis from the Carpenters Union. They work directly with Unlimited. A vice president of a construction company is going to have a clear conflict of interest, benefits of approval, zoning changes. They have inside knowledge and influence of decisions. An environmental seat should be for conservation protection and long-term community well-being. I ask that you please defer this and at least allow more people to apply for this environmental position. Aloha.
Thank you. Can we have the next remote speaker, please?
Chair, he's no longer, or he is not on.
He's not on? Okay. Is there anyone registered to testify?
No registers.
No? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify? None? Okay. Thank you very much. This will be voted on at the next council meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kaneshiro?
Should we make any last discussion before
Sure.
we go? I know we don't vote on it today. We'll vote on it next week. But for me, I just want to say thank you, Kule. You know, I'm getting a little bit PTSD on all the criticism, you know, on the conflict of interest stuff. I had to go through the same thing too. But, you know, I think in the community, we all wear many hats. And you can't just say, oh, she works for a construction company, so she has a clear conflict of interest. She shouldn't be on this board. She shouldn't be the environmental person. Again, you got to take a step back. That's just one little portion of her life, of what she does. You know, take a step back. Look at what she's done in the community. Look at what their family has done. Look at who her family is. Look at her values. That's what matters, you know. What is her values? How was she brought up? Is she someone that's going to stick true to her values, or is she someone that's going to be wavy and not really know what they're going to do? Kule is somebody that's going to stick true to her values. So again, she's going to be accountable for her actions. She already has learned from her mom, you know. She doesn't want to end up regretting that one decision on albesia trees or whatever it is. And you know, I trust that Kule will make the right decisions. And hey, not everybody makes the right decisions. You might make a wrong decision, but next time the decision comes up and you have that feeling, you know how you're going to vote harder on it. So, I mean, there's no question in my heart that Kule would never compromise the environment or culture or anything. I mean, look at her family background. Her daughter is a kumukula. Look at where her family is. You know, I mean, I don't know. I just saw a lot of like hateful type of testimony come in, and you know, it's just scratching the surface of who Kule is, which construction is only a small part of it. I have so much notes on here, and they're all written all over the place. You know, I think I think all the planning commissioners, I always say this, you know, it's the most difficult commission to be on. It's a volunteer commission. It's a lot of work. It's important work. And you open yourself up to criticism from the community, which seems to be growing more and more each day. And at the end of the day, I wouldn't suggest you be on it, but at the end of the day, you are a great person to be on it. You know, you need somebody that's going to stick to her guns no matter what, no matter if she gets criticized or what. She's still going to make the decision that's coming from her heart. You know, and it's a tough board to be on, and I really appreciate you taking the step to be on it. I know Kule is going to be transparent. I think that's the word she used. I think I had it written down, not a pushover. So, you know, she's vocal about what she wants. And again, look at her core values. Look at who her family is. Look at how she grew up. Look at all the volunteer and a lot of the testimony we got were from people from all different industries that have worked with Kule and have said she's a great person to work with. You know, there's only positive things that they were writing about. And that's what you got to look at. You know, how is she in the community? You know, there are people that come up here and can promise everything, and then you go in the community and they're like, oh, I don't ever want to work with that person again. That's not what we got from Ku'ule, from testimony on Ku'ule. So for me, I know she's going to be accountable to her actions. And if there is a conflict, I know she'll be recused from it, you know, if she has a conflict. So I think she's a great candidate for the environmental position. Who else do we have that has salt pond, their family works in the salt ponds? Their family has been like in the dirt half her life, you know, doing landscaping and stuff like that. I mean, she is the right person for the environmental position. So that's all I'll say for now.
Ms. Holland?
Thank you. I also thank you, Felicia. I also want to weigh in a little bit about my thoughts on this, and I actually wrote something which I don't usually do. I just kind of talk, but I wanted to be more concise and share my heart on this. So, you know, I want to take a moment to support you in this seat and talk about why. And I want to acknowledge the concerns that were raised. You know, they are valid. This is a role that's incredibly important. The decisions made by the Planning Commission are directly impact our life, our land, our water, our future. Technical expertise does matter, and it should always be a part of how we make our informed decisions. At the same time, I think that it is important that we recognize that environmental stewardship on Kauai is not only technical, and it's also deeply cultural and place-based. You bring that lived, grounded experience to the floor, and you know your lifelong work at Hanapepe Salt Ponds, your effort restoring native ecosystems, commitment to cultural and environmental stewardship, reflect a deep understanding of Malama Aina in practice. And it's not just in theory for you, it's who you are. That cultural lens is not separate from the environmental expertise here in Hawaii. It is actually an essential part of it, as far as I'm concerned. And you know, I believe that you bring practical experience in land use and construction. I believe that actually strengthens the Commission's ability to understand how decisions are actually implemented on the ground, and to ask for more informed and good questions. I think that's important too. I don't believe that a person's profession alone should automatically disqualify them from any serving of positions such as these. And you know, I've seen firsthand how individuals can reduce you to a job title in ways that overlook broader experience, values, and contributions. I've personally been labeled and dismissed based upon my own work. I understand what that feels like. I've also been accused of similar accusations based upon small environmental consulting work that I've done, that I do with great integrity and heart. But because of that, I'm mindful of not making decisions based solely on a single aspect of someone's being, kind of like to what Councilmember Kaneshiro mentioned. And I also want to be candid, like he mentioned, these are volunteer positions. They require very long hours, reviewing complex material, and making very difficult decisions that are often met with criticism. It's not easy to find individuals like yourself strong enough and willing to serve and bring that level of commitment, integrity, and care to the role that this requires. In you, I see someone who has demonstrated that commitment over decades, someone who listens, does your homework, understands the island, and who carries a deep sense of responsibility both to people and place. The Planning Commission is strongest when it reflects a balance of perspectives, technical, cultural, community-based, and I believe that you add important, necessary voice to that balance. And so I'll absolutely be supporting your appointment to the Commission. So thank you very much for speaking.
Yeah, just into following up, just very simple for me to you. There's three things. You know, your strong background, because if anybody questioning the environmental side, your cultural part is solid as far as I'm concerned. Then you have a business background. And then, of course, the planning overall. Everybody's been talking about that. So to me, that's the top three, which equals environmental support overall. You need those three to assure that you can move forward, and you have that. And I want the people to understand that was resonates for me in very short understanding for you. So I totally support of that.
Ms. Kaua?
Well, I'm thanking you also. Generally, when I ask people who are nominees for the Planning Commission, you know, I wonder if they understand the profound responsibilities that come with this and the level of work and sometimes public backlash. I don't know that I actually say that on the floor, but that's really what I'm asking. And this is a volunteer position, and it is such an important position. So with you, I have no question that you understand what you're getting involved in. I also have no question that you have the capacity to do the job. And I have respect for you, for your strength in anything that you take on. Even just like the story of starting with Unlimited and now you're a part owner, right? You don't do anything small. So I really honor that a lot. And I want to acknowledge, you know, I was kind of overwhelmed how much positive stuff I got, like weeks before I knew you were even up for nomination. We get 6 days notice. So you are one of the very few that I can even remember getting a campaign of support before I even knew you. I mean, I knew you were on because of the campaign of support. So you have that, and I did read every letter. I wasn't able to respond to all of them. They were very positive. Most of, you know, you have the whole big campaign. And so like what Councilmember Kaneshiro said, I noticed the range of backgrounds and connections that have faith in you. And when I'm asking the questions, that is the people who are like, hey, you know, we're concerned. And I appreciate that we had a testifier. Now, what I want to say with the testimony, that she raised a lot of important issues, but that's about the process. That's not about you, right? And so, like, as council people, we don't ever even know who all applies or don't apply. We don't know how the word gets out. We don't know any of that. So we are given a person to take this very difficult job, and then we have to say yes or no. And so that's a little bit of a difficult element about that, but I do want to acknowledge that's the process, that's not the candidate. And it was helpful for me tremendously to understand why it wasn't picked for business. Because if I was in the boards and commission position, I would have just set aside the whole problem and done business and know, oh, how much are we getting and all the rest of it. Because I wish everybody who was on the commission had the kind of cultural knowledge that you have. Because in my view, every board needs somebody with really strong cultural knowledge, and the more that we have it, because in my mind, the bullseye of our target of doing things right is to make sure we perpetuate the Hawaiian culture, because we aren't Hawaii without Hawaiian people, and we need to pull all this knowledge that we've had for a millennium of how to live resiliently here. That is what is a big, big strength, and we don't want to lose it. And so I recognize in the salt farming world, I don't know how long it is, but it probably is close to that, right? I don't know, 500, 1,000 years, long time, right? Long time. And so I giving you my support, and I'm just qualifying it for people who struggle to understand the process. And so it's helpful to have that explanation.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll go if Anderson's not coming. Yeah, I just wanted to say, as I mentioned before, because of my years of experience with Ku'ule at the Hui, the YWCA, and Halauka Mokihano Leina Ala, I have every confidence in her ability and her credibility, and then, of course, her aloha for our people and for our aina. And I especially appreciate all the continued work that you keep doing outside of, you know, trying to make a living for community in all the different ways, you know, with Ho'oluwehi sustainability with KCC. Of course, even in your work with the green building certification programs, the more green buildings we have on Kauai, the better. And then with Hui Ulu Ha'aloa, and I'm excited about all of those tea leaf plants and other native Hawaiian plants. I mean, anybody who has anything to do with hula and halau know how valuable that is too, because we're often out there searching, right? So just thanks for your willingness to step up and serve. And thanks to your mom and dad also.
Okay, I know we have someone that I would assume was stuck in traffic, was supposed to testify, wasn't here, so I will suspend the rules for this for Reese, if you want to come up and say a few words. State your name for the camera.
Yes, my name is Breeze Paval, and everyone knows me as Breeze Paval, but I sit here in this new life that I'm living of, live like Lena Ala. And if my mom was here, my mom would have sat and given all of her 110% to support Auntie Kule. And though we were talking about planning commission and environmental and stuff, at the depth of Auntie Kule's heart is people. And though this position may say, may put her in a place to make those hard decisions about buildings and environmental stuff, her heart really goes to where people are. So, Auntie Kule has stood beside our halau for decades, and this 25 acres is just the most recent project that she has included our halau in. And as a new kumu, this is so important to me because it's not about the wahine and our kane who are going to marry monarch in 2 weeks. It's about the keiki who are in my 5 o'clock class, the 100 kids that will be looking to this mala in 25 years for what they can use. And we know that the forest is not what it used to be. So people like Auntie Kule who continue to put in the effort for young Hawaiians like myself and my haumana are the kind of people that we need in positions like this. And a personal thing, something that still makes me so emotional is the profound role that Auntie Kule played in my mom's healing journey. We know that my mom didn't have the best end to her life, but Auntie Kule made that journey for her so much more enjoyable. And like I said, at the depth of her heart is the people more than, and I've had Auntie Kule as a boss in construction. I worked for Unlimited for a small period of time, but I've known her longer in hula and the cultural aspect. So thank you so much to those of you who support her. And I hope that my voice as somebody from the community, a young Hawaiian, can encourage other people in our community to support her as well, because I know that if my mom was here and if I truly live like Lena Ala, Auntie Kule would be supported 100%. So thank you so much for letting me speak. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Did she fire you? No, I had to crack the joke because you had me in tears. I will open it up for anyone else if they want to. If not, we'll call the meeting back to order. Mr. Bull. Where? Oh, okay. The rules are suspended.
Aloha mai kākou, council members. The reason why I chose to raise my voice at this time is because I've taken in the things that I've heard, and as someone who has spent 13 years involved in Malama Iwi Kupuna on the Oahu Island Burial Council, as a part of Ku'ule's circle that she can reach out to, I have every intention, whenever the opportunity or the need would arise, to be someone even closer in that circle to ensure that somebody's going to be able to have hard discussions and to be able to support her, given that she'd have the opportunity to serve, to ensure that Malama Iwi Kupuna and details about how that currently looks under the auspices of the State Historic Preservation Division. There are ways to not weaponize Iwi Kupuna to be against development, against construction. There is every impetus for one, a kanaka, to honor the understanding of Malama Iwi Kupuna. However, with that said, it should remain exactly that, Malama Iwi Kupuna. But it should not necessarily become that vehicle where everybody's just gonna say Iwi Kupuna, when there are processes in place to ensure not only the respect given to Iwi Kupuna, but when decisions need to be made, that's where the existing laws, contrary to different opinions that rest within the community, I have seen in the heart of Honolulu how if you know the law well enough, you will know how to, number one, protect iwi to the fullest. You will know how to honor descendants who come forward for recognition, and you would know how to also not necessarily have iwi kupuna be an impediment for the development of something that may be necessary to facilitate life in the 21st century. I would say to my fellow Hawaiians that would be listening to this to know that if development is what somebody is against, then you have to know where to go to address development. And that's at the policy-making level. But it's not necessarily at the iwi kupuna level to leverage the iwi kupuna to do such thing. Because then the iwi kupuna will bear that responsibility that people cannot make accommodations for our current and future generations. With that said, I thank you for allowing me to share my sentiment. I came in support of you today, Ku'ule. I don't put my name next to things or people easily, but rest assured, as someone who's in your circle, I would expect that you call me when there is something important to discuss, and I'll give you my brutal and honest sentiment. I'm very good at that. And you can trust and rely that I'll take you to task if I felt it needed, but I have to be honest, given the candor of this room, if a Kanaka can't keep another Kanaka in check, then who can? And it's better that a Kanaka be held to the expectation that they're going to have aloha for iwi kupuna. This is no offense to any other ethnicity, but it's got to be our own people to step up and provide leadership in that area, because it's Kanaka responsibility. So I'll get behind you. Mahalo nui. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Mahalo.
Thank you. I was worried while you were sitting there.
Again, I'm just going to echo the mahalos for willing to serve, and for our commission board's team for honoring the processes that we have and doing all the necessary things. You know, as the chair for planning for us, when I think of looking at this position and the role that this commission particularly takes, probably the number one thing that always comes to mind to me in this role it just flashes over my head over time is Aina is kupuna. Like that just locks into my mind and my heart. And in this seat, there's a bunch of decision making, and part of the decision making is outreach and gathering knowledge and making sure that you are informed in a way that is necessary. And there's traditional of information, of things you read, the stacks of paper, but then there's also information that is not privy to people who are not of this place or not from this place or have no relation to this place. And it requires that connection. And when we think environmental, oftentimes we just think plants and trees, but we don't often think of it as living entities in relation. And that's why this is very an important piece to have someone that can be in this budget decision making or in this position to make decisions that have deep connected relationships with Aina and understand it as kupuna. I'm very lucky that I married a very smart Kanaka woman that have deep relations, and she always reminds me that that the relationship is most important when the communication is there, and that is when you not just manage it, but you take care of it, malama it, right? And so we need someone that sits in that position, that does that, and is active in that process, And the most important part about these seats is that you have to be able to sit in conflict. The job in decision making is to be in conflict with yourself, with your family, with your friends, with your partners, and then with the decision people you're making on behalf, Aina, Kapuna, and have that relationship. And when I think about this position and our nominee and our person that is in front of us in the interview, I feel 100% in support of that relationship, that you're going to honor that relationship with Aina. And that's part where I think when we look at all of these positions, that we have to really evaluate, yes, qualifications, yes, the challenges of the relationships, but also the ability to manage those relationships and stay in conflict. And then so I hope in future, as we continue to encourage other people to serve in these positions, that's one of the highest and most important thing to consider when wanting to serve, is that you're willing to sit in a room that might not like everything that you decide, but still be able to talk and have these discussions, because we need those discussions. So thank you again for wanting to serve.
Mr. Kohli?
Yeah, Chair, I just forgot to mention one other thing I wanted to say in my remarks, and that is that we received 47 different testimony, 41 support, 41 oppose, and 2 other. And just to mention, excuse me?
5 opposed. You said 41.
Okay, well, this is the sheet that I got. Maybe there's one other that was added.
You said 41 support, 41 opposed.
Oh, yeah. 41, 4, and 2 for a total of 47. And I just wanted to mention some of the names of some of the supporters. Chucky Boy Chalk from the museum here. Randall Francisco, Hananika Imina Awao, Sukanoho, Saber Kauka, Samira Siale, and Jaden Paval. Just to mention a few. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else? I'll just say, first of all, kumuhina. I've never had an opportunity. I mean, I think we've all watched you forever. We see what you do, and I've just never had the opportunity to mahalo you and say that I respect you tremendously. The reason I was worried is I don't think I've ever seen you. Maybe, yeah, I know you've been in here before, but never? Yeah, okay. So most of the nominees that come through here, I don't know at the personal level that I do with Kule and her family. I don't. So when she was nominated, again, I said earlier, I look at her as an environmental nominee, not as a vice president of Unlimited Construction. And relying on what I know about Kule and her ohana to make my decision. And I'll read some of the comments. There were 4. Actually, somebody was so upset they submitted 4 testimonies in opposition. But please do not put a major construction company on the Planning Commission. I didn't see Unlimited Construction on the nominee list, on the name. I saw Kule. I urge you to vote no on electing a vice president of a construction company with clear conflicts of interest and no apparent education or training. Kind of insulting. Just because her parents own the nursery, this is one of the comments that was duplicated or had sent 4 different testimonies. Just because her parents own the nursery and a plant operation, she has 0 in caps, education in environmental science. She has also conflicts of interest with multiple construction development projects. Filling an environmental position on a planning commission for a small island requires technical expertise that goes beyond community respect. You gave some examples. I love stories because that really tells the reality of what's going on. You know, all the ditch men in the plantations, would they have master's degree in irrigation? No, they never. They just knew how to do it. The people that had the house that I bought, a mean driveway, like a pretty good slope going into the carport, not one engineer. They brought the cement truck, the cement, whatever, what do you call them? You're the construction person. the thing, and with their own experience and knowledge, they made that slope at a point where when can storm my carport and no get water inside. Now I've seen a lot of these new homes designed by licensed, certified people that flood every time rain. My point is this. Number one, as Kumuhina said, Kanaka. True Kanaka. I've known you and your family for many years. We did several field trips down at the salt pads. Remember me and Kaipo went down. Kaipo was a chair where they had oil dripping, floating up into the water. The education I got that day from you and your family on culture cannot be purchased. HSAC, State Association of Counties, come here. All the people from the other islands, council members, staff, come down, and that was one of the field trips. That field trip, I was told by numerous of our colleagues across the state, that was the most educational and informative cultural stop they had ever made. Values and commitment. Lord have mercy. Again, I'm looking for, and to Ms. Okinaka's questions about the process, it's the mayor does make the nominees to the council. We don't. But we have the authority to say no, or yes, or defer. But yeah, so we don't participate in that part. Planning Commission determines zoning and use, not buildings. So you're not sitting on a commission that's going to approve your construction company's building design. You are going to be determining zoning and use. And what better person to have on a planning commission than a Kanaka who loves this island more than most, that cares for this island more than most? I am happy to support you. Because I know, and even more so now with Kumuhina saying that if you stray off path, that Kanaka gonna come here and gonna kick your Kanaka butt. So I'm even more comfortable. See, excuse me? I said we've been watching you. Passion, knowledge, experience. So the reason I was anxious and nervous was I was really, really concerned. Now, I'll be honest with you, Kule. If she had come up and said, I cannot support Kule. No, I'm being real. Yeah. I would really have to think about it before I vote next week. I would really have to sit down with the kupuna and nothing against you, but that's how much respect I get for that kuma right there. And a little bit of fear. But I'm dead serious. When I saw you here, I didn't know if you were here for or against. I didn't know if you were here for this item or not. So I just want to say, Kule, you have proven to not just me and the 6 others here, but to this community that you do care and love this Aina. Yeah. And for that reason, I will be supporting your nomination. Thank you. Go ahead.
One thing I'm remiss that I forgot to say is that when I first met you, is when I brought my Akamai learning students. I did a homeschool program, and so we spent 2 nights and 3 days down there at Salt Pond Park, and we got our training and learning about Salt Pond, and you were our teacher for that. So that was my first exposure to you of any real significance. So I do want to acknowledge that I know that side of you as well.
The HHL is getting antsy because we told them they would be up at 9:30. We will be due for a caption break at 10:30. We're going to take the caption break now because I believe that discussion will be fast-moving and quick. So we'll take our 10-minute now, and we'll come back and take the wastewater issue. Recess.
on the agenda.
We did with DHHL for 9:30. I apologize for the delay. That was the longest commission nominee interview ever. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, on page 4, C2026-72, communication from Council Chair Raposo and Councilmember Carvalho requesting the presence of the County Engineer, Kali Watson, Chairman, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Hawaiian Homes Commission, and Raymond Kana, Office of the Chairman, DHHL, Hawaiian Homes Commission, to provide an update on the status of the new wastewater treatment plant options as it relates to the Department of Public Works' future plans to relocate the Wailua wastewater treatment plant.
Move to receive.
Second.
Thank you. Before I call up our guests, I did want to share the context as to why this is on. So later today, we'll have a resolution that was deferred for an increase in the amount for our sewer revolving fund amount or loan for an additional $11.5 million. Okay. You know, Wailua wastewater treatment plant by Lidgate is, we all know, it's currently in a inundation zone, a tsunami zone, flood zone, and it is deteriorated to a point where the capacity is now restricted. And I think it was last year, our wastewater division head came up and said, we realize now that we got to relocate the plant. It has always been this council's intent to support the relocation of the plant because it doesn't make sense to keep dumping money into a plant that needs to be moved. So when we had the requests come up for the resolution for the increase of funding from 14 to $25.5 million, there were many questions as to what were the plans of the relocation, because that is where we should be spending our money. And we didn't really get, for me anyway, enough answers, so I decided to put this item on the agenda so we can get a briefing as to where are we on the relocation and what is going to be required. And it was mentioned at the resolution hearing that one of the issues was an unwilling landowner, which I was a little concerned because in all the discussions that I've been having with DHHL, to me, it seemed like we had a very willing landowner. So I invited DHHL to be here today so we can clarify whether or not our landowner is willing or not. Because I'm hearing two things. I also want to hear about the administration's plan for relocation and why the need. Now, again, the request for the increase in the revolving fund amount by $11.5 million, while the administration will say it's not connected to another phase, in my opinion it is, because it is the plan of the administration to come back at a later time and ask for 40 to 50 million more to repair Wailua. That's what we were told in meetings as well as here on the council floor. I mean, that is even, I have a stronger opposition to that than I do for the resolution that we're going to be hearing today. Because that would be $75 million for a plant that's in an inundation zone, that's at limited capacity, that needs to be relocated. And those funds should be used for the relocation and not the restoration of a dilapidated plant. So today's briefing is to get some clarity so we can make a smart decision when we get to the resolution on which direction we really want to go. So with that, I will suspend the rules. Is there any discussion first before I suspend the rules? If not, I'll suspend the rules, and can we have our, I'm sorry, I'll call it back in order. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make note that I was not at the last meeting, but did review everything, and I'm all caught up.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll suspend the rules. Can we have our administration and representatives from DHHL, please? Morning, gentlemen.
Would you like me to give a statement, Council Chair, or is there a particular sequence order you want to call the witnesses? I'll defer to your discretion.
Well, I had hoped to hear from our administration first, and then
Okay.
After that, we can just have a dialogue.
Thank you.
So with that, are we going to have our administration here? So for sunshine law purposes, the posting is to provide an update. This is requesting all of you to provide an update on the status of the new wastewater treatment plant options as it relates to the Department of Public Works' future plans to relocate the Wailoa plant. That is what we're discussing today.
Okay, I'll start off first.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. I just thought you were going to take testimony from DHHL first, and otherwise I would have.
Well, I kind of want to get the administration's plan,
Okay.
and then we'll get the input from DHHL.
Okay. Troy Tanigao, County Engineer, for the record. It has always, from the time we found out that the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant was in the tsunami inundation zone, we started making plans, and we testified in prior council budget hearings that plans were in the works to get a consultant on board and perform and complete a siting study to relocate the Wailoa wastewater treatment plant operations to. That portion of work has been completed. I've seen the results, work product of the siting study. There is locations that the siting study identified, and one of the primary locations and the recommended site that we look towards is on DHHL property in Wailoa, on the south side of the Wailoa River. So, excuse me. So we have met with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We've heard of their plans that include development of that site as well as a wastewater treatment plant operation. We have received a written agreement, a draft written agreement that has a number of provisions that we looked at. We had made comments and provided those comments back to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Most recently, we met yesterday, and we had received updated information from Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and we fully support what they're doing, as far as moving forward with their development, including the wastewater treatment plant operations, and we will be working with them, to make sure that they are successful and they meet their time frames that they projected. We understand that there's portions of the development that are still in the works, and those are items that are going to require some additional time to accomplish. I'll let them go into detail, but for the county's purposes, we have an existing need, a continuing need, to make sure that the flow from our existing system, our collection system, for wastewater from Wailoa all the way through to Kauai District continues to be properly treated. And that is a subject of our proposed resolution that we have later on in the agenda today.
Okay, so it is the intent of the administration to move forward with the relocation of the Wailoa plant.
That is true.
Okay, and as far as DHHL is concerned, and I really don't want to get into the discussion of the Lihui development. This discussion is really focused on the Wailoa treatment plant. We have had discussions in the past involving the offer by DHHL to provide the land and possibly some cost sharing in infrastructure and construction for a future development that they may have in the Wailoa area. Where are we on that?
So I understand that their plans are to develop a plant up to 1.5 MGD. That would suit a portion of the county's future needs. That development has a particular timeline. You know, the need to continue to pursue repairs and upgrades to the existing treatment plant exists because the proper treatment of all the effluent that's collected in the Wailoa-Kapaa area has to continue all the way until the turnkey facility can be fully operational and accept all of the wastewater that's generated in that district. And that's what that is our main objective.
Okay, well, this discussion, we'll have that discussion at the resolution, but at this discussion, we are focusing on the relocation. That is what today's discussion is about. We know, we've heard that you all need to update or upgrade or whatever the existing plan. We know that. Like I said, we'll have that discussion at the resolution. Right now, today, is to clarify a lot of the statements that were made involving our relationship with DHHL and the offer that they have made for us to move our plant across the highway. That is what today's discussion is about. The relocation, not the need for the money. We're going to talk about that later. Mm-hmm. So I guess we can maybe get DHHL to chime in because we've had numerous discussions over the last 2 years now.
Since the last...
And if you could just state your name, I'm sorry for the...
my name is Raymond Kana from Department of Hawaiian Home.
Ray, hang on, guys.
Sorry.
First of all, I'd like to start the discussion.
Mr. Watson, if you could just state your name for our captioner.
Sure. Kali Watson, Chairman of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I just want to preface, and then I'll let Ray get into more details. But let me just state for the record that we are definitely want to be a partner with the County of Kauai as well as the Council. We look forward to working with you folks. We obviously have needs that we have to address. And I think if we collaborate and work together, it'll benefit both sides. So with that, I'll let Ray get into the details. But again, we look forward to working with you folks. And with respect to making lands available, they'll be sufficient to accommodate your needs and ours. Thank you.
Mr. Watson, thank you, and appreciate you spending all the time, like I said, over the last couple of years with us on trying to create this partnership. Mr. Kana?
The last time we spoke before the council was in September of 2024. At that time, we did address the possibility of working together with the county in terms of working on a wastewater treatment plant. The difference between the county's plan and DHHL's plan is that we're proposing, instead of doing a full wastewater treatment plant, to do a package plant. I have submitted to the council an analysis from RMTAL that explains the pros and cons of why we would select a package plant versus a regular wastewater treatment plant. Okay, just in summary, and I have our senior engineer from RMTAL here to answer any questions in terms of technical issues. But a package plant normally is faster to build because it's modular and it's brought in from the mainland. Okay, it has a smaller footprint. We can put a package plant with all its facilities on 5 acres versus the 25 acres that's being proposed by the department. Okay, it is also cheaper. The capital cost is half the cost. Okay, and it's faster. We can put it all and permitting probably together in about 5 years. We think the overall benefits both to Hawaiian Homelands and to Kauai County is that instead we should focus on doing a package plant. The last feature of a package plant, which I like, is you can expand it based on the actual need. So you don't have the problem of having an overbuilt facility that's costing you money in capital costs, okay, and operating costs when you're not using it all. So we feel that a package plant is far more efficient, cost-effective, both for DHHL and the county.
I don't know, just because we got a lot of viewers watching, and when you say package plant, that kind of sounds like something you go down to Kmart or Walmart and buy a package plant. But a package plant is simply, it is a wastewater treatment plant.
It is.
It is a modular wastewater treatment plant that acts just the same as the old-fashioned wastewater treatment plant, right?
The term package plant comes from when it, in terms of the technology, it evolved in terms of small units that would take care of like a condo project or a smaller facility that did only maybe 100 to 200,000 gallons a day. The technology has now evolved to the point where they handle 1 million, 1.5 million, a larger facility. Okay, I actually had a chance to tour a facility at one of our native Indian reservations that they built for a casino and their subdivision. Okay, that basically was designed, I believe, to handle 1 million gallons. Okay, but at that time they were only doing maybe 600,000. But it was quiet, it was efficient, very little smell. Okay, and it's literally adjacent to a resort casino that the Indians run, and it was totally non-obtrusive, which I kind of like, and I think that works for Hawaiian homelands. Okay, now the most interesting thing is that entire operation with 1 million gallons a day, because of the SCADA system they operated with, had 2 employees to run the thing. And the employees don't even need to be there because they can actually do a lot of the operations from their phones. So the technology has now gotten to the point where we don't need to have a huge, complicated facility. Instead, we can do something like this. Now, our MOA that we've initially initiated with Public Works is one where basically we address a lot of issues because you're right, we talked about Lihue. I'm now focused just on Wailua. And just on Wailua, what we're seeking now, and the discussion we had yesterday is, can we work in conjunction to figure out if this option works for Kauai County? I fully understand that Public Works has been on this process of relocating a plant for a number of years, and they've spent a lot of money in the engineering and the aspects. So fully understand that that is the path that they're under, and they're looking to relocate the existing plant. I'm just simply offering the option to consider that we Hawaiian Homelands, will take the lead in putting a wastewater treatment plant, a package plant, on our property on a 5-acre parcel that we are in the process of designating. We have identified 2 locations, and we did it back then, and that's where we're currently thinking about it, and we need to do further studies to determine the feasibility of those 2 locations, which includes things like having to worry about habitats with regards to Native Hawaiian preservation sites. But that's the work that we're in the process of doing to determine if it's feasible to do these locations. But to me, the key is getting us on the same page with Public Works on the technical issues to determine what is necessary to make this thing work. Does it make sense for the county? Okay? Because the package plant is far smaller, okay, than a wastewater treatment plant, fully acknowledged. Right now, but at the same time, your plant currently is, I believe, rated for 1.5 million gallons. We're going to do almost the same thing, but at substantially less cost.
But you're talking about the casino, the 1 million gallon per day. Our existing plant is at 1.5 million gallons per day. Although we are limited, it has been restricted to 1 million gallons a day. We're talking about a plant that should probably be planned for at least 2 or 2.5 million gallons a day. Is that something that these membrane bioreactor plants can accommodate?
Be expanded. Okay. Now, at this moment in time, okay, the largest one, I think, it's about 2 million is the okay. So, but at the same time, technology is expanding so fast that by the time we're ready to do this, I think we've gone beyond that. And on top of that, the beauty of package plants, and because the footprint is so small, we can possibly designate a second location, which may, because, when we start talking about the technical issues, one of the costs that we have to consider is transmission lines. Maybe we need to relocate a separate package plant in a different location. But The last thing I like to raise is the key to all this is how we resolve the issue of disposal, okay, which is the challenge that every wastewater treatment plant in the Hawaiian Islands is facing because of the various lawsuits and issues in preventing injection wells. What we propose is the one additional step that we're proposing for Hawaiian Homelands is we're going to install a PFAS removal facility, okay? Now, fully acknowledge the federal government has backed off on PFAS removal for wastewater treatment plants, but there is a standard for drinking water. We are going to build based on the drinking water standards. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to use the reuse water for irrigation, for agriculture, for our subsistence ag and our agricultural operation. We're also in the process of trying to have a conversation with Agricultural Development Corp to see if they're interested in trying to participate with us. By removing PFAS from the R1 that comes from the wastewater treatment plant, it now can be potentially used for edible agriculture, which is what we're trying to get to, okay? It is, to me, a responsible method, even though legally we don't need to do that, because on Oahu, they are still using, you know, PFAS impacted R1 waters for agriculture. But I don't think for Hawaiian Homelands, it's acceptable to us because we want to at least go one step further. Just because the law doesn't require it doesn't mean it's right. Okay, we need to make sure that we are responsible in trying to resolve some of these.
Is it still the plan for the HHL to, at some point, develop those lands that would be near the plant that would be subsistence ag lots?
We are in the process of master planning those lots. The current recommendation that I'm giving is that we use subsistence ag for all of it. Okay? Now, whether that passes the muster for our beneficiaries is a different question. But that is my recommendation to the chair that we go with subsistence ag. Now, we need to do a study that actually determines how much R1 can be used on these properties. And for those of you who are not familiar with that process, every area based on the absorption rate of the land and the transpiration rate and the rainfall will determine how much water can be used for absorption for R1 purposes. That study hasn't been done yet, but in my mind, we have enough land, not to mention we also have the potential of a wetland restoration program that we could do, okay? We also have Agricultural Development Corp who's adjacent we can possibly use for. So in my mind, I think disposal can be resolved through reuse, okay? That's the key to what we're trying to propose is because of the nature of what Hawaiian Homeland does, we have a potential for a reuse operation that could be very valuable to public works, okay, because that's where the challenge right now is how do you dispose of the reuse. Now, having said all this, I'm going to be submitting a revised MOA to the county within 2 weeks. And that will basically address specifically Waialua. Quite simply, it's saying we are offering that we will work together if you're interested in doing a package plant with us. We are going to determine what our package plan is based on what our eventual master plan determines what our use is for us and for our commercial properties. If you guys want to work with us to join in that process, then that's what we'll do, okay? We'll simply, increase the capacity of the package plan to use whatever you guys need to do. That is totally a decision for Public Works to determine. We just are saying is, let's put the technical resources together and figure out what it is we need to do and if it's cost effective. Because understand, there are two parts to this thing. One is the plant itself, but the other part is the transmission lines and the pumps necessary to get the effluent to the plant itself, which is something Public Works has to decide, okay? But what we've been having difficulty for the past, since September, is trying to get our technical people together in the same room to discuss the details. Because, let's face it, the death is in the details. We need to, because that's what determines a cost analysis and makes everything doable one way or the other. At that point, then we can all explore how we're going to deal with the cost, whether it's coming to the county, going to the state revolving fund, looking for grants. There are many, many options available once we have determined what we want to do. And that's where we're trying to get to is what do we, meaning jointly DHHL and Public Works, want to accomplish? And is this the path that we choose to do? Obviously, if we do not come to an agreement, the Public Works can proceed with their plans to go ahead and relocate their wastewater treatment plant, and we can do an independent package plan on our own. Now, I personally hope that that is not the conclusion because I consider that to be wasteful, okay? Because now both parties are duplicating efforts. And what's tough is if we decide to go independent, that also deprives the county of the revenue generated by the sewer fees that would have been generated by additional.
Yeah, I would rather DHHL be a customer than we paying you for the use of your sewer plant. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but I got an engineering question, I guess, and because I'm not an engineer, but the transition from the old plan to a new plan, you mentioned the construction cost is one element, but then the transmission is going to be another, right? So wouldn't it just make sense that the site of the new location, of the new plant, the closer it is to the existing plant, the more economical or feasible it'll be to do the transition?
Generally speaking, I would agree with you, but then it comes back down to land planning for DHHL, okay? And that's, you know, a decision that the two locations identified are the two locations that the chair has approved, Chair Watson has approved.
Yeah, let me jump in here, Ray. You know, there's a bigger picture than just the relocation. We have other lands besides the Wailua that we're looking at maybe redesigning rather than residential into a subsistence ag program. We also have a 43-acre parcel adjacent to the existing hotel that we have are in negotiations with a developer to turn that into almost like a Polynesian cultural center with various other facilities associated with that, kind of tying into the cultural aspects of our program and making a venue available to our beneficiaries that they can sell things as well as, you know, participate in the business enterprise side of it. Now, we also have the acreage that we got from Groves Farm. I believe it's about 260 acres or so, where we have plans for 11,000 homesteads, 1,000 involving residential, including another 100 subsistence ag. We also, you know, are concerned about the needs of our existing hotel that is a general lessee of our property. We got to address that needs. And I'm also thinking about the golf course, whether we can incorporate it into the process, which I think needs to be done. And then we also have some additional lands adjacent to the 40-something acres, and these lands are close to the existing sewer treatment plant that we might expand and maybe do a little bit of commercial development there. So there's a lot going on our lands. When you take a look at not just the relocation, it's the future of our program. And I think it's the future of Kauai County that we do these kind of activities that will enhance not only the development in that area, but more importantly, provide you guys with tax revenue, resources, and a better place to live. And that's what we're trying to accomplish, get people off our wait list, but do it in a way associated as a more complete and holistic approach. You know, we're looking at jobs, we're looking at enterprises, we're looking at existing and improving the existing customers surrounding the area. So I put that on the table because we are moving forward on all these different things I'm talking about. And so we have quite a few players that are going to start to get involved, such as Office of Wine Affairs and others. And that's why, you know, I welcome the county as well as the county council in being a part of that master planning, because I'm sure you guys probably have things you guys want to do that we can do it together. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just stop real quick and if anyone has any questions on what has been presented so far. Ms. Scouting.
First of all, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's very encouraging, all of this from both this conversation and September of 2024. What is the rough cost of putting in, say, 1 million gallon per day plant? Do you have a rough estimate?
Yeah. So Kyle Yukumoto, consultant engineer with Armtau Corporation. For about a 1 MGD, the package plant just on site, I would say we're looking at about 25 to 30 million.
Okay, I like that. Can I have another question? I know there is some DHHL land in North Kapa'a. Like, a thought that comes to my mind is consideration of 1 million gallon plant right there at Lidgate, and then maybe 1 million gallon per day plant in Kapa'a, and not have all this sewage cross the Wailua River. And I want to just call attention to the fact that we have, I mean, maybe it can be somebody else's land. I don't have to put it all on DHHL, but since you are DHHL, we have a problem with what they call inundation and inflow in our pipes. So it seems to me when we're looking at the cost of the pipes, these pipes are very old, and we're going to need to probably replace them anyway. So this lower price is substantially less than the $200 million that we were being considered for the other strategy. So maybe there is a way to put some fresh pipes in as well. You might have seen we had a 300,000 gallon sewage spill on the west side. We don't want that to happen anymore, and that seems like we have I&I, or inundation and inflow, pukas in the pipes. That's what I say to regular people. We have pukas in the pipes, so we need to fix things anyway. So if we put 1 million on Kapa'a and 1 million in Wailua, has that been given any consideration?
First of all, our focus right now is on Wailua and with the Hui, both of which we're considering package plants for. Now, having said that, the key to a package plant or any wastewater treatment plant is disposal, okay? First of all, you need to bring the water to R1, okay? The second part is PFAS removal. And third part is you have to have the use for the reuse, okay, to be able to dispose of it because of the various mandates that we have right now, okay? So unless you have a usable area for agricultural or forestation or landscaping, okay, you still have a problem no matter what, okay? So, and again, there is also the fact is the cost of transmission of the R1. You need to have the use close by, which is what with Wailua we have, and same with our Lihui project. Unless you have a use for it, it's hard. So it has to be in conjunction with a business plan for the agricultural side to make it all work.
Okay, understood. I think we can figure something like that out somewhere in Kapa'a, somewhere. I know it has to be adjacent to the plant.
It doesn't have to be adjacent, but it's more cost effective because it reduces the transmission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Holland?
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here and your willingness to partner. Thank you for the PFAS thing. I really am appreciative of that. If we were to, kind of following up to Councilmember Cowden's point about 2 facilities in the long term, if we did establish I just want to make sure I'm understanding, if we did establish a 1 million plant, we could modular build it out to 1.5 over like a period of time, right? Because I'm thinking kind of similar in that we need probably like $1 billion worth of infrastructure to redo a lot of our old sewer lines, but also to expand the sewer system because that's such a limiting factor on housing. It would be great to be able to actually really widespread expand the sewer system on the east side over a period of time where maybe we have 2 plants at 1.5 is what I was actually thinking over the long term to remove this effort of septic conversion. Is that something along the lines of what you guys are thinking, starting at 1 million, and if you need to grow it, or?
First of all, I think that's a question for Public Works because Our obligation largely has to do with DHHL lands.
Right.
The big difference in what we're saying is, since we're going to do it, okay, we're offering a partnership with Public Works to join with us, so we don't end up duplicating efforts. That's what the Wailua effort is about. Okay, if we can come to an agreement as to how we do something like that. Now, in other areas, to me, once you develop the comfort level of operating a package plant, to do 2 or 3 should be easier. Okay, because now you've got you've learned the technology, you have the people who know how to operate. Okay, to replicate the same thing is going to be easier. Now, remember, you can size down these things also, and which is also a lot cheaper. So if you have a smaller community that only needs 100,000 gallons, 200,000 gallons, you could do that as long as you have the disposal. But at the same time, to me, it's a cost efficiency question, which I will leave to Troy guys to figure out if it makes sense for the various communities that you have. But not to change the subject, but a pet peeve of mine. Okay, the real problem with the neighbor islands is that everyone's deficient on infrastructure. Okay, and one of the problems is because you don't have an integrated system. The big advantage of a wastewater treatment plant is large. You can deal in entire areas, and eventually, if you can cover the entire island, you can absorb. If there's a problem, like you have a plant that goes down, the remaining plants can take up the flow. That's the advantage of having, for a large population, having a standard wastewater treatment plant. You have a series of them that actually can absorb the needs, and all the sewer systems are then connected. If you can do that, that's the ultimate goal. But that's something that larger cities, larger communities can handle. But for Kauai, because you are so bifurcated and smaller, the package plants actually kind of makes some sense because it's low cost, it is efficient, less footprint. I mean, all these things make sense, but it is not the ultimate answer, okay? But to me, for a smaller population area like Kauai, it does make a lot of sense. And that's why we're proposing this, okay? Because and one of the big questions that I raised early on is, what about the lifespan of something like this, okay? And that's what I interviewed all the various package guys. With stainless steel, these things can actually last at least 50 years, if not longer, okay? Which somewhat matches what the lifespan of many of the conventional sewage treatment plants are. So that was the only big concern I had is, will it last this long? And it's the amortization period. And the answer is yes. It may be a little bit short, but it's pretty close. And the beauty of the way package plants are built, because they're modular, if you have the deferred maintenance is also easier because you can replace components. And it's not like you got to tear down the concrete. I mean, these are stainless steel components built to be modular, so you can replace sections that either become, corroded or otherwise. But nowadays, with the corrosion treatments you have, the life gets pretty long. It's usually the pumps and those things that pretty much give. Kyle, want to jump in?
I think part of what you're mentioning, I think, is what they call decentralization. So instead of sending everything to one location, you have these smaller package plants. So we did a study for City County, Honolulu, and this was about 10 to 12 years ago, and we looked at the Sand Island Basin. So the Sand Island Basin covers from Kuli'o'o all the way to Pearl City, I think Pearl City, or at least Salt Lake area. And that whole area, you're talking about a lot of people. And so the flows to Sand Island are about 90 million gallons per day. So we looked at decentralizing. They've got about 20 to 30 pump stations scattered throughout Metro Honolulu. And we looked at decentralizing to put in package stations at various locations, such as Alawai Park and different parks that can use it, golf courses that can use the treated sewage right there, R1 water. And because the infrastructure was already there, it was a lot cheaper to just keep it kind of as is. The problem with sending everything to Sand Island now, even if you were to treat it to R1, you're going to have to find a place to dispose of. So do you send it back to all the parks, like all the way, right? It kind of doesn't make sense. So a lot of times decentralization, because of the advancement of the package systems, it does make a very good, it's very economical to do that because the usage is right there at these locations. So something like what you brought up, million gallon here, million gallon there, that does make sense, instead of conveying it all over the place. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the more pump stations you have, the more lift stations you have, the more opportunities for malfunctions along the way. It just makes a lot of sense. Now, I was in my research, I saw some companies that basically stack these modules on top of each other. So you can have a 1.5 million gallon plant, and then when you need, you put a second one on top. Is that something that you've seen?
Yeah, I haven't seen them stack too much. The problem with stacking them is you're going to restrict, because the membranes need to be maintained once in a while.
Yeah, I don't.
So that would be difficult. Yeah, so usually you have them modular.
Side by side. And the number I got was about 36 million, so it's kind of close to what you said 30, yeah?
Well, yeah, 25 to 30.
25 to 30 on a 1 million gallon plant.
Yeah, so there's a number of package systems, just like vehicles, when you buy vehicles, there's a number of them. And the one that we're looking at, I know Aqua Engineers, you folks probably familiar with Aqua Engineers, they're located here on Kauai. And they've somewhat endorsed this company called Cosino, and they're put together by former operators. So they bring in, company name? It's called Closina. It's out of California.
Closina?
Yeah, CLOACINA. And their website is very good. So they were developed by operators. And so they picked and chose different components, whether they're blowers or pumps or solids handling units, the MBRs, and they brought in the good stuff. And so it's a little bit more costly, but at the same time, they do last a lot longer. They require less maintenance. And that's the package system that we've been looking at.
Thank you. Any other questions? Troy, anything to add to that as far as, is that something that we are considering or?
Yes, so package plants are under consideration. The technologies, have been looked at, and our consultants have noticed that there were some good advancements, and so that is something that they are looking at for the future wastewater treatment.
Yeah, because like Alicia said earlier, when we hear the $250, $300 million cost price tag, it's not necessarily accurate. I mean, yeah, if we're going to build another cement plant, but with the options available today, I mean, we can do it for a lot less, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, and we want to take full advantage of that technology.
2 years ago, I was in D.C. and I got to meet with the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and she shared with me, and I did share this with the administration back 2 years ago. At the time, they had 100% grants to communities that serve communities of less than 10,000 people. 100% grants for wastewater plants, package plants. I'm not sure if we pursued that. I don't think we did, but I'm not sure that's even still available. It's the same administration, so I would assume it's still there. I'll follow up, but many of our communities are less than 10,000 people. And if you could drop 100,000 to 200,000 gallons a day plants, what's the smallest these things go? These package plants?
They can go 10, 20,000.
Yeah, okay. So you take a community like Waimea or Kekaha or whatever and drop a package plant in there, and if it's paid 100% by the federal government, why not do that, Anyone, any other questions? Questions? Go ahead, Mr. Police.
Was this map provided by you guys? Yeah. So can you say a little bit about what was your thoughts between location A and location B? I know they're just two different options, but why would you like one over the other, or what's the difference?
Because both of those don't interfere with the future plans of Hawaiian homelands. The only exception being is the Mauka one that you see, okay? We're waiting to see how I need to know the buffers and issues with regards to the preservation property we have down there. And the other concern we have is to making sure there's sufficient buffers dealing with wherever potable well sites that we might want to have. So that's still something we're kind of playing around with. But it's largely have to do with land planning. Now, how we can tweak it as we come, that's a discussion topic we'll have with Public Works and their technical experts, because some of the issues that will always come to play is, number one, how many pump stations? Okay, where are the transmission lines going to be? So, and those are almost as expensive in some ways overall as the plant itself. And that is an important factor we have to consider.
So in your meeting yesterday with Public Works, you already shared this map?
Yes.
It was just brand new today.
But I think we need to have, the meeting yesterday was largely kind of at the 10,000 foot level, or maybe 5,000 foot level. The real crux is down at the ground level with the engineers working out what the actual problems are. Okay, dealing with the regulatory issues we have to deal with, trying to determine where Hawaiian Homeland's, superior powers will work in terms of how to make things work faster. Okay, and how we can possibly cut the time frame necessary to make this thing work. Okay, so it really comes down to also is, and it's largely sits with the county to determine what their time frame is, because in my mind, we have to give a minimum of 3.5 up to 5 years to get a package plant in place, permitting and otherwise. We need to do EISs and so forth. Now, the question comes down to is, when is the actual need for Kauai County to either, do the deferred maintenance on the existing plant or to have the new plant in operation? That's going to be a critical question that has to be determined.
Yesterday.
I have a question, and I'm using, I think this is from our Public Works, yeah? This is the
Yes,
chronology,
it looks like our schedule.
So you're saying that we can get a package plant up in about 5 years?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the county's timeline, and it's telling me that if we go with the county's timeline, it would be complete in Q2 of 2039. You guys get on special line that you go in for get permitting and stuff that we cannot get in, or? I'm not trying to be funny. You're saying 5, and over here we're looking at 15. There's a major disparity that this is an informational meeting.
I don't know where everyone comes from, but in our discussions we've had with wastewater, I've heard the time frame of 10 to 12 years from different cases.
Well, it's now 15.
Well, let's call it a contingency period. I mean,
Sure.
I never built a project where I didn't have a contingency, and so I think it's reasonable for Public Works to say that there's a contingency period necessary. Now, and bear in mind, that's kind of government doing stuff. Okay.
Well, that's why I asked about the line, because I like to make sure, and not just for me, but for the people watching. If 5 years is a pipe dream, I want to know if it's legitimate.
I'll defer to Kyle to comment on that, because he's actually done a number of these things in Hawaii.
Yes, our design will probably take about a year. And so, with the permitting and all that, we can submit for building permit within a year. And then we would assume about a year and a half for permitting, for approval of the building permit. And then the rest is just the construction time would probably be maybe a year and a half total.
It's going to be less largely because, remember, these are modular components that are built in the mainland and shipped here. So the principal construction work here is going to be the foundation and the pipes necessary. Because once the components come in, it's basically put together here by their experts. Okay.
Actually, Closino will put it together in California. They'll put it all together.
I understand the construction part, but let's say the environmental process, the environmental assessment, environmental impact statement, which is probably going to be required. How do you get that in there within that 5 years?
First of all, we'll probably do an EA, okay, and I think I would anticipate that we do it in parallel, okay, with what Kyle's recommending. We still need some engineering plans to process the EA with, but the point is, if we do it in parallel, hopefully we're looking at a 2.5 to 3 year time period to get everything done. So the key to what we're trying to do is doing as many things in parallel as possible. Generally speaking, we don't have to deal with zoning and many of the other regulatory processes.
Right.
So if everything goes in smoothly, okay, and how much opposition we face, and generally speaking, Hawaiian Homelands faces less opposition than if we were doing this as a private or a public entity, okay? And we are a public entity, but we're kind of...
Yeah, I mean, on our timeline, rezoning, they're 5 quarters, so a year and a quarter to just do rezoning, which is quite long, I think. But again, on Hawaiian Homelands, that would not be a requirement.
The other thing is, generally speaking, most governmental agencies tend to process in sequence rather than in parallel. In parallel is pretty much a private type of thing, because for us, time is money.
Okay, so let me just ask this, because I think it's critical for the discussion that we'll have later. Are you comfortable that 5 years is the right time frame that we could, from start to finish?
Well, first of all, remember, my background is a private developer. We're gamblers by nature. Yes, I'm comfortable with 5 years.
Today you're here as a DHHL representative, so I don't want, again, I'm going to put some mean pressure on our public works. If you're telling me 5 and they're telling me 15, I'm not going to like that. So I really just want to get the true facts out of here so we can make smart decisions.
I'll defer to my consultant, who is far more conservative than I am. So
Mr. Consultant.
Let me jump in on this discussion for a sec. When we talk about time and 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever, for me, 5 is the max. Beyond that is not acceptable. I mean, we got people dying on our wait list. We got 29,000 on our wait list. So all of our projects, I've put the pedal to the floor on the consultants, staff, as well as even the developers. We got to move these things a lot quicker. Now, I think if we can get some kind of certainty regarding the participation and how the county will participate in the development of this sewer system overall, that allows us to, and yeah, I remember you mentioning something about federal funding. I'd like to go in with the county after federal funds. That makes it a lot more viable application, but also want to have some certainty on the costs. So there, again, we need to have certainty on the design and how we're going to lay it out, how many sites we're going to develop, especially if we're going to convert the existing site into, maybe a pump station, resize and install new pipes to get rid of the smell and all this other things, as well as some of the expansion we're looking to do, which this type of approach allows that flexibility. So that's great. But in going in for federal funding, we got to have a specific approach. And then more so the costs involved. And we also have to do the EA and environmental as well as the federal level, which they're going to require before we can spend any of that money. So, we have some time, but not much, guys. If we want to get this thing moving, we got to get a decision on the county as to how you guys want to participate. Then we can kind of pursue it together to get a lot of stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. Mr. Cavallo.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on, we have numerous conversations with the team, but the bottom line is that we got to make the commitment together. That's what I got from our meetings, that if we can show that we have committed to working together, that would allow us to move, I'm going to say more quickly or more advancing forward. And we cannot predict things, obviously, but we can say that if we can show that solidarity between us working together, that will help to move it forward, right? That's what I heard from you guys.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cowden?
Thank you so much. So I'm hearing that we are working with, I'll say the name of the company again, Cosina? Do I have that right? Where are they located? Are they located in California?
Yes, they're looking.
And pretty much all our parts, maybe except for the pipes that we have to do transmissions, but everything for this is going to be coming domestically.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just have a little bit of concern about, the energy situation in the global climate. Am I being polite about that? We have war going on and challenges happening. So coming from California, we're not going to have a shipping issue. We're not going to have, we don't think, right?
Yeah, we don't think so. I know they did stock up a bunch of material to bypass the, not get so affected by the tariffs.
I'm not thinking tariffs. I'm thinking of, the oil constraints, or the fuel constraints that are out there. So I think we'll end up having a little bit of inflationary pressure probably from that.
Possibly.
So I'm looking at that. When I look at this map here, I'm thinking Wailua isn't servicing it's not servicing that.
No, we have a separate package plan.
Separate package plan. Okay, that's what I thought, just confirming that. And then I'll just put the little plug out there when we're thinking about those 29,000 people and parallel work. Right now we're talking about Wailua, but my brain is still thinking about other locations. We have the people on the west side, everything. So we'll get one working, but there's probably value in numerous locations.
Ms. Holland?
Just so that I'm clear that we're comparing things to accurately, the map in front of us here, which shows another 12 years of stuff out, is for a full size facility, not a package plant.
That's correct. And some of that timeline, that goes over 15 years includes completed tasks already.
I see that the beginning to present day. The gold is, so 12 years out from kind of here for the full kind of.
Correct.
Thank you, Troy.
Any other questions, Mr. Kohli?
Just to be clear, so the state DHL needs to move forward. They want to know if we want to partner with them. You're going to move forward with or without the county, but you don't want to be putting a package plant in this Wailua area, where then later the county will end up having to put a plant of some sort in the same area. That duplication we were talking about. So the commitment you're looking for the county is that you make your plans knowing that the county will become part of it. So the commitment from the county is to be a user of the plant and to be, to potentially at some level manage the plant or even own and operate the plant, but
I think maybe that's a bridge too far. For now, the MOA simply says that we are going to cooperate with each other technically, to get our experts together to discuss that this is an alternative, okay, and to see how feasible it is for the county to be able to turn to this alternative and move forward on their relocation, okay? Now, I think that's the limit of where the current agreement that we're trying to get done is.
But the initial, you're not holding back initially. Like, we're not holding you up. You can proceed, and we can jump in a month, 3 months down the road. At some point, they'll be too late. You're already going on your own.
Most of the draft EIS or EA can be done with the broad strokes. Because eventually you have to identify the actual size of the package plan and its impacts. But before we even get there, there's a substantial amount of work that needs to be done. So yes, there is a point of no return, shall we say? Okay, I think it sits out there maybe a year, maybe longer, because the EA will be in a draft format, and we can finalize that in the future. But there's so many studies that need to be done before we get to that point. That's something that we can start working on. for example, I mentioned a study to determine the absorption rate that we can have for the reuse. That in itself is going to take a number of months to take care of. We still need to evaluate all the cultural issues, which still needs to be done. Okay, and in the meanwhile, I believe that the county and us will be working, because what the county has to focus on is, remember, their biggest cost is going to be how to basically maximize their existing transmission lines and not what new transmission lines and pumps are necessary to make something like this work. That's something they have to go figure out, okay? We need to also figure out is, once we agree to how much disposal from the plant, there has to be a matrix of pipes that basically will use the R1 and from the PFAS and how it's going to be transmitted to the actual users, and we have to determine what our share of costs are going to be. Okay? And that's also going to be a major discussion topic is how do we share costs? And if we can get grants or funding, then obviously that reduces some of those impacts. So I have to say, there is a large complexity to this, okay? And it will take, at least a solid year for us to be able to figure out how these things work within themselves. But at the same time, we return to the original question mark is, how much time does the county really have, okay, to determine the feasibility of this option? Because, there's an ongoing requirement, okay? You still have, the answer is the shit doesn't stop, it keeps flowing. Okay?
Wow.
Your public works has a huge job ahead of it, how to deal with the existing capacity. So the question is, how much time do you have to make a decision one way or the other?
My last question is for the consultant, and it's I think you inferred this, but I want to make sure we're clear that these wastewater treatment plants that use these MBR technology, which is the membrane bioreactor technology, you guys are calling it a package plant, which just really sounds different. It doesn't sound like a wastewater treatment plant. But I just want to, so the question is that are those package plants a suitable replacement to our conventional wastewater treatment plants such as Wailua? Because they look completely different. They smell different because there really is no smell in these MBRs. It's insane how clean they run. But is it a suitable or is it a step down?
It's suitable for this type of size of a treatment plant. We did the secondary upgrades at Honolulu. So big plant, 30, 40 million gallons a day.
Wow. Where is this at? I'm sorry?
Honolulu on the Ewa side of Oahu. And that facility takes, Ewa, pretty much the west side. And that facility is a conventional sewage treatment plant. So because of those flow rates, we would never recommend a package system. Package systems are more for smaller. I think over the last 10 years, they've been around a very long time. We just did a Poipu Kai, I think it was, a package system. We replaced their package system that was about 40 or 50 years old, made of steel tanks, not stainless steel. And they were in there for 40 or 50 years. We just put in a smaller package type system. Those flow rates were way less, 40, 50,000 gallons per day. But because of the size up to about 2 MGD, we feel that the package systems are ideal for that type of situation. The problem with the conventional systems is you have each of these components that are pretty much sitting by themselves. So the headworks is a concrete tank with its equipment. You have aeration basin, you got the MBRs, you have disinfection. So if you have all these different components, each of them require concrete tanks, concrete lining to protect from corrosion, whereas these steel tanks are just modular. They're basically a huge tank with these compartments, and then all of them have common walls, stainless steel. And so for smaller systems, up to about 2 MGD, I would say the package systems are ideal.
Thank you. Any more questions for our panel? Go ahead.
Sorry, just
So you're saying you're fairly confident 5 years would be like the max that something like this would take for time-wise?
Yeah, I think I think one of my concerns would be the SHPD, State Historic Preservation Reviews. You know, because of the archaeological and all that.
Okay.
That could slow down the process. But other than that, our design. So we're basically our structural is concrete pad. The tank's going to go on it. With a conventional, the structural has to design each of those components, right? So it's going to take a while, and then the electrical has to connect everything up, whereas the package system is all pretty much integrated into one tank, and that's why the design is a lot faster.
And then the 25 to 30 million estimate for this, is that encompassing all the costs? I mean, I'm hearing that that's treatment, but is there additional things like disposal, operation? Do we think it's going to be more into Councilmember Cowden's point? You know, we're expecting costs to potentially go up, so I think no matter what, we should be thinking on the higher end of it. But I'm just wondering if that's an inclusive cost.
That is capital costs, construction to construct everything. It does not include. So you're going to have your monthly operation maintenance, the electrical, and all that. But that would be
disposal
in place, ready to go.
Okay. It does not conclude the transmission lines.
The transmission.
That's correct.
Because it's at site specific based on where the elevation is and otherwise.
Right.
So that's a separate discussion that we need to have, because obviously, the question is how much of the existing system do you utilize? Okay, and that's the public works issue, because there is an existing transmission system that does everything west of the Waialua River. The question comes down to is how much of it is usable in this particular case.
Right.
Okay. So, and the last one is, once we determine how much water we can use for the R1, it also determines if we need to have storage tanks. Okay, because sometimes if you cannot use all the R1, you have to store. So that's an issue also. The other issue is the transmission line going to the actual users of the property. That's going to be also determined once you determine where the agricultural users are. So I can't tell you what that is right now.
Right. So we should probably think more along the lines of like 35 to 40 comprehensive cost.
I think after we sit and study it, we can give you a better number. But to me, the 30 million number is a comfortable number for the capital cost to put in the package system, which is comparable to what your relocation costs are if you subtract out the transmission lines. You have a detailed construction contract, I understand, from Public Works that outlines what it is. So all you just focus on is the main construction cost of the plant. That's what you're comparing against.
And then, any chance you're aware of package plant landfills? I'm just kidding, but we could probably use a bunch of those as well. But thank you for the question, answering. Thank you.
Any more questions for this panel? If not, thank you. Hang tight. We'll probably bring you up afterwards. We're going to open it up for public testimony if anybody wants to testify. Come on up. The rules are still suspended.
Oh, aloha. How is everybody? I'm the only one grayer in this room. Aloha. My name is Ann Punohu, and I just happened to have some time today, so I stopped by because I heard what the subject matter was. I was a former irrigator for Kilauea Ag. I work with pumping stations and pipes and all that. I did a garden there at the Aloha Beach Resort, brought in loam from the west side and created a garden there. I have experienced all of our issues with runoff and all of that. I think I remember testifying decades ago on this would happen one day. It's happening. I think that anything that improves our wastewater situation on Kauai is vital for the people. I've been listening very carefully and trying to comprehend it, although it's way above my pay grade. I think that there will be a lot of questions from the public eventually on this entire process. I think that if DHHL is thinking that this is a good thing, and I can hear the urgency in their voice, and I second that. I think that our situation with wastewater treatment, especially in Wailoa, is very important. I think that something does need to be done. Whether it's a cooperation or non-cooperation, I'm not sure. Money-wise, I don't know about that kind of stuff. What I know is what the people need and see in their daily lives and what they would like to see happen. And the people, as you know, like to see action. You like to see something happen kind of quickly. I think that 15 years is kind of crazy. I think that we have to make sure that there are EAs done and that we know where this water is going. I'm hoping that the new technology will be much better because nobody likes to smell stuff down by the gay park much. So I think that would be a good improvement. But I just wanted to gently say that it could be good for everybody if everybody does what they're supposed to and things all fall into place. As we know, that doesn't always happen. But most important is that the general public understand it clearly, understand where there could be issues culturally and anything else, and be treated fairly and kindly during the process. And I think that's all I have to say. Aloha kakou.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ann.
For the record, Lonnie Sykos, my and the public's great appreciation to the presenters today, Hawaiian Homelands and county engineers. You know, we, the public sitting on this side of the bench, have been watching this for 20 years, and we are very grateful that we're approaching to the point where we have a trigger to pull. And so the Hawaiian Homeland sounds like they're much further along in understanding what their plan is for the future than we are, and thus a shout out to the mayor, the council as well, for providing the funds, for doing all of the community development research that's been done in the last few years, because Troy can't possibly figure out what the solution to wastewater is until the administration and the council are very clear about where development's going to occur in the future. And so Troy's being given the information that he needs finally by the county, and now we sit and watch whether or not the council will be able to come to an agreement with Hawaiian Homelands, and that includes, of course, the administration as well. I worked on ships, and I'm not sure that our sewage treatment plants were similar to the box things they're talking about, but when I worked on ships, it took maybe 15 minutes to be trained in how to operate our sewage treatment plants, which were steel boxes with baffles inside, and basically removed the sediment from the water. And when we pumped the liquid effluent, clean water overboard, middle of the ocean, ships just pump it overboard. If we were in territorial waters, we had a system that would chlorinate it. And so very, very hopeful that these integrated units will be incredibly cheaper than old style cement ponds, and they are much cheaper to operate. I was a deckhand, and they sent me into the engine room, and it took me 15 minutes to learn how to operate it. So it's not rocket science. They're great jobs. The only smell was from a vent that was up high, so in the engine room on the ship, you never smelled sewage. Great systems. Encourage the county to pursue this. My specific questions, and I'll come back for my next 3 minutes, have to do with the fact that I live in Wailua house lots, and so HL is talking about building a sewage treatment plant on the Lihue side of Wailua River.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone else? Just you? No. Okay. All right.
For the record, Bruce Hart, well, nobody's mentioned that I am really glad that we didn't submit to the pressure last meeting on this subject and that we deferred it. And I'm very grateful to Chair and to DHHL. And I think you're already, in a sense, working together. I mean, you're working together. You're discussing it. And my vote is that we partner with them and work out the details as quickly as possible. I really like what I've heard. There's such a much more positive atmosphere to this meeting about this subject than there was last time. And I feel that we're actually moving forward on something that's taken years to get to, and that we may see substantial savings. I mean, we're talking about such savings between what was proposed last meeting on this subject and today. And I'm somewhat familiar with the package systems. They're used all over the world. And they have been for quite a long period of time. And so what I would say is that you've got my vote. Let's move forward. Take advantage of this. Every day that passes, it's going to cost more, not less. And we have the funds, and it seems like we have the initiative. And again, I'll say it, it seemed to me that the whole time I've been listening to this, that the cooperation and the enthusiasm for everybody to work together is already present in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Hugh Strong. I come to you with 30 years of water and wastewater experience, and a few of those ended up in private-public partnership. Start with Grow Farm, Waiahi. That's a private-public partnership with the water department that we forged. I think, Errol, you were in Grow Farm at that time, offering a solution, and that's what it took to bring it together. Ernie Lau, in his wisdom, had strong guidelines, and that was great, and we met them all. So that was, a plus project. Another one that we've done with the Army, where in my previous job, I was with Aqua Engineers, and we purchased the Schofield Barracks wastewater utility. That had 17 pump stations, 4.2 million gallons of treatment process, and we converted it to an MBR. And by the way, MBR, membrane bioreactor. And we took the footprint of that system, was an existing system, and we took it down into about 2/3 of the size. If we're talking about land, we're talking about space, we're talking about maintenance of what's on this land in your treatment system, that's quite a cost savings. More importantly, when we looked at it holistically, that labor was getting harder and harder to find. So we needed to make something a little bit more simple. By the way, the Army had 5 NOVs on it when we purchased it. Notice of violation from EPA. When we purchased it, we mothballed our original plan, which we submitted to the government, Army, and came up with a brand new plan once we had our fingers in the mud, so to speak. And it was where we had turned around and recognized all the challenges that they had and all the infractions and violations that they had, including non-compliance of the effluent. MBRs will automatically comply with today's effluent requirements or exceed them. So I'm a strong component of the MBR process. Now throw this together with a package system, you call it, and I understand the reservations. It doesn't sound like a real treatment plant, but in today's world, you're doing modular. So you can call it modular or you can call it package. It's far more advanced, and it's come a long way since Schofield, since Waiahi. And by the way, Waiahi uses an MBR.
I want to stop you because your time is up. Your first 3 minutes is up, and do we have anyone else wishing to testify? You coming back for your second time? Can I let him finish his first? Okay, thank you. You can continue with your final 3 minutes.
That's what that red light's for, huh?
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Anyway, so Waiahi has the same MBR technology behind it, and that was put in years ago, over a decade. Both Waiahi and Schofield are national award facilities because we took the innovation at that time to come into a new technology where everybody was concerned about it. It's too new, it's too scary. We headed up, 3 of us headed up with the County of Honolulu, headed up a pilot testing program where we brought in all the manufacturers and tested them side by side at Honolulu. There's a publication on that right now. If you want to look at it, Dr. Babcock is involved with that as well. And it's all proven that it's of highest quality. Now, if you're thinking potable water using MBRs, you know, it's the same as, we're not using RO, which is far more energy consumption. And by the way, on this, it takes out all, or 99% of your bacteria and your bacteria cysts. So your concerns and your disinfection is far less. Your usage is far less. Today, these are used on crops. So I'm not too sure if you have any questions, but.
I have a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
You keep saying we. Thank you, Hugh, for all that you've done for Kauai. I know you've been very involved. You keep saying we. Are you part of a consulting firm or a contractor right now? Are you still doing these jobs? Are you contractable?
I have my own company. After I left Aqua Engineers, I needed a little bit more freedom to do what I felt was right, the technology, to introduce the new technologies that are out there.
So are you saying when you were working with Schofield facility that private contractor was contracted by City and County of Honolulu to do a transmission system as well?
No.
I think the question is, in what capacity are you here today? Because I don't want to expand into what you did in Schofield or whatever. Just in what capacity? Are you here today as an individual, or are you?
As an individual.
Okay.
And a private consultant.
Okay, thank you.
So let me answer the Schofield one real quick.
I think you said don't, right?
Go ahead.
I served as Senior Vice President of Aqua Engineers at the time. I was the bridge with the Army and communicated that we wanted to make this change to this technology.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, forgive me for saying.
Thank you very much. You appreciate you being here today. Mr. Cycles?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos, would it be possible to put the map up that shows where the two parcels are? Would it be possible to show the public where the parcels are located at?
Yes, yes. We'll make.
Can they put that up on the kind? And I only came back, and like Mel's like totally aware of this because we live in the same subdivision. And so my only question at this point is Hawaiian Homelands appears to be focused on developing housing, this first project we're talking about in this conversation, on the south or west side of Wailua River. Well, we live on the north side of Wailua River, and currently the sewage from Kapa'a, but not from the house lots because we don't have sewage lines, runs under the river in order to get to Lidgate. And so my question is, if we reach this partnership to build the sewage treatment plant on the south side of the river, okay. And so my question is, if we go ahead and agree to the partnership, which I'm totally in favor of helping Hawaiian Homelands develop housing on the south side of the river, how is that going to impact getting a sewage line from Kapa'a to the new facility? Would we replace the existing line and run it in the same place? Would we route it somewhere else? Or would we even do it? Like, I am very passionate about trying to get sewage into the house lots, right? It's like, to me, it's one of the lowest hanging fruit to increase housing stock in the islands, right? If I could hook up to the sewer, I would rent my house out and move into my carport, which I can't do today because I can't increase the occupancy load. So hundreds of houses, maybe 1,000+ houses in Kapa'a that we could greatly increase occupancy. So that is our question for the future. Is my personal deal here is the house lots, although the rest of Kapa'a is, and Kapahi, right? All the way up to Kapahi, you're uphill. We know what flows downhill. And so I encourage the council to move forward with their partnership with DHHL, and especially to expand it into their future projects, because it's their future projects along with our plans for housing development that determines where we need to build how much sewage capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want, my name is Kaipo Duncan. I'm with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and I just wanted to aloha the Kauai County Council today and just give my experience being here in the last 21 years with the department coming, being a part of the Kauai community, and I just wanted to make the County Council privy to the federal and state mandate of 2050 that all cesspools in the state of Hawaii have to be converted to either connecting to an existing sewer line or a septic system. And with the smaller Kauai community, about 70,000, 80,000 residents, it does make more sense to have a more mobile type of wastewater system as opposed to something like Oahu, where you have about 1 million people, where it's much more dense, where you can have a one area wastewater treatment facility. So I think we have lands in Anahola. There's about 400 or 500 homes there, and they're all cesspool. So eventually, they may have to be tied in to something as well, because you don't want to put a $15,000 to $20,000 septic system upgrade costs on someone who can't afford it, when it would make much more sense to build a package system that would probably cost less than making $415,000 septic systems. So I just wanted to just give my manao on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Anyone else? Mr. Hart for your second time?
Push it again, huh? Okay.
No, leave it alone. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Charles Wilson. I have been in engineering, sanitary, and otherwise for 75 years. I've been registered for a number of those, 60 years of those. And I get kind of cynical. I've worked with large projects and small projects. What I see on this is a typical California technique. You decide what you're going to do, and then you write your environmental impact report to match that. I've seen that so many times. The price is a $10 million project. Oh, a little later, when we get around to building it, it's $60 million. Hyperion, I worked on that. They have some ideas which are interesting there, just like they had the Hyperion sewage treatment plant. It's got a certain limited capacity. It's the fourth largest river in California. Or no, it's the third largest in California. Okay, so they had one idea. The pipe going underneath the mountains is too small. It's only 10 foot in diameter. Okay, so what do? We dewater the sewage. Sewage is 99.9% water. So you take out 90% of the water, you still have 99% sewage. So then you take that big bunch of water there, and like what we did, we treat it, we dump it in the river. Oh, it's now no longer sewage water, it's no longer sewage effluent. It's river water. Then we take it down 5 miles down the river, we pump it out. Oh, now it's Crystal Springs water. It's good for drinking. You know, so that you get this political thing, but I still like to read the reports. I used to give my report half inch of comments on all the environmental impact reports and all that kind of stuff, and they would throw in the trash. Okay, so I get used to that. But the thing is, you should go through the environmental, not an environmental assessment where you do a political skim through. You want to have an environmental impact statement where you're figuring out which is the best option, which is the best alternative. I guess this means I'm in.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Just for your information, the HHL had to leave to catch a flight, so any further discussion?
Yeah, I have comments, but I don't have to go first. Do you want me to go first?
Whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I'll jump in. I am very encouraged by this conversation today. I am very grateful to DHHL. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I know that we have discussions. I'm not trying to make anybody commit to anything today, but I do feel encouraged by this. I appreciate the last testifier talking about the increased cost again, because my head is just thinking that even we should be thinking more along the lines of $50 million a pop, just to be smart, especially given the status of the world. But you know, when we were just in DC, one of the things that there was some really good support within some people within the EPA was particularly wastewater money to expand the sewer system. And so I am thinking long term about, you know, how over the next decade do we transition a lot of these cesspool sites, convert them into hopefully sewer rather than dealing with the septic conversion issues that we're dealing with now. I love the idea of smaller facilities that are faster and easier to build, like one for Anahola that would just address the problem in Anahola. I think that's wonderful. I'm very encouraged by the level of thought that DHHL has put into the PFAS filtration. And I've kind of mentioned this before, but when we were in the NACO committees, the Environment Committee was working on resolutions associated with lawsuits because of PFAS entering into wastewater, municipal wastewater systems, and then counties being sued for that wastewater being used on agricultural land, which resulted in major mutations to livestock and health issues and environmental issues associated. So I think that's a really good, because the laws are going to change as we move forward, and we don't want to be caught where we have to then correct something. So it's better to be upfront with that. I think it's really urgent that we transition to a system that can do R1. And I'm excited to see this potential for a faster solution. If I could potentially see this moving forward immediately, that would be wonderful, because we can continue to keep our facility afloat while we establish this new site as soon as possible. So I would just strongly encourage some sort of collaboration on that, and a broader plan for Kauai as a whole to have more regional facilities. Even if this modular package plant, whatever you want to call it, cost us $50 instead of $25 million, we could still build 4 for the cost of what we're looking at for this other facility that would treat 1, and that would address a lot more of the septic needs, or the lack of septic conversion needs, by creating a sewer solution. So yes, I really appreciate the conversation, and thank you for everybody that made this possible.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan?
I'm going to basically really support what Councilmember Holland just said on just about every level. I think if we could get even 4 for the price of 1, that's a big movement, and I'd really love to see it, like if we had something on the north side of the river, further up, so that we didn't have so much, going under the river. Certainly Kilauea, a system like that. I think if we had consistent systems around the island, it would make it a lot better for us to be able to swap out parts, make changes, not have to tear out a lot of concrete. I think that there's so much that I really like. I appreciate everything from our public works. And so I'm hearing both our last testifier, certainly Hillstrom. We've had so much quality discussion today from everybody that I'm hearing it's very important for public works to sit down, as they said, at the ground level and look at what all this means. And I know certainly what that means too is our pipe system that's going through our transmission lines, because all over the island they're pretty old. So I'm curious what it costs to be fixing that too, because I'm all excited about, hey, 4 plants for the price of 1, but maybe we get a plant or 2 plants and the worst of the pipes repaired. So there's things that are good. So I respect our Public Works Department and am encouraged to have them working together to discover what we can do here. And I'm also want to say I'm recognizing we still need to fix what we got, but maybe not 40 million beyond that, but we need to be able to fix. So actually I'll talk about, because we have the resolution still yet today, right? I'll talk about that when we get to the resolution.
Mr. Bulusan?
First, I just want to thank Chair for putting this on the agenda and acknowledge DHHL and our team for working on this problem. I know this has been worked on for many years, even before I got elected, and the conversations today definitely encouraged me to hope that we can come to a better solution than the potential. I think it was quoted $300 to $400 million last conversation we had for a brand new system. So this conversation feels much better than what we did, but the urgency is here. I mean, we gotta jump on this as soon as possible, and to have a willing partner that is wanting to work with us as quickly and as cohesively as possible is super important. So I hope we can capture this opportunity for our community, because it's direly needed. It's one of the 10 many ginormous fires we got to put out for our community. So hopefully we can get this going as soon as possible. So thank you again for bringing this back on the floor.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Mr. Cavalli?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate, of course, Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the team. We've had numerous discussions prior to this, and just as the bottom line is we have an opportunity to work together, to bring everything together. And I know we said it numerous times with you and Jerry back there as well. But I think the momentum and the passion to make this happen together is important, and the team is really, the HHL team has really come to the table. And I know there's a lot of questions still on the table, but at the same time, we can really move forward here and take care of what we have existing and then kind of look at the overall. That, to me, is where we need to go. And just appreciate the opportunity to work together and understand that we can, I know it's said that in order to get the federal, state, and county resources together, they got to show partnership in order to move forward, and I think that's what it is. And look forward to more conversations tomorrow and sooner than later as we continue to address this issue that is very important for Island. You folks know. So look forward to more opportunities to bring it back as soon as possible. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Kohli?
Yeah, I too am encouraged and hopeful. I wish we were at this point a year ago, but at least we're here today. And grateful to the state, the HHHL, and that together with wastewater, they've been in the room yesterday, and they'll be in the room again, hopefully in a couple of weeks or a month. Ray told us about the MOA that he's sending in a couple of weeks, so I hope the administration chooses to move forward to see the feasibility. I mean, you know, the day-to-day operations is the administration's function, the mayor's function. So they should lead this, obviously, the mayor, public works, and wastewater. But we as a council have a big responsibility. Budget, right? I mean, we're studying budget in 2 days. And with budget, we especially pay attention to the large investments. And repairing the old plant, relocating it or replacing its package plants, those are big investments that we have to make. So I'm glad that we're paying attention to it and trying to play a role in it. I think it's a difficult time now necessarily because the current mayor is ending. He's a lame duck, just like myself here on the council. But we do have, the next mayor will likely be one of these 3 council members that are running for mayor. So I hope we will engage, especially the 3 running for mayor, and stay on top of the public works and wastewater to make sure they continue with DHHL, because that's a really good opportunity for us. You know. It gives hope to what has been a huge burden of wastewater infrastructure in general for our island and for our people. So let's keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I'll just start by saying, you know, we don't have to wait till the next mayor. We don't have time to wait for the next mayor. I was very encouraged 2 years ago when we had this discussion to begin with. Jerry Nakasone brought us all together. Thank you, Jerry. And I was very encouraged back then because I thought we were on our way. And Mr. Sykos, you said you're encouraging the council to join partnership with DHHL. If it was this body's authority, it would have been done. I can assure you. But it's not our. We're not authorized to get into agreements and partnerships. I'm going to be honest, I feel a little misled because, you know, what we had talked about today is not new to the administration. We shared this information. We had meetings with potential operators of these plants, of designers of these plants. The $30 million, $36 million figure is not new. That was just dropped today. It was dropped a long time ago. The fact that we need 5 acres of land, well, our wastewater division chief keeps saying, no, we need 20 or 30. This is not new, and that's why I'm frustrated, because I felt misled. I thought we were on our way. And today I find out it's validated by the engineer, whoever he was that was here, the consultant, validating the prices, the land need, everything that we needed to know that we had heard in the past that was never acted upon. We have a timeline today of 15 years. And yet we're told by the consultant we can get it done in 5. So I feel misled. DHHL started their Lihui development plan, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when they decided, hey, let's go buy some land from Grove Farm? Relatively recently, and in that short period of time, they have come up with a plan. They have come up with a potential operation, a potential company that can put this plant together. And we have been waiting for decades, and we couldn't get it done. So when I hear the needs that we are, the $300 million, that'll scare every council away. Well, maybe we better go fix what we get because we cannot afford $300 million. Oh, it's going to take 15 years when it's not necessarily going to take that long. If it was a priority, it would be moving. And I think there is where my frustration. The reason why it's here today on the agenda is because this is the only way we can get the administration to move. Is by putting them in front of you guys. Because the memos back and forth, the private meetings, the Zoom meetings has not worked. It's always the same thing. It's always the same response. Oh, it's too expensive. Oh, it's going to take too long. But when you guys know now what's really going on, and you, the community, knows that, hey, it's not going to cost $300 million. It's not going to take 15 years, or it doesn't have to. Now you guys put the pressure, and maybe we can get some movement. I hate doing this. I hate putting people on the spot. But how else do we, as a council who has no authority except to fund and pass laws, how do we get people to do things? As you can see, I'm frustrated. You know why I'm frustrated? Because this goes back 20 years. Didn't just happen this year. And in the last 2 years, myself and Councilmember Cavallo included, have been meeting and meeting and meeting and being told all the reasons why this is very difficult to do. And I'm not saying it's easy, but it takes that decision to say this is what we're going to do and let's go get it done. I appreciate the gentleman's comments about the EIS. I agree 100%. Not just an EA. But there's a lot of work to do, but it all starts with the first step. And I'm hoping that today's meeting, this discussion we just had today, will get some movement from the administration. With that, the motion is to receive. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Chair, you want to go back to the consent calendar or to the resolution?
2 items on it.
Councilmember Carter, which item? The first one?
The first one, and I can be real brief.
Okay. So let's take 63 out of the consent calendar. So and if you could just read 64 and 65, please.
Chair, items on the consent calendar for receipt, C2026-64 on page 3, to C2026-65.
Move to receive. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Can we get to 2026-63, please?
C2026-63, communication from the Director of Finance transmitting for council information, County of Hawaii 2026 Real Property Assessment List pursuant to Section 5A-2.2, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended.
Can I get a motion to receive?
Move to receive.
Second.
Moved and seconded with that. Councilmember Cowden?
Yes, I just want to call attention to this table of taxable properties by land class. To call it to our attention ahead of the budget, on basically page 1 of there, when it breaks down the zones 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we see that zone 5, which happens to be the zone that I live in, that's about Moloa'a to the end of the road. We have far more appeals. We have about $87 million worth of appeals. And we have the most. We have 60 appeals that are waiting. Zone 2 has 40. Zone 2 is like Kalaheo, Poipu, Kaua. So these are the places that have these really high rates. And I just want to call attention to that because our tier structure, as I've said since we put it in, it doesn't match those zones well. I'm just observing this is consistent with what I would expect, that people are taxed harder than they can handle in the Zone 5 and Zone 2, which are the most expensive property areas, and it's just a struggle. So I'm just wanting to call that to our attention. And so if people were to look on page 2, page 12, where it has the summary, is also very possible, and you can see it right on our agenda packet. So that's, I just wanted to highlight that because it'll come up later in the budget.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to receive. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
On page 3, communications, C2026-66, communication from the mayor transmitting his fiscal year 2026-2027 budget message along with the proposed operating budget, capital improvement projects budget, and schedule of charges and fees.
Move to receive.
Second.
Thank you. This is the communication that is attached to the bills in the resolution. Is there anyone that's wishing to testify now and not have to wait? Seeing none, the motion is to receive. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
C2026-67, communication from the mayor transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance to amend ordinance number B2025-905 as amended, relating to the operating budget of the County of Kauai, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund.
Move to receive.
Second.
Thank you. Again, this is the communication that's connected to Bill 2990. Is there anyone wishing to testify now? Seeing none, the motion is to receive. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
C2026-68, communication from the county attorney on behalf of the housing director requesting council authorization to expend funds up to $150,000 to retain special bond counsel to advise the housing agency on the issuance of tax-exempt private activity bonds to finance the development of affordable housing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Here, next item is C2026-69, which will take after the executive session.
Thank you. Next item.
On page 4, C2026-70, communication from the housing director requesting council approval of the indemnification provisions contained within 2 purchase and sale agreements between the County of Kauai and Grove Farm Company Incorporated to acquire approximately 140 acres north of Hulemalu Road, situated at TMK numbers 433-017-001 and 433-018-009 in Lehue.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. With that, I'll suspend the rules. Is Adam here?
Yes.
Aloha, Chair, members of council. Adam Reversi, Director of the Kauai County Housing Agency.
Thank you. If you could give us an overview of what this request is.
Sure. So, if you recall, a couple of years ago when council approved rate increases for transient vacation rentals, there was a request to specifically earmark that the additional funds for the additional acquisition of lands, particularly in the Lehue area, for affordable housing projects.
Well, it was for market housing. No. There was a specific, and that was going to be my question, so I'll phrase it now. The discussion, and we can pull the minutes, the caveat to raising hotel and resort and TVR was workforce housing. Workforce housing, not affordable. And that's important to me because we told the resort hotel community that was their contribution to workforce housing. So when I read the memo, I saw affordable, and it's not that I don't support affordable housing, but if we're using those funds that was generated from the tax increases for hotel resort and TVRs. And we can go back and check the minutes. It was clearly stated on the floor. And I was worried that this would happen because we didn't codify it. We didn't do a proviso. But that would be utilized for land or infrastructure costs for workforce housing, which is the gap group.
So if I could clarify.
Okay, please, thank you.
So in all of our projects today, Lima Ola, Kilauea, Waimea, and hopefully this project as well, we are building a range of housing for income groups from lower income all the way up to 100, as provided under the county code, up to 120% area median income and can be even higher. Lima Ola was structured just to 120%, but for Kilauea project, Waimea, and future projects, we have the capacity and the wiggle room to go higher, which is our intention. Under the housing policy, the definitions of the housing policy, workforce housing and affordable housing are synonymous. They mean the exact same thing.
Okay, Adam, and I understand all of that, but I want to make sure that we uphold the reason for the tax increases that we charged on these categories. It would have been a different story if we told them it wasn't for workforce housing. Just because they are suffering from the lack of workforce housing for their employees. So I know you're expecting a vote today, and I mean, I definitely want to go back and check because I want to make sure that we comply with what this council voted on just last year. In fact, it was just last year's budget, right? When was that? The last year we raised the taxes?
The year before.
It was the year before?
Billy was on.
Yeah, it was former Councilmember DeCosta's bill, but you know, it came with that proviso, I believe, although we didn't write it. So anyway, we can continue.
It wasn't a bill; it was budget, right?
It was a tax. It was a tax rate.
It was a tax
It was a tax rate resolution
during budget.
Yeah, it was during the budget.
So the issue before us today is whether we buy some land. Exactly what.
Well, the
goes
issue
on that
for
land.
me is, are we spending the money that we allocated for specific use? That's what the issue for me is. And again, I'm just one vote, but I just want to make sure. See, I'm the guy got to go explain to HLTA every quarter and give them an update on the money that they paid into the tax fund. So that's why I know it's a concern. And I would be having a problem and an issue if I got to go there and say, well, we used up $4 or $5 million of it to invest in affordable housing, because that's not what they're told. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we can vote on it today. I'm just saying, I know what I voted on, and I hope you guys, Fern, you weren't here, but I hope you guys remember what we voted on, and that's what we voted on.
Can I have a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
When you said above 120, is that 140% AMI? I don't think we can go higher than 140. What is it?
The gap group in the housing policy is defined as up to 180% area median income.
Say that again?
180%.
180. So is that like 120 to 180?
That would be that's how the housing policy, as currently written, describes the gap group.
120 to 180.
Yes.
And so if we buy this, can we put them in there too?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry I interrupted, but I just wanted to make that clarification, because it's definitely going to impact how I vote. But go ahead. You can finish up.
So before us is whether we approve the indemnification provisions within a pending purchase and sale agreement for the acquisition of this property, all which would be master planned in the future through a community process. There are no, as I stand before you, there is nothing predetermined as exactly what needs to go on this land, exactly how it needs to be organized. Right now, we're just working to acquire land after a fairly lengthy negotiation with Grove Farm.
Okay, go ahead.
So I tried to do the math. When I looked here, it looked like it was probably 4.5 million. Is that right?
That's our estimate, pending a survey of the property so the purchase price, negotiated purchase price, is based on what's been defined as the usable property, which is
It's like
buildable.
85 acres, I think.
That's our guesstimate based on sort of preliminary mapping, but we're having an aerial topographic survey conducted to specifically come up with the exact number. So 4.5 is our best guess at this point.
So it might be 5, it could be 5.5, but it's not 28 million. which is what we have, right? That's what we have in our
I think that might be the rough balance today, not including any upcoming allocations in the next budget.
So that 28 million is that, because I remember I was really uncomfortable with putting the tax on there, but if we really are able to put these houses together, so this would be buying the land, but there is money left. It costs a lot to build a house. Are we building the houses for the gap houses? How would I mean, this is just about the land, I guess, though.
Well, so just using some of our existing projects, master plan subdivisions. We currently have 3 master plan subdivisions in the works. So it's a lengthy process. As with Lima Ola, we purchased the property. We had to do all the pre-development studies, engineering studies, environmental studies, cultural studies, et cetera, to entitle the property. We had to go through a 201H process to change the zoning of the property from agricultural to residential. And then having done that, you then develop construction and engineering plans to put in water lines and roads and sewer lines, et cetera. The housing development funds at Lima Ola and planned into the future primarily go towards all of those infrastructure costs. Again, using Lima Ola as an example, which is not the only way of moving forward, and we hope to sort of broaden opportunities in the newer projects. The model in that situation was to RFP multifamily lots to private development partners who pay for and construct multifamily rental projects, whereas the county actually funded with the development fund the construction of single-family homes for the gap group, not gap group at Lima Ola. It goes up to 120% for those more middle-income families. So those were the for-sale homes constructed at Lima Ola.
So would 100% of the purchase price come out of that tax piece, or can we do it proportionately? You know, where we're talking about what we've committed to gap housing, can we do some of the purchase price? Because I know we have other money in there too, right? We have a little bit of a collection in that housing fund. Am I right on that?
It's around $30 million.
Around $30 million. And did that $30 million come from multiple sources or just this additional percentage on the vacation rental?
Housing development fund comes from multiple different sources. So we get an automatic 5% allocation of property tax revenue, irrespective of any bump up that occurred in the past. We get contributions from private developments that are required to pay in lieu fees in relation to their market projects. There have been historic, just sort of ad hoc allocations from council to the development fund. I think those are the primary.
I think, Adam, as we approach the budget and the budget review for housing, if you could have that broken down, just to show us what the breakdown of the different revenue sources you get from the real property tax increase, that one that we did, that was specific for workforce housing.
Or gap housing.
Yeah, workforce and gap. I mean,
gap.
Workforce, gap. The one, not the affordable, not the market, gap.
So my follow-up piece, just because I want to make sure I understood, if we buy this with that, there is still application for the commitment that we made to the gap housing on this property.
Well, like I say, it's our goal at the Waimea project, the Kilauea project, and this project, if it moves forward, to provide a wide range of price points for housing.
Including up to 180%.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear.
So today is just the indemnification agreement. So I'm going to support the indemnification agreement because I think we're going to move forward with the purchase. But I definitely will be asking you for a plan of how you plan to use these lands, because I do want to, comply with the requirement that I thought we stated, and I could be wrong when we passed that tax increase. Mr. Kanashiro.
I just have a process question. I mean, I'm fine passing an the approval on the indemnification, but as far as like the total agreement. Do we get another crack at seeing it, or this is done? This is it?
As far as the cost? No, I mean, the council doesn't, we passed the budget, so he has those funds to purchase what the housing agency determines that they want to purchase. I do not believe the council has an opportunity to stop it. I mean, we got to approve the legal documents. We got to approve all of that stuff. So at some point you could say no. But as far as the purchase, and I could be completely wrong, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that is an administrative function that we don't have the ability to stop. I mean, because we approved it in the budget for a development fund. So as long as he's not using funds from an external source, then you're correct. Tyler, he's nodding, but
my understanding is that the final decision lies not with me, but under the charter, it's with the Director of Finance.
Director of Finance for all the real estate. So, again, I think for practical purposes and how this thing works, if it was to come back and that property was $28 million, I would find it hard to believe that the county would move forward without communicating with the council.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just have a process question because I really appreciate Councilmember Kaneshiro asking that, because in my first couple terms, we would approve these things that just say indemnification, and then we never had a possibility to say anything later. So am I hearing you correctly that the finance director, and I'm hearing what you're saying, you wanted things codified, and I remember our sort of tense piece of raising that rate to $12.30 per thousand. Since we have the managing director and the finance director, can we ask them and have it somewhat codified in this conversation that would be something possible?
No, because this is just the indemnification agreement. This is just indemnifying the purchase. And I think as we go through this next budget process, if we want to, it sounds like we're going to have to do a proviso to make it part of the budget ordinance. We didn't do that last time because I thought everyone understood what it was for. And again, I'm not here to bash on affordable. We need that too.
Yeah.
But the need for GAP right now is significant. I mean, we are losing working families because they can't afford it. But that's for another discussion. Today is simply indemnification. And
yeah, I guess my question comes along the lines. I mean, in the past we didn't have this bucket of money. So anytime a project like this came through, then we'd either be like approving a money bill, which we'd see like all the details on the deal. We can either say, oh, it's a good deal we like, or sometimes I think most of the time it's an executive session. Then we move forward with saying, yeah, we want this piece of land, we're going to buy it. In this case where we have the pot already, we really don't have our finger in any of it. It's just they're going to come and say, we're buying this land, and then we don't have any say in it, I guess. So I'm just trying to understand.
That's my understanding. It's like if we budget, and again, Tyler is not nodding his head. I mean, if we allocate $100,000 for vehicles, that they can spend $100,000. They could buy a Mercedes if they wanted to. And in this case, we provided the tax revenue to fund that account. And but at the time they come across, you could stop it right now. You could vote no on this. Without the indemnification, this deal wouldn't go forward.
Well,
so if you want more information on the deal, I guess that.
I have another process question. Could we defer it a week and then have them come and give us a little bit more information or some sort of piece that gives us a commitment? Or we can't do that?
I mean, no, we can do whatever we want, but I'm not sure how much information you give at this point. I mean, how much you can actually provide.
So, because we don't have just a broad process, so in negotiating a land acquisition for this property or any property, we don't yet have a contract in place. Grow Farm is not necessarily legally bound to sell us this property. It is odd to reveal all the details of a real estate negotiation publicly when there could be many other interested buyers paying attention, ready to swoop in at any moment. So there's pros and cons of a full and open discussion of a pending real estate deal. That said, I'd be more than happy to discuss the housing agency's intent with any council members.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, I only ask because, like, in the past, I think when we purchased YMF 400, it came through council. When we purchased Kilauea, the two parcels, the eminent domain and the purchase came through council.
Was that through the Housing Development Fund?
I don't think we had that money in the Housing Development
Yeah,
Fund.
I think obviously if you're going to go with eminent domain, that is not a budgeted item, so you would need council approval.
My memory also is it was a community development block grant, disaster relief money, CBDGDR.
Yeah, if it's a budgeted item already, that we already approved the budget, again, as to my understanding of how the charter operates, if it is a budgeted item in a department, the department head has the opportunity to expend those funds without council approval. But when it comes to real estate, I know there's a specific provision that all acquisitions or disposals of real property from the county lies with the department, the director of finance. I believe that's what the charter says. Yes, Tyler. Come up and save me, because I'm going off of memory. I don't know. And I could be completely wrong, but that's how I remember it. That's how I recall.
Good morning, Tyler Saito, County Attorney. You're correct, Chair. There is a specific charter provision that delegates the authority relating to land acquisition disposal to the Director of Finance. But really what this boils down to is this is a separation of powers issue between what the council is delegated under the charter to act upon and what the administration, the executive branch, can act upon. So contract negotiations, the terms and conditions, and all of those details, that rests with the administrative branch of our county government. Council's authority is to approve the funding to provide oversight. So there is nothing stopping the council from asking these types of questions of the deal. However, it's ultimately going to be Adams and the executive branch's decision as to how the terms and conditions are going to be negotiated and agreed upon.
Any more questions? Thank you, Tyler.
Not for Tyler.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Versi. You were about to talk about how affordable housing and workforce housing is kind of synonymous for you. Can you help me understand where you were going with that?
So just in the definition section of the housing policy, which is sort of the guiding document for how I'm supposed to act and how we're supposed to structure projects that we work on, they are defined the same. I think the background as to why that is that, well, let's just say it's the same. I'm not going to try to explain it because it was like that before I showed up.
Okay. And so, because to me, I feel like a lot of the workforce for like hotels and stuff, like servers and hospitality workers, are probably below 100 AMI anyway. So to me, it seems like affordable housing would actually kind of be workforce housing. So I was just trying to get clear with the definition. I know there's percentages, like generally affordable housing, true affordable housing is below 80 AMI. Is that correct? Or
well, so as a practical matter, so there's what the code says in definitions, and there's what just kind of people commonly understand.
Okay.
So most of the multifamily rental projects on Kauai that we think of as affordable housing, most of those have been subsidized with federal funding of one sort or another, tax credit funding. Not all, but that's the majority. So I think people in their mind, when they think of affordable housing, they think of those projects. Because of the use of those federal funds and federal tax credits, generally, as a rule, and there are exceptions, most of those projects are restricted to what I think of kind of anecdotally as lower income households, 60% and below. That is outside what the housing agency's definition of affordable or workforce housing is. That would be low income housing. So Limola was structured just as the first example of a master plan subdivision to provide housing up to 120% of area median income, which does not necessarily exclude doing some of those federally funded projects in there, because those funds are available, and it would be terrible to leave them on the table, and there's plenty of people at those income levels that need housing. But I think the housing agency and the administration certainly recognize that there's a housing need well beyond just those low-income families. Middle-income families can no longer afford housing. So as we developed Limaola and now we're moving forward with Kilauea and Waimea, we don't want to stop even at 120%, which was how Limaola was structured. We want to go above that, because even people at 140, 160 still cannot compete in the private market. I get a little off track. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. But.
No, you're helping me just understand, because it sounds like some of the concern is with that terminology, the use of affordable versus the use of workforce housing. And as I'm new to this, I'm learning all those terminologies and definitions. But for me, it feels like most of those in need of affordable housing are our workforce that's leaving. So I'm just trying to understand where those lines are. But it sounds like it's more of a terminology thing, and really this property would be used for workforce housing.
I believe so, yes.
I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
So my follow-up is, this is from memory, but when we did what we called workforce housing, a challenge that we were having when we had affordable housing is it's just open to anybody in the United States. And so we were having a little bit of a challenge of people coming fresh from baggage claim right into a home, where workforce housing, people have to show as the first priority level that they actually work in the region. They have some regional job or element, and that bumps them up on the priority list. And so when we were doing workforce housing, we're trying to actually house people who work right there, who have a connection right there. I know then we gave the priority, but that was part of the reason. Do I remember that correctly?
So I would say you're partly correct. So there's several different processes and programs that all.
Yeah. So rather than get into the housing policy discussion, let's focus on the indemnification. This is indemnifying Grow Farm during these discussions of the
correct
purchase of the property.
Right. No problem.
I definitely am interested in having a further discussion on the use of the land and so forth, and we'll do that at a later time. But obviously, not approving this indemnification will stop the discussions and the negotiations for the purchase of this property, which I don't want to see happen.
Yeah.
But that is just my opinion. But I will ask staff to follow up on the minutes or the discussion, even if we got to put the audio, because I remember what I voted on, and this would have been during the budget process, decision-making from, I thought it was a year ago, but maybe 2 years ago.
I will offer, Chair, just for point of information and help me as well, that when my office is informed each year what the mayor's budget request is and what the ultimate allocation is, all I see is funds going to the big housing development fund. I don't see a breakdown of this amount of money is supposed to be assigned to X, this amount is supposed to be assigned.
And I think in this budget, we're going to have to create a separate line. I think we're going to have to create a separate line to designate that specific increases or the revenues from that tax increases to a special line, so we can actually make it very clear what is designated for whatever we agreed on. I think I know, but whatever we agreed on during the budget, or whatever we agree on during this budget. I mean, that's an annual decision we got to make at the budget time. Okay. Any other questions?
Well, mine is this process again. It's still kind of bugging me a little bit because like we have budget coming up. Usually CIP, they're gonna line item amounts for items. And it's just, this is more, it's not specific to just this project. It's just, how are we going to be spending this 28 million or whatever million we have in the housing fund? Like when we do CIP, we know what the total CIP amount is, but each one has a line item of what they're going to be spending it on.
Right.
In this particular case for housing, it's just a general, it's just 512 housing fund. So we kind of don't have any input on, we don't have any say or view on what they're going to be spending that money on, right? Like
Correct.
They can just come in and say, we're going to buy this, do that, do this, and all we have the ability to do is approve an indemnification or something, versus like in a budget.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm like, I don't know, just, yeah,
No, I mean,
how the process is on it.
And the whole purpose or the reason is because the opportunities to purchase land or start developing these affordable housing projects or housing projects will not be known by the budget time, right? At budget review, you just don't know what's going to come up. So that pot of fund is there, pot of money is there for the housing agency to have available should opportunities come up. And Adam's been doing a great job.
If you recall, those of you who were part of last year's budget, even though it's not included as line item in the budget, we did bring to you a projected, I think it was a 3-year expenditure plan for the development fund that laid out all the upcoming subdivisions and the years that we expected the infrastructure expenditures at Waimea and what Lima Ola Phase 2. So we did try to, they are admittedly not shown as line items in the budget, but we did try to share sort of a 3-year plan for the use of those funds so that it wasn't just a big number that is unknown.
Well, that's something to think about for members as we get into budget. Where how do you want to differentiate or isolate those funds that were generated from the tax increases, or not? Should you give the discretion to the housing agency and the the director of finance to determine where the need is or not? I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to. But we have that ability when we get to budget.
I lastly offer that there are often sort of opportunities, things that quickly arise, private partnerships that from a director's position, having the flexibility to move things quickly to respond to opportunities is worthwhile.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Anybody in the audience wishing to testify?
Aloha, my name is Steve Parsons, and just super briefly on the housing piece. Our county has a stellar reputation, Adam's office and whatnot, doing well, and being in the real estate industry, we're doing better than a lot of the other islands. We're just killing it, and there is time is of the essence in getting deals sometimes, and so I understand you want to make sure that money's spent, but if you think about like Rep. Luke Eslin has done a great drill down on like any building helps affordable housing because there's a trickle down effect, right? It frees stuff up. So, and I think just lastly, looking backwards, they have a really great track record of pulling off some great units, right? So I think you should trust them. I just think you should give them some rein on being able to buy stuff and move quickly, and that's all I have, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not? I call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion?
Yeah, for me, I'll be approving the indemnification. I'm just trying to think through the process of it because, I mean, it's kind of like a $28 million fund of, I mean, we don't have any control over it. Usually, we like to take pride in having some control over the budget. In this case, I mean, yeah, for vehicles, they come through with a line item that they're going to purchase X number of vehicles. I don't care what kind of vehicle they're going to purchase, I'm not going to say, oh, what are we getting for the vehicles, what type of vehicles. But there is a line item for vehicles. In this case, the housing fund is just a housing fund, right? Like a big fund. And, as deals come through, I would love for them to come through us, so that we can at least see what's going through for approval, versus, oh, it's in the fund's there, and we're going to spend it how we want, So I guess that's where I'm trying to that's what I'm chewing on. So we might have to do a proviso or something, but that's just where I'm at on that, because it feels a little weird on it. I think it's only because this is probably one of the first times it's come through where we're going to spend money that we have out of the fund. In the past, it would be a money bill, so it would come to us anyways for approval. So that's kind of where I'm at, on that. It's just more of a process question on it than anything.
Well, I want to say, first of all, I'm really thankful that Grove Farm is open to doing this, and I think they've done a really meaningful job like what we just saw earlier with Hawaiian Homes in Lihue. They're really trying to help the community. So I have some faith that they're going to do right by us, not just by our excellent housing director. But I'm glad that you're bringing up this issue because we never know who's going to be doing what in the future. And so I think when we are picking different pieces that we're purchasing, it gives the public an opportunity to be able to come in and say, hey, you know, why are you helping Lihue? And by the way, we need to help Lihue, so I'm all behind this. Why aren't you helping my neck of the woods, right? When we have this so open with that fund, that we just say, yeah, go ahead, do as you like, it doesn't allow the public a chance to weigh in either. But I'm going to support this because I want to buy the purchase and I hope it's a good price.
Anyone else? Mr. Connoisseur?
Then, so the process is the process. Going back to the deal, I think, working at Grove Farm, I know that the trees, we're purchasing property, we're getting it for free, like where there's trees and valleys and stuff. I know in the past we've had to spend money to mitigate the trees and roots along the houses over there. And I would love, this isn't the place or the time because we don't have a swing at it, right? Because it's coming out at fun. But, I would love for that type of stuff to get mitigated before it gets turned over to us. Because then, at the end of the day, those are types of liabilities that we're going to have to deal with. I do specifically remember having to cut trees along the houses, cut roots that were breaking concrete by some of the houses. And, it's just stuff I don't want us to inherit. Even if it's for free, I don't want us to be inheriting stuff like that. And so there's just certain things. It was probably tried to negotiate. It was probably tried to be negotiated in or out or what. But that's just some of the things. If we had an item come through, then we could talk about it. Or if it was an executive session, we could talk about it. The other thing is, it was kind of a different deal where I haven't seen us upzone land for a landowner, which in this case we're upzoning land and upzoning land for them. So I don't know. It was kind of interesting. And I read the agenda wrong. I thought it was going to end up in executive session, but I was reading the wrong item. But those are, I guess, discussions we would typically have on it. The deal and what's going on. So,
are you requesting that discussion? I think those are valid points. I'm interested in the upzoning. As far as the land that we are buying.
Based on the agreement, we're buying a certain amount. We're upzoning it. We're not buying. I guess there's a retained property section of like 30 acres on the parcel that we're buying that we're giving back to Grove Farm, and half of it is going to be rezoned, upzoned on our end. So yeah, which is something I've never seen before when we purchase land. Yeah, so we're purchasing a whole parcel and then a portion of another one, but on that whole parcel that we're purchasing, which has like that valley area, which I have some concerns about the trees and what we're going to do with that because it's kind of a liability. We're also upzoning a portion of land that Grove Farm is going to have that we don't pay for, but they get back upzoned acres. So it's kind of just a weird. I've just never seen that type of stuff before.
This may be your only shot at the apple.
I know, but the agenda item was for indemnity, so I was kind of like, that's why I was thinking about the process on it.
We could defer and post an executive session, I guess, if you had some legal issues. I think that
it's not so. I'm not looking to stop the deal or anything. It's just questions. Well, we've never seen us do that type of upzoning before, or and that might be all part of the negotiation. But
yeah. Well, I do want to get a briefing anyway. But we'll go ahead and pass out the indemnification, and we can request a briefing from the administration. I'm not sure, Tyler. You got to determine whether or not it's a executive session. If we talk about the negotiation of a purchase of property, I guess that would qualify for the sunshine or for. But we'll leave that up to Tyler, whether it's an executive session or open session. Any other discussion?
Thank you, Councilmember Kanashiro, for bringing that up. I'm in strong support of us purchasing land, provided that we're not actually inheriting issues. We have seen across Hawaii this week what mismanagement of drainage lines, systems, gullies, waterways, ephemeral drainage systems have, the risk that comes with that, and the way that we manage land. So I think it is important considerations. You know, overall, I'm in support of the purchase, and I would like to say that I know that there's been conversations of a larger sports facility in that area as well, and what we look at is the future of that place. I would love to be more involved in the future of the conversation around what is and isn't allocated for that area, and I'm so new to the process that I appreciate.
A larger sports complex there?
Yes.
That's why I get confused, because we're being asked to sign an indemnification for housing.
Well, it's 140 acres.
I share Councilmember Kanashiro's concern about what is the real plan here. I think we should be told the real plan. If it's a sports complex and housing, then tell us it's sports.
So I just want to be clear, I haven't heard that that's part of the plan. I've heard community ask that some of that area that was available, that it would be great to have a larger park facility. And I know that over the last year of being chair of Parks and Rec, that we are stretched for the amount of baseball fields, stretched for the amount of soccer fields.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's not that I don't support it.
Yeah, within a housing
I don't like the
situation.
bait and switch if that is what is happening.
Yeah.
I don't think that.
And I'm not accusing that of being what's
shaking his head. Are you part of the county now? Okay, just kidding.
but either way.
No, listen. Our job is to be given the information and then we make the decision.
Yeah.
Not partial. And
Yeah. But I'm in support of the purchase, whether it becomes a mixed housing with sports, with some land, or green space.
So do I, but what else are we not being told? I guess is the question I have for myself, right? I mean, I'm a little concerned now. But anyway, again, this is an indemnification. We purchased the land. We've got to figure out how. It is a separation of power issue, I get that, but I think if what we are being asked to approve, it goes against what is going to happen, then we definitely got to have a as Errol says, have a bite of the apple.
I would think to a certain degree there isn't details to share because perhaps there aren't details, and then when he used the phrase community master plan, it may be something like Lima Ola on a smaller scale, or something like Waimea 400 on a smaller scale, or something like whatever housing is happening in Kilauea. But yeah, I mean, 140 acres is, we can still do some housing. So
a lot of land.
It's good.
A lot of land.
I mean, it's not 140 acres.
Oh,
It's like
usable
99
80.
acres or something.
No, it's more than 10 or 20, so we can do more than just, like a passive park in front of Puhi with, X amount of units. We can.
Yeah.
It's more housing. The county needs more land for more housing.
I agree, 100%. I've been a supporter of purchasing land for a long time. I hear things. I want to make sure we know what we're buying.
I just like to make sure it's more for the housing side of it as we continue to move forward. I mean, that's the biggest part as we continue to look at what the options are. So, housing.
Okay. All right. The motion is to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. You know what? I know we have a lunch break coming up. We also have a bill for second reading involving the shoreline setback. I know we got people here from afar. I know is Karen still here?
Mm-hmm. No, is she gone?
I think she's
okay, she's still here. I would ask your indulgence if we can get that out of the way, just for our people here that don't have to stay all day, and then we'll take our lunch break. If we can do it in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes.
Our birthday lunch break. Happy birthday.
No, we're going to do that.
Okay.
She's back.
Okay.
Let's go.
Can we,
One item.
okay, yeah. So with that, if there's no objection, I would like to take bill number 2984 out of order.
Chair, this is on page 6, bill number 2984, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Article 27, Hōʻike County Code 1987 as amended, relating to shoreline setback and coastal protection.
Second.
Moved and seconded. With that, I have, Tyler, can I have you come up, just suspend rules? I just have one question, because I do have a concern about we had a lot of discussion at the committee regarding the rock cliffs, the homes that are on the rock cliffs. And I had a question, and I know I spoke to Kaina yesterday on the exemption clause, or the exemption section. Hang on, let me find this bill here. Yeah, we had quite a bit of discussion last week on the section on the, would that be H5? No, not page 5.
I think it might be on page 10.
Because I want to make sure that this is set for on the record, on the legislative intent. The exemption where the applicant can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the planning director that the applicant's proposed structure or subdivision will not affect beach process, impact public beach access, or be affected or contribute to coastal erosions or hazards, excluding natural disasters. Factors to be considered shall include proximity to the shoreline, topography. Using the scenario where a house is destroyed for whatever reason, fire, and the owner of that property intends to rebuild that property to what was there prior to the destruction. Does this section apply provided that they can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the planning director that there are no impacts?
Tyler Saito, County Attorney. Yes, it does. However, it's it will require the planning director to exercise his or her discretion in making that determination.
Right. As far as the $125,000 threshold for the complete shoreline survey, if they comply with Section 827.3 and qualify for an exemption, would that exempt them from that as well on a repair?
Probably, yes.
Probably?
Probably, yes.
Probably.
Yes. I want to look at it a little closer.
Okay, I'm a little concerned because, the intent of this is to protect and preserve the areas that are impacted by nature, by erosion, and some that are not impacted at all should not be subject to, in my opinion anyway, should not be subject to the restrictions. If they qualify for this 8-27.3 exemption, does that also exempt them from the 500 square foot size of the dwelling that shows up later in the statute or the bill? And I apologize, Tyler, I just should have got this to you earlier, but it wasn't clear last week at the committee meeting. I was hearing two things, and I just wanted to make
Those
sure.
were my exemptions that I had written.
Go ahead.
When I do read that, the exemptions, it states the way it's written currently. If a property or if the planning director decides that a project or subdivision or structure is going to be exempt from the setback determination, in practice, it would appear that it would be exempt from the remainder of
the remainder of the code, right?
Correct.
Any other questions for Tyler? Tyler, thank you. The rules are suspended. Is anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Mr. Psychos?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos, I'd just like to make the comment that in my 50-some years in Hawaii of hunting and surfing and fishing and whatnot, the idea that rocks don't erode over time is utterly ridiculous. And anyone that has spent decades in the same place on the shoreline or going up with rivers and streams knows that the stream beds, the river beds, the cliffs, everything changes dramatically over time. Even where we live in house lots, we had a big rainstorm a couple of years ago and had 7 waterfalls coming off of Sleeping Giant. 7 waterfalls. Imagine the erosional damage done by the 7 waterfalls cascading down the stone cliff. And so my problem with this bill is the premise that this rocky cliff is never going to deteriorate. That's part of the premise of this is, oh, we built this on a foundation of stone that's never going to change. And I just object to the idea that the stone's not going to change, because it does.
I have
Thank
a
you.
clarifying question. So then you support the bill as written. The bill as written presumes that there might be a change.
Correct. But I don't have an opinion on this bill because I personally don't have a dog in this fight. And this is a dog between the people who were enticed into buying these properties, which is how the court is going to look at it, versus changing the rules down the road and taking value of the property away from them. And so my interest in this is to not get sued as the taxpayer. And so I don't know what you guys should do, because this is a question of the future promotion of real estate development for the value of the real estate, not for housing. These are all like luxury houses. So we're not talking about workforce housing, labor housing. This is all my understanding of what you're talking about. This is mostly or entirely investment properties. And so in my mind, I can look at the two things differently, but I'm not constrained by the law like you guys are. So I don't really have an opinion on this bill, because I think on the one hand, if we let the people build these things and we're going to take the position that the land isn't going to change, then they absolutely should be allowed to rebuild what was there before. But if the land is going to change and you allow them today to build a house designed to last 80 to 100 years, will the cliff face still be stable in 80 to 100 years? Because that's how long the house is built for. Houses are built to last 80 to 100 years. And so when you're giving someone permission to rebuild their house, this is a very long-term improvement that you're doing. And so I don't have the answer to that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, remote? Okay. Hang on, Makala. Just let him go.
I'll just be brief. My name is Charles Wilson. I read the proposal there as best I could. Two things, constitutional things that I see on it. One is that, government always likes to grab land. And there's in the Constitution something that says that you're supposed to pay for compensation when you grab land by the government there. The other is the bill of attainder. If somebody has an existing property and it was approved by the state or the whatever the agencies are that approve, if they change the law, they can't necessarily go back and say this is these regulations now apply, even though you got approval before, that's no longer, you can't make laws retroactive to apply to something that happened before. Anyway, that was all. Thank you. I'm sorry, the Army did my ears in.
Thank you. Okay, Makaala.
Yeah, the Navy did my ears in too. Aloha Council, I appreciate you all. This is not that complicated for Kauai. We have the reputation for taking care of our coastline. That reputation is statewide. I've heard it in conversations in DC. Wow, you guys are amazing. This is finishing that work. It's work we've done. This is important work, and we certainly mahalo Karen for carrying the load for a long time, and for the county and the county attorney for understanding what her goals and objectives and ours are. Behind me is a view of the river mouth of Hanalei River, and if you want to study on erosion, come see me. I will show it to you every day. This is to help people. This is to help our place. This is not to penalize anyone or to reduce the value of their holdings. This is to protect people, both those that live or work on our shorelines and those that are trying to get to our shorelines. So this is definitely a community-driven initiative and bill, and we know you know that, and we know you respect that, and this is a good example of community and the government being able to work together. So mahalo nui loa to all of you, and please understand this is protection of us all. Mahalo.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? See none, we'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Oh.
Aloha, Karen Diamond. I first want to start out thanking each and every one of you for your support on this really important bill. And our ocean and our coastal resources are probably the most important thing that Kauai has besides its people. And the ordinance, I do want to just clarify a few things on the cliff thing. So coastal hazards can happen anywhere. The only coastal hazard that doesn't happen on a cliff that every other property is exposed to is erosion. But every other coastal hazard that exists here does exist on cliffs. And you can, not only in Hawaii, but cliffs fall down and are exposed to cliff collapse. And so I don't think you'd want to make a blanket exemption for properties that are up high, but I do think that the way the exemption is written in 827.3, if there are no coastal hazards, the director most certainly can give an exemption. And the way this ordinance, this particular exemption has been in the bill for the last 10 years. And what happens when you get an exemption, nothing else, the county doesn't have anything else. So that, no, there is no certified shoreline requirement. No, the 500 feet wouldn't count because you're exempt from this ordinance. And so the different things that are in this ordinance do not apply to you because you got an exemption. And so I do think that this exemption does give any property owner that is not affected by coastal hazards the ability to get an exemption. And if you look at how the law has acted since it's been in place, mostly everybody gets an exemption. And part of the reason that this bill is making the exemptions for repairs be more difficult and actually have some accountability to those. But the cliff thing I don't support an additional exemption because in here, if you are not exposed to coastal hazards, then you get an exemption from this ordinance. And I don't know how many exemptions have been granted, but the majority of exemptions have been granted for this very, under this very thing. And so I thank all of you for your support. I hope we pass this bill today. It's really important for everybody because Kauai's beaches, that's what we have. And our resources are so important for everybody here. And so I just want to thank all of you for your support and hope that you continue to support the bill and pass it out today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Nathan Wood. I just wanted to come up really quickly and just voice a little bit of my opinion and our family's concerns. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying everything Karen's saying is we're 100% behind. Our shorelines are the most important thing. But there was a lot said here today that this doesn't affect local people. And I can sit here today and say it does. And there's a lot of them that are not here or don't even know this is happening. And the concern that we have, I think most of it's addressed here, but it really does leave it to the discretion of one person. Just not fully understanding what the consequences are, but if there was a full destruction of a home by something like a fire that's within this area and there's no ability to rebuild, I'm confident the planning department would hear that and support that, but it does leave it up, open is what I'm hearing, I guess, from the county attorney. Is that correct? Or does anybody, I don't know if we can comment on that, but that's, those are my concerns, and I just wanted to, put it out there that it's not only people from the mainland. There are local families on the shoreline, and it could affect them, and I want to make sure that, we're not putting future generations at risk because of this. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Ms. Holland?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the conversation around that we've had over the last two meetings about specific areas that are not subject to erosion or the loss of our coastal access, et cetera, like the cliffs that were spoken about. I do, after the conversation we had last week, I was feeling very confident that measure does allow for people or homes such as those to be exempted out. And the conversations that I had both in the meeting and after made me feel confident that would, the case that we have been talking about along Nawili Wili Cliff Line would qualify for that exemption. So I feel confident that is the case. I think it's important in the conversation that the meeting minutes reflect that that's the intent here. Is that we are going after these shoreline areas. What we are seeing on the North Shore is atrocious. We do need to claim back those areas, but at the same time, we don't want to have, people that aren't subject to coastal erosion and shoreline loss being forced to not be able to rebuild. So I felt confident that the 500 wasn't applicable in those cases when the exemption came through, and so I feel comfortable supporting it. I think we've all seen this week, again, what the environment can do. Entire houses along the North Shore of Oahu have washed into the ocean. When there's no land, if we have the conversation in some theoretical world where I don't really think that that's plausible anytime soon, that cliffside would become unsound, obviously there's going to be a limitation on building because it's no longer safe and it's not sound. But until that point, which I don't really see happening anytime in our lifetimes, there should be the ability to rebuild your property on that home. And I felt good that was happening, and I feel good that is incorporated in that exemption within the bill. There is a certain level of risk that comes along with those coastal systems for sure. If it does fall in, like you wouldn't be able to build out, like some communities, they allow you to like rebuild in like space where you once were, which I don't understand. Even in NACO, they were debating whether they should be allowed to build a foot below sea level, or it didn't make any sense to me. But you know, it is important, and I think to Maka'ala's point, like we have really a reputation for preserving our coastlines, and this is a part of that, is ensuring that moving forward, those kind of things, we do protect public coastal beach access and such. But I do think it is very important for the minutes to reflect, and for the conversation to reflect the fact that these exemptions are specifically for those kinds of cases. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Bowden? I'm sorry?
I want to acknowledge it isn't just a North Shore problem, but it certainly is a problem on the North Shore. Aliomanu, I kind of think of the east side. That's another really extreme example. There's quite a few in the Kekaha area. There's a number of areas where there are these challenges, and I think what I was able to just sort of rest on last time, because I did really try hard to raise the issue of, you know, some of these places that are vulnerable. I will say, from living on the North Shore, cliffs do fall down, though maybe it's a little softer up there than that particular piece of rock where we're talking about at Kalapaki, but they do break, they do fall. So there is a certain amount of risk when people choose to live in a home in that difficult area. And something I did say last time is that when we see this policy getting tighter, people may consider, do they have all of their assets in that one home? Is it really the right place to take that risk? Because what Councilmember Holland is alluding to, and why having it in the minutes is important, things change, and we don't know who's going to be the next finance director, the next planning director, or who's going to be in the next position, and we can be talking 15 years in the future. So this bill is written as an ordinance to really protect the shoreline, and I am going to acknowledge how important that shoreline is. And so I'm willing to go with it when we have that portion in there that has a pathway for discretionary help, but I'm recognizing the risk in discretionary. So I'm going to be staying with my position. Last time I tried really hard to have a deeper conversation on it, but I settled on where we were.
Anyone else? If not, okay, I do support getting this thing out. I feel comfortable enough with the exemption language, and regardless of who the planning director is. I mean, I think if the owner will be able to provide the evidence. You know, it's not just about the cliff caving in. I mean, I think everybody's talking about the cliff caving in. When was the last time we saw a cliff with a house on it, on Kauai, cave in? We're on a volcano. We're on a rocky, we're not talking about a clay hillside. But it's not just about erosion or the cave caving in. It's about, as we have talked about, the house burning. So a totally non-related to nature, and something happens, your house burns down, you're not subject to erosion. And that is the scenario I'm talking about. That's more likely to happen than the caving in of a cliff. Now, is that the intent of this body, to force that person to go get a shoreline? No. And I think that's the dilemma. It's not about how often these things fall and cave in. I was concerned. I didn't hear the even today with our county attorney, probably that concerns me. But in reading it again and again, I believe that language is, and it is a shall be required except in these situations. That situation fits in that exempt location. So as long as you can show that that you're not subject to the coastal impact, then you'd be fine. And I think I'm okay with that. the legislative intent, as you said, Ms. Holland, has been established here. And whoever sits as the planning director 10 or 15 years from now, providing this thing doesn't get amended before then, we'll have to rely on what the facts say. So I'm good with that. So we're fine. Any other discussion? Not. The motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
With that, we will take a 45-minute lunch break.
Test, test. The reset that IT told us to do doesn't do anything.
We'll call a meeting back to order. I believe we are on 71.
On page 4, C2026-71, communication from Council Chair Raposo, transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax.
Move to receive.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item is a legal document, C2026-73, communication from the Assisting Housing Director recommending council approval of the right of entry and indemnity agreement to begin installing the electrical poles and facility improvements required for the project between the County of Kauai and Kauai Island Utility Cooperative for the Kealaula Supportive Housing Project Phase 2, situated at TMK number 4308005002 in Lihue. This again is a right of entry and indemnity agreement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion or public testimony? Yes.
Can Kaua just come up and tell us, I think you're our housing person. I'm excited about this, so very briefly, I understand it's really just about letting KIUC in. I believe that's been the last holdup on this extension of our transitional housing Kealaula. Can you tell us how many units are opening?
Let me suspend the rules, and you can introduce yourself.
Hey. Housing Council, Koa Dauke with the Housing Agency. So the right of entry and indemnity agreement just allows KIUC to be able to install the poles and necessary power to hook up. So it's been delayed slightly, the project, because of this. Which we need obviously to get the final approvals and certifications and inspections and whatnot. But the project is going to add 24 more units, 12 studios and 12 one-bedroom units to the Kealaula.
That's for our unhoused community. They can move from the beach or the road into that. And then Is this the last step? I heard they were almost done. After we get the electric in, is there much more? When will they be finished?
Yeah, we're projecting probably somewhere in mid-May, so about a month and a half.
24 more units.
Yeah.
People would, great. That's wonderful. That's my question.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the admin? No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion? The motion is to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Chair, next item is claims C2026-74, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the County of Kauai from Alva Kutunas for personal injuries and loss of job pursuant to Section 23.06 Chart of the County of Kauai. On page 5, C2026-75, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the County of Kauai by Claims Management Resources on behalf of Hawaiian Telecom for property damage pursuant to Section 23.06 Charter of the County of Kauai, and C2026-76, communication from the county clerk, transmitting a claim filed against the County of Kauai by Kala Alexander for vehicle damage pursuant to Section 23.06 Charter of the County of Kauai.
Move to refer to the county attorney for disposition and report back as necessary.
Second. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item are your committee reports from your Committee on Planning, CRPL 2026-01.
To approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
From your Committee on Finance and Economic Development, CRFED 2026-04.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item, please.
Next item is resolution number 2026-10, resolution amending resolution number 2024-02, authorizing the mayor or the director of finance of the County of Kauai to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Hawaii Department of Health for a loan from the State Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund for the Wailua Wastewater Treatment Improvements Phase 2, project number C15005-08.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. With that, Is there any discussion before we move forward, and any questions for the administration?
I'd like them up here.
You like?
I mean, this is about our 25 million, right?
Correct. With that, I'll suspend the rules. Yes, Public Works. Yeah. This is for the increase of 11.5 million.
The increase of 11.5 million. So we had a really good conversation today with DHHL, and I think it's pretty evident that we think it's exciting to consider this other element. I'm just wanting to look at this like the conservative side of me. This is a question, I'm sorry, but like if we begin this and we start fixing this, how long is it going to take to make that repair?
We'll be finished well within the time frame that DOH has provided to do the repairs and come into compliance.
And would it be any less than that? Would it be like 2 or 3 years? Is it like what would it be? Because I don't remember what the DOH time is.
Just from recollection, I believe it was around 2 years.
Around 2 years. Okay, so I guess I did remember well. So if we spend this, we are going to be in compliance in 2 years, like at worst 3 years.
Yes.
And so, and when we talked last time, it was bringing it up to 25 million, but if I heard you correctly, you're guard banding because you don't know if we will end up with inflationary pressure or whatever else. You want to make sure you can get it all the way to the finish line, but it might not actually cost the whole 25 million.
That's correct.
So if we end up spending 2 more million than we had already had, we would have like another 8 million left that we wouldn't borrow. We're going to borrow it as we need it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, we will only have to pay back what the actual costs are.
Okay, so it's like having a line of credit. We just upped our line of credit.
Yes.
And within 3 years, we're going to be in compliance with DOH, and we have a longer term on our our existing wastewater treatment plant.
Yes. When this construction project is done, we should be able to meet the lower levels of effluent disposal that DOH has set.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Public Works?
Sorry, just some fast one. You can explain, from the 14 to the 25, what is the reason again, so everybody understands?
Okay, so the construction contract was bid out, and initial estimates for the full project was $14.4 million. A portion of that 14.4 was already designated for support services like CM, technical support from the designers that occurs, during construction, for submittal approvals and whatnot, and other things. So, and also a contingency, So, when the bids were much higher than they were initially estimated, that resulted in the need for additional funds.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions, Mr. Foley?
I have a bunch of questions. I'll just ask a few for now. So at the end of our meeting 2 weeks ago, I asked a bunch of questions, and you folks did follow up. Some of the information I just received late yesterday. It still looks to me like we're not necessarily doing just the minimum amount of investment needed to keep the plant operational for a reasonable amount of time, like say 5 to 8 years, until we can have a new plant online. It seems like because I got some detail on the scope of work, so even initially when you asked for this bid, you asked for things like new electrical and chemical buildings to house new improvements. I mean, and then you have certain equipment. There was the other thing is it looks like even though you're here before us now, asking for an additional 11 million, 0.5 million to go with the 14 million, that you already have lined up another 45 million that continues that work, and that there really isn't a stop point. Like this is just to keep going to get the plant, and you keep talking about basic, just to a certain level of compliance. But I mean, what have you rethought? Like, what is absolutely necessary versus what according to what you're trying to do here?
Yes. So those buildings that you mentioned for chemicals are an essential part of the wastewater treatment process. The buildings are so old, they're unsafe. They're insufficient to serve the purpose. There's walls that are unsafe that are going to be demoed. And so, what we're looking for is, safe operations for our employees, as well as equipment so that we can properly treat effluent to the new standards that we need to follow.
How long have they been so old and unsafe, and how have you been dealing with it so far, as maybe extra safety equipment or what have you? Because my concern here is if it's so bad that we're going to just tear it down completely and build an entire new one, isn't that like an investment in an entire new plant? I mean, isn't it to the level of, should we really be doing that for just such a short period of time?
Well, the wastewater division has been looking at some adjustments to the scope of work. We're going to have to demo what's unsafe right now. But what's going to be built back is just what's essential to make sure that we can properly function.
And as far as what's unsafe right now, and I know in a lot of the responses, basically the majority of the money, even the majority of the 45 million that you're coming to for later, it says we need this to be compliant. We need this to be compliant. You pretty much need 80 to 90 to a big chunk of the 45 million just to be compliant. So I don't think this council has ever heard from you on what is the status of non-compliance. Like, do we have notices from the Department of Health, from Clean Water? I mean, where is it really at? Are you just being extra cautious? Because isn't there a way to not do such a big investment? We just heard earlier this morning that the entire new package plant would be 25 million, or 25 to 30 in 5 years, and we're putting 70 million in this second and third phase. Could be plus, and it could take whatever, 5 years too, right? 3 to 5 years minimum just to do the improvements you're doing. So have we, really looked at what a better there might be a better option.
Yeah. So this prospect with DHHL, that we could have a new wastewater treatment facility, that could serve a portion of the county's needs. Keep in mind that we have our representative from the firm that's helping us with our fact plan updates. They've identified that the county's future needs are more in the area of 3 megagallons a day, or twice the capacity of the existing wastewater treatment plant, permitted capacity.
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
The forecasted need is 3 million, you said?
3 million, double of what?
For what period? Like in the next 30 years?
Maybe Stephen could come up.
My name is Stephen Isaki, Kennedy Jenks Consultants. Yeah, so the question that I heard from Council Kuali'i is, what is the projected need? So to answer that question, we've worked with the planning department and identified real development that is in the planning department pipeline, including Mahilona Hospital, including the Hawaiian homes that we spoke with. And so by 2050, we were anticipating flows to exceed the 3 million gallons per day number.
Go ahead.
Sorry, that also includes certain cesspool conversion areas, such as house lots and portions of Kapahi as well.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 2050, shouldn't everybody be off the cesspools?
So that the decision to whether it's the county's responsibility or the state's responsibility has not been decided yet. We are planning. Well, to my knowledge, I don't know if I don't want to speak out of turn here, but we are planning conservatively to include the flows from house lots and Kapahi. Again, the money doesn't exist yet to do it, but if we are going to build a treatment plant, the question we keep asking ourselves is how many times in the next 100 years do we want to build a treatment plant? The answer is once. We want to build it once and once only.
And you were here this morning, you heard the discussion about these package plans?
Yes.
What is your take on those?
Package plants are perfectly fine. We have experience designing them as well. I did want to clarify one point that what I heard Kyle Yukumoto, Arm Towel, say was the number was $25 to $30 million per million gallons per day of treatment capacity. So if you're planning for a larger size treatment plant, you would multiply it by if you're planning for 2, multiply that number by 2, planning for 30.
Yeah, that was very clear.
I've heard people thinking that it was 30 total, which and it was only for treatment, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to clarify that.
But again, to build a 3 million gallon a day traditional conventional plant is what? Triple what? I mean, it's expensive.
It certainly is. It is a big decision and it's a big responsibility. We haven't gotten to the point where we're committing either way. Like I said, we have experience designing package treatment plants, and they're very reputable. And
that's why the sense of urgency for me. That's why the frustration is here, because again, we've been having this discussion for years now, and for you telling me today that we haven't even got to that point of what track we're going to go, but we're okay with spending 75 or 80 million to keep this thing going, in my opinion, is not the right way. But, who am I?
Can I follow up on that too? Does that mean that, so like the time frame that we have for this, as with the package plant, that seemed reasonable to you though? The time frame, the ability to pull that off? 5
years would be a stretch. What the advantage that Hawaiian Homes has over the county is they own the land, you folks don't. So because they own the land, they can do things out of order, such as start the design today. You don't own the land.
So is that why we haven't determined which direction we're going? Because we don't have land, like it would depend on the amount of land that we have allocated and available, right? So you wouldn't be able to decide if it's going to be a package plant or another plant without knowing if we can get the size lots.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that negotiation has yet to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if we had agreed or decided to partner with DHHL 2 years ago, or a year ago, or 6 months ago, then we would have been on our way. How long is it going to take for us? And I guess I should be directing this to Troy, not you, but I mean, when is it going to be the decision that, okay, we're going to partner? We may have issues of exactly where this plot will be, but why would we not take them up on the offer? We don't own land. We don't have land. I mean, for us to go out and secure the land necessary, it's going to take time. So I guess that's the frustration is we have an opportunity, which I would say is low-hanging fruit that we should take, but I cannot tell you to do that, Troy.
Yeah, and I guess it's rehashing some of my earlier testimony, but Public Works and I believe the administration also sees this as a really, really nice opportunity, really promising opportunity that we have with DHHL. we're going to explore it. You know, we're going to go into it, but going into it realizing that there are terms and conditions that we need to make sure that, you know, the county is well represented, and this, you know, a future council can agree to also, because it's going to involve appropriation of funds. You know, it's good. The devil's in the details. You know, I've heard that.
So is your plan to wait for the next council? I mean, then
no.
we can just end this discussion
No.
today.
We are going to be actively pursuing this with HHL. We heard a, you know, commitment from Mr. Kana on behalf of the HHL, and I believe also the director said it as well. But he also said that he anticipates it's going to take about a year to get through all the terms and conditions. And I'm not surprised because, you know, just thinking about it, there's a lot of details that need to be hashed out and ironed out. They have on their side beneficiaries that they're responsible for and representing, and on our side we have Kauai taxpayers. And so we're going to go into this with eyes wide open, with, you know, the full intention of, you know, trying to see if something that's amenable to both sides can happen.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So back to the forecasted need for the area. So you said by 2050, 3 million gallons per day. Do you have it like by 2040 and by 2030?
We did break that down.
We use 600,000 gallons today. So
Yes.
that would be 5 times. It seems somewhat astronomical to think that, you know, well,
Yeah.
maybe it has to do with the conversion. Everyone has to come over.
That is a big piece.
But that cannot be from just new development, obviously.
Right. So the cesspool conversion, you know, you might have heard figures for the island, which is 12,000 cesspools on island. There's 5,000 in Kapaa Wailua. So it depends on obviously the funding to convert these houses, to help these people out. The funding is not set yet. We made some estimates, you know, of some of the more low-hanging fruit. We've heard a lot of support for sewerizing house lots. We've included house lots in our projections. Cesspools was about like a million gallons per day, and it is a lot, but we are also held to design standards, and the design standards guide us as to how to estimate flow for areas that we want.
But also in 2050, being that it's, you know, over 25 years away, quite a while away, there could be a lot of different options we could pursue for how we actually treat that wastewater. And rather than one big plant that holds 3 million gallons per day, we could have in different areas, like some of the council members were talking about earlier, to be more local to certain areas and neighborhoods. And when they told us about the technology and how it's improved, they said even these smaller plants could go up to 2 million. So while, you know, it wouldn't address your 3 million, there could be 2 plants in 2 areas, and one would be closer to probably where all the need is potentially, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So. And then, Troy, back to you. Just because when I look at the scope of work again, so much of it, when it's broken down to Wailua wastewater treatment plant process, disinfection, and electrical improvements, phase 2. Demolish existing perimeter wall. Demolish and remove existing fuel tank slab and appurtenances. Demolish and remove existing abandoned chlorine-contained basin. Demolish and remove existing shed. Demolish and remove clarifier internals, access bridge, and stairs. Demolish and remove existing filter roof structure. Demolish and remove existing effluent pumps and piping. Demolish and remove. If we're getting rid of a lot of stuff like physical structure because they're so bad, what are we replacing it with? And are we rebuilding stuff that technically could now last another 20, 30 years? It does seem like a big investment for a plant that we're moving away from? Or will all this demolish and remove stuff help us when the time comes that we need to get out of there and clean everything up and, you know, or will we never clean that up completely? Will that always serve in some smaller capacity, or what's the plan long term?
Yeah, so from, you know, discussing it with the wastewater division, and, you know, also Stephen in past discussions, and it's my understanding that there's a likely scenario that there's going to be a need for a pump station in that area, and so you know, a lot of that equipment could serve that purpose. But as I mentioned before, you know, the flexibilities that we're allowed in construction contracts to make adjustments within the existing scope of work allows us to, you know, pivot where we need to. And for example, you know, knowing that you know, there's increased compliance requirement for the disinfection process to be able to reach the levels the outfall levels that we need. There's technology advancements with UV systems that will be able to allow us to get there and achieve the type of treatment that we need to have reliable compliance. That's the kind of adjustments that we can make, you know, in the construction contract. So again, we're just going to build what we need to build to ensure that we can properly operate, nothing more. And we don't have to spend the full $25.5 million. We'll only be expending just the amount of money that we need to fund the work that's necessary. That's all.
I guess the question is, what scenario would we not spend all the money? Because you got the bids, you got the contract. The guy threatened to pull the bid, but I mean, how would we not spend that much?
Well, the construction contract is way under the total amount. It's like $17 million. There's other services that we need to bring on, construction management services, technical support from the designers. There's a contingency to account for unforeseen conditions during construction. You know, so
they have a contingency in their bid, right?
I didn't see one.
So I mean, that's again anyway. I know we went over the extras with Donald last time, and I wasn't satisfied with the $3 million for, and I don't think he could explain it either. I can't remember what it was for, but what was it? Additional $3 million. But I think the 17 million is that's hard. That's if we don't get any change orders, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I think, Troy, you know, in the real world, it's rare that we would go under. In fact, more times than not, we go over.
Well, we always try. That's why we bring on a CM firm. The CM firm is there to monitor construction, make sure that they meet compliance for our standards, contract specifications are met. We make sure that the work is performed and materials that we ordered that, you know, we actually approve for the contractor are incorporated into the work. You know, so there's monitoring and documentation that happens. If there's any change orders required, that CM firm is there to help us make sure it's fully justified. And so, you know, again, we'll only be expending the amount of money that we need. We have people helping us to monitor the work to make sure that the work is done properly. We only do it once. You know, that's the aim. Sometimes when a contractor installs something that doesn't meet spec, we make them do it over again. But that's only work necessary to make sure that we get the product that we specified. It could extend the time frame, you know, for the contract performance to be completed, but that's not on the county's bill either. You know, that's right. On the contractor if they don't perform properly. So we have support.
Are we in compliance right now?
We are in compliance with discharge, but periodically, because the system that we have relies on constant monitoring and adjustments, there are times when the flows increase, like during storms. The system cannot catch up with the amount of flow that's outgoing and coming in, so we fall out of compliance. We end up having to put out notices on the beach to let the public know that.
This doesn't address those storm surges. What's on this paper here that I'm looking at, all these incredibly high costs for the demolishing and removals, and I'm kind of sharing Mr. Cooley's concern here. In fact, two of these lines only get demolished and remove existing with nothing else. Like, what is that?
Well, if you go further down, the bid item list, that's where you have the equipment and the improvements that are going to be added to the site.
Yeah, no, I see it. I mean, it's there. It's existing asphalt pavement, demolish and remove clarifier internal, but two of these lines, and they're small numbers, but it's just demolish and remove existing, and I guess they forgot to finish out the sentence. So, like, what is that?
I
guess my question is this. So what you just described as reasons for when we fall out of compliance, does these repairs do anything to improve that?
What these repairs will do is, because the permit is changing, the permit every 5 years does change. In this particular cycle, they've really honed in on the Intero Kakai number, and have dropped it from an average of 740 down to an average of 35, which is a new requirement that county is gearing up for. That reduction from 740 to 35 is answered by this project.
Which was particularly the 3 million, right?
The UV, the UV would be a big piece.
The UV 3 million.
A major piece of meeting that new number. So the permit has changed, which is maybe adding to the confusion. The permit keeps changing.
Well, no, it's not adding to the confusion. It's just how much does it cost to increase our equipment or update our equipment to adjust for the change? Not to redo the whole facility. I think that's what Mr. Cooley is trying to say. What will it take for us to get into compliance and keep our employees safe versus using this opportunity to go rebuild a facility when we know we got to move? I think that is where I'm very concerned. So, I mean, you can answer that question.
I think they just said we are in compliance.
Well, we are.
We're worried about getting out of compliance.
Well, we're not going to be in compliance
with the new permit. With the new standards that the requirements, currently we cannot get to that. So I understand that, and I definitely support improving the system to stay in compliance. But will it cost $25.5 million to make the changes to get to this new compliance? That is the question. That's the whole question. That's the whole question.
I'm anticipating it will be less. Just based on current information that I know and that I see with the projections, I anticipate it's going to be less. I'm hoping that it'll be in the maybe 22 million range. But like I said, there's unknowns, and that includes the contingency that I'm thinking about. But whenever you do construction, whenever you start digging, whenever you start, doing things, you run into unanticipated costs, unanticipated conditions. So I can't promise that it's going to be, 22 million. I can just give you a projection, but I expect it to be less than 25.5.
But more than 14.
More than 14.
And I guess that's the question I have is, what part of this project, what do we have to do to get our system to meet the new standard? I mean, I look at this list of $1 million here, $3 million here, 160,000. I don't know what these. I'm not a wastewater guy, but I'm just trying to get just seems like an extremely high number to improve this plant to get into compliance. I mean, there's a lot of things on here that I don't know what, 97,000 for chain link fence. I just don't want to, I guess what I'm hearing, and I agree with Mr. Cooley, is we're investing into plant that we're not gonna be using. I think that is where I'm at, and I struggle with it. Ms. Holland?
So I'm gonna kind of follow up on that because I feel like last meeting, I almost like, I asked this like 4 different ways and I might as well learn French so I can ask it again. But if I remember correctly, the way you guys answered last time, if we were to pick and tease some of this stuff out of this current plan that may be very comprehensive for this phase 1 and phase 2, if we were able to tease some of those things out, we would have to completely redo all of it, redo the bid, and we can't really, in what is in front of us today, we can't really pick and choose which items we can move on and which items we can't move on. Can you clarify that again for me?
Yeah. So if we said, okay, we don't like what we see in these bid items, and we want to change them. And we don't want to go through the construction process that's available to us, to do a lot of that. It would require redesign.
Which would be years?
More time. It would be more money. And then we'd put out the bids again, further on down the line, likely have, more increased costs because of it. We see costs rising all the time. We'll pay more for this same improvement. And hopefully it comes timely where we can complete the improvements in this four-year window that we're provided with HDOH. But we'll have, less of a buffer because we've, taken this back and we're going to start construction later.
Yeah. Did you want to weigh in on that? Or I just want to make sure that...
Don Kakuda, civil engineer. We for sure got to do the electrical. The electrical is outdated.
Okay.
And would be hard to take away a lot of what's in the project because, get the filter, we only have 1 filter now. We want to add in a second. Part of the project is to cut off the roof to install the filter, and then instead of put back a new roof to save money, we're putting over like one, I don't know, like 110, one of those fabric canopies to protect it from, pining combs going into our effluent and stuff like that. So that's what's going to happen there. And then the clarifiers, we have to fix the clarifiers for sure. So, yeah, I don't know.
So from an engineering perspective, there's not a lot of things that you see in phase 1 and phase 2, which could not be related to phase 3 that we're more concerned about.
In my opinion, we got to do this one for sure, and we got to do the majority of phase 3. Because realistically, if you guys don't do this, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be out of compliance. Whoever's the next mayor in their first term, they're gonna get one compliance decree for this one if they don't do it. If we don't do phase 3, I think if they have a second term, it'll definitely happen. A consent decree will happen their second term for phase 3. So.
Phase 3 is the 50 million. Yeah.
That's what I think. That's my opinion.
And I really don't put it on us if you guys don't support it. You know what I mean? Because every year,
that's why we're here. We're asking
every year. I understand that, but this problem didn't happen yesterday.
I understand that.
So please pardon my frustration because when I hear like, hey, if you guys don't pass it, we don't can do this. I don't really care about what I'm thinking right now. We got an opportunity.
That's why we need.
If we are looking long range, phase 2, phase 3, you're telling me that we are not being forced or there's no incentive for us to move to a new location because we're going to get phase 2 and phase 3, we can stay here.
We definitely want to move to.
Yes, so my question is this, from what we heard today, maybe 5 years is a little dream, and maybe 6 years or whatever, 7 years if we're using the HHL land. Mm-hmm. What we're saying is, what will it take us to get to where we need to be while we are planning the move? Not building a system or rebuilding a system for us to stay. Because trust me, maybe you weren't on the Zoom call that I was on with Donald. He told me very clear, I don't know who else was on that call. This was only 3 weeks ago. And he said, we're going to need phase 3, going to be $50 million, and that's going to give us another 40 years down there.
I don't know if 40 years, but
I'm telling you what he told me.
Definitely need phase 3.
That shows that there is no urgency to move the plant.
And I think what you're saying is...
No, let me finish. that tells me that there is no urgency to move this plant, that we just going, 75 million is what you're saying. $75 million to get to a 1.5 billion capacity, a million gallon a day plant.
I mean, I know this is not an apples to apples comparison, but for example, the Big Island, their plant is 5 million MGD. They had 100 million to fix it. They bid it out, was 187 million.
To fix it.
To fix it. Then they stopped. Then they got a consent decree. They bid it out again, and it was 337 million, and that's what they're paying now. So that's why we want to fix it before we get to that point.
No, that is not apples to apples because
Exactly.
it's a completely different scenario. And again, like we've been told for the last 2 years, it's going to cost us 200 or 300 million, and yet we hear options that are much less. So I'm just, I don't have just like Arrow talked about earlier, you drop this money in this account and we have no control. You do what you like. I just want the assurances that we are only spending the money that we require to get into compliance until we can get our new plan going. That's all I'm asking for.
I just wanted to follow up, Troy, because we've had this discussion numerous times, right?
Yes.
We just need to get, like how Mel said, into compliance so we can get moving and then transfer everything over. I mean, that's the bottom line. 14 million we have already in the account. I asked the question, why do we need more? Just use that and go, and then we can move on. However, you guys came back and said, okay, that's where we're at now. So I just want to make sure that all of us understand that. We're not looking at now. This is what it needs to take as we we go in transition to this location. So that's it. And you said that the bids came in higher, that's why we got a little bit higher, so we had the 24 million or whatever. But the bottom line is this something has to happen today in order to keep it moving while we go through this process of this whole new adventure together with HHL. And the question to me was yes. So I just want to follow up on that again.
Yes. Yes. We need it today. Approval is needed today. Bids expire April 3rd. That option to accept the low bidder's price will go away. Immediately, the next bidder's cost is 3.9 million more. If we want to proceed with this project, along the same lines, like I'm just discussing now, we're going to have to pay that much more. And so, what we're asking is, if we could get approval for this funding now, so we can award this contract, we will control the work. We will only do what's required to meet compliance, what we need now. And we'll only be paying back what actual costs that we have to expend.
Ms. Holland, I apologize.
No.
I know you had the floor and we kind of...
No, you're fine. I just want to, to what Chair's saying, it's hard for us, what I'm hearing from him, and really I think the bulk of us, is that it's hard for us to say yes, knowing that there's things that may be incorporated into this plan that are dependent upon the phase 3 that really this body's not supportive of. And I get that you'd have to go out to a whole new bid. I'm clear on that. But if we sign this contract, at what point are we able to say, well, we don't actually want you to do that work? And forgive me, that's part of my not understanding a lot of the process from here. But if we say, yeah, okay, here, we award you this contract, do we even have the power to say, actually, we don't want you to put the $2 million into whatever it is that's going to lead us up to phase 3? Like, do we have that power to hold back? And is there an interest to do that so that we're not lining up stuff for a phase 3 that we don't want to do? Because I'm hopeful that, and I hear you say like a lot of what we have to do in phase 3, and I totally respect that you are the expert here in what is being engineered, whether that's needed or not, to last us 5 to 10 years, which is the full extent that we're hoping that this facility lasts us. And just like you wouldn't do that with your own money, it seems crazy for us to invest if we don't want it to really survive beyond that point. And we want to move on the other facility. And so I know we've said this in like every possible way that we can say it, But is it possible to pull back some of those things once we make this agreement to this contract?
Yes, like I said, if we don't need to do certain types of work in there, for example, the disinfection, we bring in UV systems. That will replace chlorination, for example. And so the change order process, allows that flexibility to change things as we get to change.
So you can pull back?
Yes.
You can say, we don't want this done?
Yes.
Okay, and then do you feel like you guys can commit to the same vision? Like, do we all have the same vision here of like not creating it beyond a 10-year lifespan and really moving on an opportunity to create some sort of other newer system that we don't have to keep investing in this one?
Yeah, Don mentioned with that building redo, the filters, instead of rebuilding back an actual hard building, they're putting in, like a tent material, vinyl material instead in its place. So there's already that process, that thought process in place where we're only doing what we need to get by until we can have a new facility to go to.
And is there an agreement within the wastewater leadership that we can move on something? I mean, I know that there's been very, very opposed opinions about how much land that we need. And so I'm wondering, like, given the conversations that have happened over the last few weeks, given the conversations with DHHL, is there some sort of confidence now that we could move forward with a smaller footprint, or is there still pushback that we need this larger land space than DHHL is able to provide?
That's something that we're going to work with DHHL to figure out.
So you're not confident we could do this in 5 acres?
Well, I'm not confident that the DHHL plant can happen in 5 years. No, I'm not. I see things that I think will take longer.
So even if it's 10 years, do you think we can do it on 5 acres?
Oh, 5 acres?
Yeah.
Just the plant itself, that's just a portion of the wastewater management responsibility. Processing is one part of it. You also need to make sure you have sufficient distribution for disposal. You have to make sure that you have sufficient storage when you have off-spec or something goes wrong with your distribution system that you can't dispose. Like, for example, if you have land application, for example, and it floods, the flood waters get into your land application site. You can't send water over there to get disposed. You have to have some place for that fluid because it doesn't stop just because it rains. It's going to keep on coming. Likelihood is going to increase substantially with I&I. And that's something else that we're in the process of fixing too in our system. But the reality is you have these things that create needs. And you just have to make sure that you fortify yourself and your facility so you can satisfy those needs when they come up.
I just find it a little unsettling that we're being told we can definitely do this on 5 acres, we can definitely do this on 5 acres, and then when I talk to you guys, it feels like we might not be able to do this on 5 acres, and so
It's still to be negotiated.
But from an engineering perspective, it's obviously being done elsewhere with modular systems that are on 5 acres.
The treatment can. It's the
Right.
storage that is the question. You can build storage on 5 acres, but it's just way more expensive. That's why Donald is asking for more land, because the storage would be cheaper. So
Donald is asking for 20 to 30. That is the deal breaker. I think 20 to 30, would you agree that is what we need?
it depends what we're trying to do.
Well, you tell me. I don't know. I'm not the engineer.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, like, say for Maui, for example, they're going to have 45 acres of disposal, yeah. But their land is better for disposal than, I'm not sure what, like Ray said, they got to test percolation and stuff like that. So I don't know exactly how much we need until we know that, yeah. But that's why Donald is asking for a lot, because it would be cheaper to build, reservoirs than tanks. Tanks would be very expensive to build, so that's the reason.
So in the DHHL model, they don't need tanks. They don't need storage. I don't understand.
I didn't see that much storage on their plan, but maybe I didn't. I'm not familiar with what they're trying to design.
What I heard, sorry.
Yeah,
what I heard them say was that they have yet to figure out their effluent disposal piece today. We also need to figure that out. And like I said, it's still needs to be negotiated how much land. We don't want to stand here and jeopardize the county's ability to negotiate.
I think what I heard Ray say that they would treat the water to a drinking quality, and then they would put the water out on their agricultural lands because they're giving subsistence ag, so that you could eat the agriculture that the water is on. So
there's less disposal.
Yeah,
That's definitely works.
It's at least 500 acres there, I believe.
That definitely works when the weather's good. The question is when weather is bad.
Yeah.
Then if they flood it, then they're not going to be able to take any water. Yeah. What you going to do with them then?
So we can end that discussion right now. If you're saying we cannot do it in 5 or 10, then DHL is not going to be a willing participant. I can tell you right now.
No, then DHL will move forward without us.
Right, but that's my point. I mean, why spend more time talking about DHL if we're stuck on a 20-acre requirement? Then that's not going to happen. I can assure you. I can tell you, Mr. Watson agreed to up to 10 acres.
I mean, we can build storage tanks, but they would just be very expensive. That would be the only thing, right? I mean, if you get less land, then it'll just be very expensive to build storage. That's all.
The real question is, where do we get any more land? Where? We go out to real estate, get a realtor, and say, hey, go find us 45 acres of land? That's very expensive to them.
Is it common to have a storage facility off-site of the actual plant? Or is
It's
that
not super common, but I mean,
it can be done?
Can be done.
So if we had a 5-acre plant right there, we could have a storage somewhere else close by.
It would have to be out of the tsunami zone, though. I
Yeah.
think they would come with this the same, that's why.
And the storage is primarily meant for those times in bad weather where there's too much.
Nowhere to flow it.
You can't put it in the ground.
I think
Can't put it on the golf
would-
course. You can't put it on the farmlands because there's too much rain and it's too wet. So
yeah, that's the main. I think that would be the main reason for storage. You could also get more R1 storage. For some reason, if they couldn't take all the water during good weather, but that is we weren't worried about the other case.
But if it's R1, wouldn't it be we could outfall it?
You can outfall anything as long as we meet the permit requirements, right? So
Right.
it doesn't have to be R1. As long as we meet the permit requirements, we can send it to the outfall.
So in that case, if there was those conditions, we could flip it to outfall.
Again, that's true, but again, then we make the fixes at the plant to make sure we can keep on doing that.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the new facility, but yeah.
If you're talking outfall, we'd have to send them from the new facility to our existing plant
Right.
anyway. So we fix them so we can make sure we can do that.
what you're storing is already treated water, right?
Can be both ways, right? Can be, so for example, at Waimea, we have a storage tank and we store our R1 water there for use. And the park can't take it all, so we store it. We don't have
the park takes it when it can.
We don't have a storage basin for off-spec water at Waimea.
But besides a tank, it can also be a dry pond, if you will, that only gets used during heavy rains.
Could. For the R1, the reason why you get one tank is to pressurize it, right? So we can send it for irrigation. It's harder to pressurize. I mean, we can pressurize a pond, but it's just a little different.
Or a dry, sunken field. I mean, you could have green space that is used for other purposes 90% of the time, but in those rare times when we have 10 days of rain and what we just had was pretty unusual, and the water backs up everywhere, then you don't use the fields for that purpose. You use it for overflow of clean water, right? It's not sewage water. It's treated water.
Yeah, in that case, yes.
Treated water that, to some degree now, you put out in the ocean, right?
Yes.
At Lake.
Except for it's not R1 right now.
And we obviously want to stop all of that. Okay, going back to the whole thing about compliance. So, permit compliance, and you talked about these new standards. So, when did the old standards end, and when did the new standards begin? And when do you think they'll change the standards again?
So, right now, currently, the Wailua treatment plant is operating under the 2019 version of the NPDES permit. We have yet to get the new updated permit, but we have applied for it starting in October of 2023, and we've been put on administrative extensions for the past couple years.
Oh, great, so we can get extensions.
That's not up to us, that's up to the Department of Health.
No, but I mean, we're operating now on an extension.
Yeah.
That's correct, but it's not up to the council.
So we've already applied for the new, but we don't meet all what the requirements are, so we won't get the new until we do all of this?
No, the new will become active, I think, as soon as possibly May. And then in the new, there will be language that says you shall meet these following deadlines.
Yeah.
And that's the compliance schedule that
And so when they finally put something in place, because you're saying it's not even in place yet.
Correct.
When they do put it in place, how long they give you to do major investments and major demolishing and constructing and everything, how long do they give you to meet it?
So that
5 years?
we asked for 4. We did ask for 4.
Yeah, so what's a little more time? Then we have all the time we need to get our new plant up and running without spending $75 million. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't speak on behalf of the
I know
county,
some of you
but-
don't believe it can be done in 5 years, but you know.
Yeah. We can reach out to the Department of Health and get more clarity on that. But they operate the permit and the county follows it.
Mel, you missed the best part. They're operating now under the old version of their permit from 2019. I think he called it MPS.
Yes.
And they can get extensions. But he says come May, they'll be forced to go into the new version, which will then require them to meet all kinds of changes, investment, right, huge, what they're already planning to do, more or less, in order to meet the new permit compliance. But they give you, he already asked for at least 4 years, they give you time to get all those things done. So the time that we would be given to do all of this is actually the time we would need to get the new plant up and running.
That has been my point all along.
But part of this also is that while we may be extending our compliance under these like exemptions and these extensions, the reality is that we're not
Still gotta move it.
We're not doing the right thing by the ocean. We're not doing the right thing by the east side of Kauai.
Yeah.
So to allow for another 5 years.
Let's get back to the
this
question part. We'll have an opportunity to discuss. But right now, I want to focus on the question.
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Cooley, if I could just clarify, the extension is not to the existing permit. The extension will come in the new permit.
Okay.
And once it's set, it's set.
Okay, so our 2019 permit expires when?
May.
Huh?
When the new permit becomes
May.
effective.
New permit in May 2026.
And the numbers are really less, right? Yeah. It's a major adjustment.
And so all this planned work you're trying to do
Yes.
is so that we're compliant with the May 2026 guidelines.
Yes.
But in June, because this work is years from being completed and millions of dollars from being completed, we'll be non-compliant. So this whole thing about the new mayor getting a notice, they're going to get it anyway. But are you saying we're just showing that we're moving?
The permit requires showing that you're moving.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we have 2 to 4 years. 2 to
Yes.
4 minimum.
So my biggest problem, right, is because all we've been talking about is 11 million, 11 million, and 11 million, is that when I asked the question for the breakdown of the phase 3 and the 45,450,000, when I read all of these breakdown items, and you did share that some of the equipment would be, can be used for a future wastewater treatment plant. And I don't know if that's just for the plant or even perhaps for the pump station that might remain in place, so you can confirm that one way or the other. But it says headworks, 9.1 million, surge basins, 2.7 million, site work and electrical, 14.3 million, aeration basins, 1 million, screw pumps, mixed well, 750,000, primary filter, 10.7 million, solids handling 4.9 million, and then the other thing separated from it is called an indent selector, 2 million. On all of these, it says, first it says permit compliance, and then it says either maintenance or capacity contribution or both. And then for the indent selector, the 2 million, it says R1 capacity. And then when you break it down, you say 31.6 million of the work will also accommodate higher flow treatment for its respective process to meet the 1.5 million gallons per day. We believe that redesigning to meet the 1.0 million gallons per day flow will not result in any significant cost reductions for these processes. And then you also say of that 43.4 million, 11.8 million is exclusively for compliance. So I don't get it. If we can meet compliance with 11.8 million, why are we just doing the 11.8 million? And then when you, for the 2 million, you say 2 million of the total budget is exclusive to meeting the 1.5 MGD permitted capacity. However, it will be required to ensure R1 treatment, and that's the indents selector. So it kind of sounds moving 11 million. We're going on the slope where you're going to be right back, maybe not to us particularly, maybe the next council, I don't know how long it will take you. You'll be back there for 45 million, probably more, just to do these fixes on a plant that we're moving away from. Is that true? And what about
the more time we take, this is an old facility, and the more time we take, more elements of this wastewater treatment plant process will have to be fixed. So yes, if we take too long, we're going to end up having to spend more money on this old treatment plant to continue to be able to treat effluent properly. So that's why we have two parallel tracks. We're going to seek our new facility. First, we're going to try with the HHL. We're hoping that we can strike, an agreement that is going to be favorable for both sides, or meet both sides' needs. And then they've already said that they're looking at no more than 1.5 MGD. Based on our future needs, 3 MGD, we're going to have to look elsewhere for another facility.
And when they say 25 to 30 million, 5 years, because of the new technology, the day the plant opens, the plant is fully compliant with all of these new requirements.
Yeah, and that's
Correct?
just, again, that's just treatment. They haven't figured out disposal yet, which is still required. That, once you figure out disposal, then you have a full...
right? If we're working with them, we've got to do the transmission lines.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's additional costs.
Yes.
But it's not $75 million. And you know what? I still have a hard time with this, but I get what you're saying. You're basically saying we got to go 2 tracks because we're not sure. I mean, it sounds to me like we're not really sure either way, or maybe we are more sure with 75 million investment, but we're investing in the 75 million to keep a plant going because we don't believe the new plant can be online in 5 years. And when the new plant comes online in 5 years, it can take all what would be going to the old plant, but if something weren't able to happen, we need this 75 million as a insurance. It's just like very expensive insurance, I think.
Mr. Cooley read off certain parts of the phase 3 that said could be used for a new plant, but it's a different type of plant, right? If you're talking about package versus traditional.
So that was me. So as Troy shared, when all is said and done, there will be something at the treatment plant. It'll probably be a pump station, at minimum a pump station, right? because we have to get that flow up the hill. That's just.
And the three items you listed here is headworks, 9.1 million, primary filter, 10.7 million, and solids handling, 4.9 million. So 4 out of the 5 most expensive items. So all 3 of those items would remain and be used in the pump station?
Yeah, so we could design it, and
you could design it to do that. You have to design it. We
will.
Because we're moving out of there in 5 years.
Or
soon thereafter.
So the headworks, because something at the end of the day will remain at the Wailoa treatment plant, you can put the headworks there. That would be a valuable investment in both the current and far-term goals for the treatment facilities of Wailoa.
Answer me this. You think it's a wise idea to have any part of this plant processing, whether it's a pump station, in that inundation zone? You think that's wise planning? I mean, would we allow, if someone asked this question last time, the mayor had to come up and answer. If somebody else came up and said, hey, we want to build a sewer plant or a pump station exactly where Lidgate is, would we allow that to happen?
The whole collection system is in the tsunami design zone. The entire collection system, the entire town of Kapa'a is in the tsunami design zone. The pump stations are where the people are. You have to put the pump stations where the people are.
That wasn't the question I'd ask is, would we allow a new?
Mayor said no when you asked him.
Would we allow any private entity or even to build a pump station in the inundation zone?
We have pump stations, and the pump stations are all in the inundation zone, and they have to continue being in the inundation zone to push the sewage forward to get it to the treatment plant.
So it is allowable to have that built. It can't be built anywhere else?
Unless you pipe it uphill. I mean, that's where it goes. It flows. It flows downhill, as the saying goes.
It's your testimony.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'll do one more.
Go ahead.
Stephen, the modular systems, the package plants, whatever we're calling them, what do you think about 2 systems over time meeting the need?
We have evaluated multiple systems in the work that we've done for wastewater management division. I know Mr. Kana has indicated that you could get away with less operators, less staff. I would just remind you folks that we are, HAR 1162 requires that we design treatment plants with certain design standards, and those design standards require quite a bit of investment than typical treatment plants that you would see at a hotel, for example. So because this is a county wastewater treatment plant that we're talking about, there is by nature going to be more investment in these treatment plants. So we have looked at multiple package treatment plants or satellite treatment plants, if you will, serving different areas. We still are subject to the areas where we can't put a new treatment plant. We know those very well. Basically, the tsunami design zone goes up to the Kapa'a bypass road. So that eliminates by itself a lot of places where we would consider to put it. And then of course we have Sleeping Giant. We have Kalepa Mountain on the other side of the river. The mountains themselves restrict where we can put a treatment plant logically.
What are you saying?
That we would like to have one treatment plant and work with.
So then the package plan is out?
No, we would like to work with wine homes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think they want a bigger
The inundation zone goes up to the bypass road?
Yes.
So that area we're talking about across the highway
is out. Hawaiian Homes is out, is out of it.
It's out of the inundation. Yeah, of course.
It's elevated enough.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. But I'm trying to think, what bypass road are you talking
No,
about?
Kapa'a bypass is all flood.
For Bette Midler. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we're not talking about Bette Midler.
But even that
so
was outside.
So therefore, nothing in the Kapa'a bypass area.
The only reason I focus on DHHL is because that is the low-hanging fruit, right? As far as land is concerned. Yes, there's a lot more negotiations and things gotta do, but anything outside of that, the other thing is DHHL can do things with their land that we cannot, just by statute. So for us to not pursue that, I think would be a mistake, would just add time to the project, so. I mean, and Midler's out, I mean, we talked to Midler, she's done, because of the demand for the excessive amount of land that we put in there, that was the reason, so. Any more questions for the admin? No, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. These are very interesting discussions that y'all are having, and I just, from me, the public sitting out here, one of the things that disturbs us is the micromanaging, and I appreciate your guys wanting control over money, but none of you are expert in the engineering in all of this, and when you repeatedly ask the question that we have designed to fix, and it has these moving parts. And then just capriciously, let's yank some of these parts out and save money. You're not going to save money. That plant has been, I don't know when it was built, but if it was built in or before 1973, it's been out of compliance with the Clean Water Act since it was built, okay? And so this plant is decayed. It is a monster. We allowed it to get so old and so decrepit that when the main pump broke, we couldn't even fix the main pump. We had to hire somebody to fabricate the parts. And so I don't see how we're going to bring that plant into compliance without spending tens of millions of dollars. And the option that you have is to try and save money. Don't do the second plan. Don't do the third stage of this. But my question to you is, what are we going to do if the plant fails and we can't pump sewage into it anymore? Now, you want that political disaster? Because that's what it'll be. An utter political disaster, and all your heads will roll. You cannot allow that plant to fail. Just, that would be the stupidest political thing ever done in the state of Hawaii, is to let that plant fail. And so it's going to take 14 million or something, the first deal. It's going to take another 15 or 20 or 30 million for the second phase.
No, it's 25 and 50.
25 and 50. So here's my question. One of the huge problems we have is the pipes are all puked from seawater, and we get all the seawater intrusion. And so are we going to fix that? I remember from the previous deal that the line that goes offshore's got a bunch of valves for venting, and a bunch of them are broken and don't work. I mean, the whole system is so horribly decayed. I'm grateful it's not $100 million to fix the thing. I'm grateful we don't have to completely rebuild it to stay in compliance.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay.
Good afternoon. Hugh Strong for the record. I just want to correct some misnomers that are going on. The facility is in compliance. in current state.
You said in compliance?
It is in compliance. So there's no sky is falling. But if we do have an imposed tighter restriction coming down the line, the county has the ability to work with the Department of Health and say, please, we're working with DHHL in building a new plant, or we're even siting a new plant. So we ask for some timelines. They'll give it to you. If you make the pitch and then you can show that you're doing something, they will give it to you. They're not hard and fast. They're not going to impose the financial. $50 to $75 million to fortify Wailua plant. It's not going to go away. You might as well tell DHHL, sorry. Because you're going to spend that kind of money. You could build a new plant for that with DHHL entirely. If you think about it that way, I suggest we look at how to address critical items at the facility. Not the need, not the nice. The need to do right away, and not the nice to have for the next 12 years. Everything I'm hearing is the plan is on the 12-year plan, and no regards to, okay, we need to change the way we're thinking with DHHL. There's no commitment if you're going to do that. Capacity at the facility, I&I is a big issue. What a great way to spend $10 million is to do I&I remediation in the facility. I mean, not the facility, but in collection system. 12 years, you're given, what, $200 million in 12 years. Triple or quadruple that in 12 years. You know what inflation's going to do. You know what equipment prices are going to do. That's, that lesser of the two evils. If you get rid of the I&I or minimize the I&I, then you have more capacity at the plant, and you're not going to have restrictions. I know this thing's going off, but also just to correct the misnomer of $50 million, and if for DHHL's facility, and if we county buy in, we're going to have to put another 50 for our capacity. No, that's not the case. $50 million is site prep, setting down the preliminary.
Anyone else wishing to testify? You can have your second 30 minutes. You can have your second 50.
You're only going to end up paying, and I would suggest that the county only pay for their added train or added modular unit. Let's call it modular because package is sounding a little flaky. If you add and design, and I'll work with DHHL on it, you design that footprint in such a fashion where you add trains or modules in there. First module, 150 million gallons. Second module, 150 million gallons. Third, for county expansion, 150 million gallons. That's how it should be designed, and I learned through experience. So, and that's, the county has to shift. I understand where they're coming from. You know, they need to fortify. They don't want to keep, they want to keep government off their back. Council has to support them if there is a hiccup along the line and say, hey, we back this extension and we want them to be given some kind of reprieve when you have to go with DHHL. So there's this misunderstanding of the modular units and what it's capable of. Non-compliance from a membrane treatment plant, very, very rare, if at all. We've been running one for 17 years, and not had an issue. Waiahi, have you ever had a boil water notice? Same membrane? No. So again, if they don't understand, our consultants don't understand what an MBR is and its capabilities, and the technology shift, then it's difficult for people to understand and to present to council. And this is my fear, that you don't have the true story. You don't have the true picture of how this possibly can come together. VE, real quick, the question to ask is there a VE clause, a value engineering clause, a value engineering clause in the bid? If there is not one already, then throw the bid out, negotiate the low bid, and make sure the VE is in there. If it is, then they can move forward with the discussions of what's needed today. How much do we need? Do we need to destroy a chemical building, or can we just take it down to a pad and put a temporary building up if it needs to be housed? This is BE, value engineering. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I think I missed what you said. Did you say something about IO9s and 10 million?
I&I, inflow and intrusion. So right now, you're probably at Wailua plant, and maybe, the county can have a better take, but I bet 25 on a good day % of the flows coming in is salt water, and you're treating and paying to treat and dispose of salt water. In the heavy wet weather days, I guarantee you it's over 100%. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But that is seen across the state, and that's why you see so many overflows and so many spills.
And you were saying there needs to be a fix to that. That might cost 10 million. I don't know.
Can I clarify that question?
Well, let him try to answer. I think the question was directed to him.
I'm saying that this extra 11 million can go toward solving that.
Oh, okay.
So I just have a clarifying question on that one. Solving it, in my mind, means putting in new pipes. I know we can shim a pipe, but to solve a pipe with pukas, that's how I try and explain I&I. Do I have that right? You got little pukas on the pipe?
It's intrusion.
Yes, coming in, right? So the pipe isn't a waterproof membrane. So you almost have to get a new pipe, right? I know we put a shim in a lot of them. What do you do? How do you solve it?
Honolulu has done this, and we were involved, and we even looked at this. When I say we, my past tense with Aqua Engineers, we did install a new pipeline, but that's because they had a huge housing development. In areas that they didn't, you would line them, CIPP.
So that's a shim that you stick inside. But we did that when we broke the pipe. Remember that with putting in a fire hydrant? We crushed it, so we put a camera down, then we put a shim in. But so you're still looking at a 75-year-old pipe, right?
But when
We're
you
not
do
trying to fix it.
correct, but when you do a CIPP, you're putting in a
CIPP stands for
cure in place pipe. So when you do one of those, you're adding a liner in there that is good for 50 years.
Okay.
And you're not going to be the first one doing that. Honolulu is doing that all over the place.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, sir. With that, I'll call a meeting back to order. Any further discussion?
Troy?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask Troy a question?
Okay, Troy, can you come back up, please? We'll suspend the rules again.
You know if we have a value engineering clause in the bid?
Yes, I believe most of our construction contracts have a provision for value engineering.
Okay. Thank you. Meeting is called back to order. Any further discussion? Ms. Holland?
For me, this is a very tough seat to be in for all 7 of us, I think. The way that I think about this is that it's come to us, it's, I don't even know how to say that, but this is long overdue to the point where it's like imminent action is needed. And so we're put in a really, really bad situation because really we should have been moving on trying to come up with another solution a long time ago. And I know that we have been, and there's been a lot of stops to it, a lot of issues, a lot of things to overcome. But for me, I'm not an engineer and I don't understand the experts in the room and the disagreement between the amount of land and the possible solutions. What I do know is, as an environmental scientist, is that what we're doing to the east side of Kauai is not acceptable. And for me, the cost of ensuring that we are doing the right thing and that we're not polluting our community and environment more than we already are because of these effluent outflow points and all of the maintenance that this site needs, it puts us in a situation where we kind of have to do these things. One, because in May we're going to get a very, very low number that we're going to have to meet. And what I worry about is that so what I hear is, yes, there's things in this that we need to do, and yes, that there may be things that we don't need to do for the long term. But what I've heard in my 4 times of asking it in 2 different languages is that there is no way, without going back to a bid, rewriting the plan, rewriting the proposal, and probably coming back with a value that's probably going to end up being just as high as this low bid, to where we end up getting screwed over for the money and the time, and we're right back where we started. What I really wanted to hear and hope to hear in this conversation is that we are going to put 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 of our eggs into moving forward with a new facility while we do the bare minimum that we can. I feel like I've kind of heard that, and I feel like we're getting there. But what I worry about is any kind of delay to this is going to dramatically impact the long-term impact to the east side of Kauai. It's going to have impacts possibly financially, because we're going to be going back possibly years in which we can't afford to do, because really we have 2 months before this new permit requirement comes into play, and then we only have, if they grant us the most amount of time if the DOH decides to give us 4 years, we would have up to a maximum of 4 years to meet those very stringent requirements that are going to take a huge investment. And so to me, I feel like I don't have another choice but to support this, because the environment, the degradation is not acceptable, and we can't be responsible for that. I also agree that if something happens and that system fails, it is not going to be pretty and will cost us many, many, many more hundreds of millions of dollars to address that problem than what we're talking about today. So I can move forward on $25 million, but I can't move forward on a $50 million for a phase 3. And I'm just putting that out there into the universe where it is today. I can move forward on this huge cost, which is still upsetting to me that, we're in this situation and it's come to these final moments where we have to make a decision. But I couldn't live with myself if I voted against something like this and then it fails and we're not able, and there's a gap period where we have nowhere for everybody's waste to go. And I also couldn't live with myself accepting what I think has been long-standing unacceptable standards for the outfalls of Wailua. So I'll be voting to support the 25, but with major apprehensions about any further funding to the facility, and with a huge emphasis on and almost a plead to do everything you can to come up with an agreement with DHHL and to come up with a solution that moves us forward in a much more timely manner to do what we got to do. So.
Kind of building on what Councilmember Holland said, I see that we absolutely need to enter into a discussion and collaborating phase with DHHL. We've spent too long to not get there, so we need to be in that, and that's what we are entering. We don't have a new contract yet. If we had a new contract already and we were in agreement that we were working with them and that was all figured out, I would be able to sit there and risk a little bit more on this. But I feel like she basically framed bringing our existing plant into compliance with the Department of Health is absolutely essential. If we don't start working on that, that's another, as they say, kicking the can down the road. We need to move that forward. I keep looking at what's going on in the world, and I feel like we have tenuous world conditions out there that could create timeline delays on any type of project. I think we're really going to have a lot of inflation. Maybe not, I hope I'm wrong, but we need to move with that. And so I will be voting to approve this step for giving the expanded amount of dollars for this phase. But like you said, I'm not excited at all about considering the next phase, the $50 million phase. But getting us so we're moving forward, I will do that. And I'm hoping that we do have a plan with DHHL partnership. I think it's an excellent plan, and I think when he was talking about being able to come together, get some federal funding, maybe we'll be able to do that. You know, I look at all this money the federal government is spending in ways that I wish they wouldn't be. They might not have a lot. The state might not have a lot after we've had all these floods. But if our plan for this partnership for a package plant manifests, and we're seeing that we're going to come on, and let's say it happens in 5 years, absolutely not. We don't need this next $40 to $50 million package, because we should be moving and getting into the new place. And I am in agreement, if we have any extra money anywhere, if we close those, as I say, pukas in the pipes, if we eliminate all this extra water coming in wherever we can. I think we also probably need to look at, well, I won't get lost in that, where we have some problems, because I've been paying a lot of attention to where we do have problems. I'll just end there, that I'm willing to do the $25 million, because I have no doubt that whatever cost we have is going to amplify. And I want us to have that capacity. And in a perfect world, we'll get this plan together, and we'll be moving, and we'll at least be able to meet the NPDES permit standards. And we've got Kapuna and Keiki and everybody in between swimming and surfing right around that ocean outfall. So we do need to make it healthier.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Kanashiro?
Yeah, I'll be voting for the resolution today. I completely understand the two tangents at play, and the astronomical costs associated with both. Do we put money into improving a facility that we already have that's in a tsunami inundation zone, or do we move to constructing a new facility? But I mean, our hands are tied. There's no, the alternative is not readily available. We can't go and put up a plant anytime soon. We don't have the land. We don't have an agreement. It'll take time to put up. And these improvements are needed and necessary right now. So just based off of that, I will be voting in favor of the resolution.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Kaua?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, after major discussions, and I appreciate all the information that was shared today on both sides, but we just got to move forward. Hawaiian Homes is with us, the HHL, and I really, want to continue that discussion, of course, and they're totally willing to work closely with us as we continue to move forward, so that's a positive. As far as the treatment plant itself right now, I've gone through both sides and try to figure out what is the best way to address this, and I think we got to move forward in order to make it happen on both sides. And I know Public Works is trying to do what they can, and a lot of the information was shared today. It kind of opened a lot of different paths and doors for me, but overall, we just got to move forward. And with the existing plant, I know there's issues with the funding and the 14 million we currently have, and the reason why we got to increase the money and all that. I'm going to hold Public Works accountable for following through and making sure that we make the right decisions continuously. But in general terms, I think it's important that we just move forward. Done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Kuli or Mr. Bulusan? No? Mr. Kuli? Yeah, I have the luxury of voting second to last. I just wanted to say mahalo to Wastewater, Public Works, and the state, the HHL, for coming forward and educating us. I think we still have a lot to learn, and it's unfortunate that we're in the situation that we are in, and it's all our own fault. We've been talking about it too long, and
maybe not taking enough action, even from our side, I think. I absolutely hope whether this next vote on phase 3 comes before the current council or the next council, that they will heed to everything we've been through with this. And I think my vote will be to make the point that we need to be more thoughtful and cautious and start earlier to avoid this kind of situation where we're having to invest so much money into infrastructure that it's not even for, the generations to come. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? First of all, to address Mr. Seiko's micromanaging comment, this is not micromanagement. This is accountability. I think, for those of you that don't know and wasn't here in all the previous budgets when this council and prior councils have asked wastewater, what do you need? And the responses were always the same. We're good. The change in the standards, the health standards, the emission standards, whatever you call it, I'm sure it didn't happen last month. I would bet that we had quite a lot of notice before we were told, hey, by the way, April or May or whenever it is, your number's going to be dropped. And yet, no one made the council aware. I don't pay attention to those things. And then the most frustrating thing is when these resolutions like this drop and they say, hey, we need you guys to support it now, and not giving us an opportunity to thoroughly vet the issue. I think it's not fair. I don't know. Mr. Seikos was right about one thing. I'm not an expert in this. But this body was never intended to be filled with experts. It's representatives that rely on information from experts. And just with today's briefing early this morning, I think we all were educated in possible options or solutions for this county. And yet those solutions or potential solutions were not dropped on the floor today. The administration has been well aware of those options for years. You used in the first meeting that we had right here in a conference room with the administration. Nothing. I'm not sure how much discussion was done. I'm not sure how much effort was done. All I know is a couple years later, and we are like we were just made aware of this, and we need to rush to go fix this broken down plant because we don't have an alternative ready to go. And that's the frustration. So it's not micromanaging. It's just trying to hold people accountable. If this was a result of a natural disaster where the plant had gotten devastated from a hurricane or tornado or a tsunami, that's a different story. This is not something that just happened overnight. And I think that is the frustration I have. You're right, Fern, you said it's a tough seat to be in because what options do you have, right? It's even a tougher seat to be in when this body has tried everything we possibly can without crossing that separation of power line to get these things done. And today we sit here being told that if we don't approve it, we're responsible for polluting the water. We're responsible for getting the fines and the consent decree. And no, because if we had followed the path that I thought we were on, we would have had the solution and would have been moving towards a plan. Now, by the look of that information we got with all the different items and the costs, and I don't know what the heck is what. I'm not an engineer. I have no knowledge of wastewater. And I don't know what these things cost, but I do see things in there that I question, is that really what we need to bring this plant into this new compliance? Do we really need the $25.5 million? I am curious to see the wastewater department or division come up to us during budget. I am so waiting to see what Donald comes up and tells us he needs in this upcoming budget. Because there better be some references to some of the needs that we have. And don't come every year and tell us, no, we're good. And then come, you guys got to pass this now because we're in trouble. Staff, I want a 3-month update on June 10th committee meeting. And then one more 3 months from then. Whatever time we have left as this council, I want a quarterly report on what we're doing as it relates to the relocation, whether it's with DHHL or not. I'm not an advocate for DHHL. I want you guys to understand that. I'm just saying, based on the needs that and the requirements that and land and all of that, that to me seems like the easiest solution. Although it's not easy, but it is the easiest solution. So June 10th, we'll get an update. I'm sure we'll hear more during our budget review. But I don't even know how I'm going to vote, to be honest. When it comes to me, I'll vote. But I think there comes a point where we as the council got to be able to say, hey, you're going to get your $14 million. You already had your $14 million. If you need more, you come back. If you got to redo the contract, redo the contract. I'm not sure what the specifics and how these things work, but we gotta be in compliance, but we also gotta be, we're trusted with taxpayer money. Whether it's a loan or not, it's still taxpayer money. And I try my best to just justify $75 million on a plant that we got to move. It's hard for me. It really is. And I try hard. So anyway, that's all I have. Mr. Cooley.
Just one last quick thing. I just wanted to say to Troy, I appreciated you said that you are moving forward on the dual track. So please make sure you make sure that wastewater folks are working with the HHL. And just, it's so preliminary because they said the only commitment they're asking for is that together you will see what's feasible. And they're ready to go. They said they'll draft and send you a new MOA in 2 weeks. So, just keep moving on that because we need to get that going. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
No.
Council Chair Raposo?
No.
5-2. That passes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Our next item is on page 6 of our agenda, resolution number 2026-11, resolution establishing the real property tax rates for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 for the County of Hawaii.
I'll move to schedule for public hearing on May 13th at 5 p.m. and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none? Roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is a bill for first reading, proposed draft bill number 2988, a bill for an ordinance relating to the operating budget and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on May 13th at 5 p.m. and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Proposed draft bill number 2989, a bill for an ordinance relating to the capital improvements and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on May 13th at 5 p.m. and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Opozo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
And next item.
Proposed draft bill number 2990, a bill for an ordinance to amend ordinance number B2025-905 as amended relating to the operating budget of the County of Hawaii, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund. This is for the Hawaii Firefighters Association Bargaining Unit 11 Temporary Hazard Pay.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on April 22nd, and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Aye.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Opozo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next proposed draft bill is bill number 2991, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended relating to real property tax. This is the tax credit.
Move to approve on first reading, schedule for public hearing on April 22nd, and refer to the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Thank you. We have an amendment, right?
We're on 2981 or 2991?
We are on 2991.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Kipukai, let me just real quick before you do your amendment. This is a bill that will address the property tax class, what I consider a misclassification for those that acquire properties in the middle of the assessment year and they are an owner occupant, but they purchase a home that was formerly a non-owner occupant or any other category. That new buyer, that new owner is stuck in that class until the next tax year, and it's just not fair. If you're an owner occupant and you can prove that you're an owner occupant and you just happen to buy a property that was in a different class, this will allow you to apply for the exemption and get a credit in the next tax year for the difference in tax rate. So I think this is long overdue, but we do have an amendment. It's pretty much a housekeeping amendment.
Move to amend as circulated.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Kuwait is introducing this by request. It's really housekeeping. And then yeah, thank you. So if anyone has any questions on the amendment. Any questions?
Or give them a copy.
They cannot see. You got it.
I have a question.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's pretty clear to me. We have this piece on here, the more than 270 calendar days of occupancy normally required of the owner occupied. If that 270 calendar days was to change to a smaller number, this would just flow with that, correct?
Yeah, well, the 270 days are not required for this bill, for this exemption.
Oh, okay, they're not required.
Yeah, because, obviously if you purchase the property with less than 270.
Yeah, okay.
So So that requirement would not be required
Okay.
for this exemption. Any other questions? If not, on the amendment, the motion is to approve as circulated. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Back to the main motion with amendment. Any?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question. It says, on number 4, the director shall apply the credit to the taxes due for the succeeding tax year, provided the taxpayer remains the owner of the property on the assessment date for that tax year. And the last sentence in there says, if the taxpayer is no longer the owner of the property on the assessment date for that tax year, the taxpayer shall not be eligible for a credit or refund. So that means if they own it for less than a year, they're just stuck with that high tax.
For the portion of the year that they paid.
So they wouldn't get any refund on that.
Not if they didn't own the property. The credit gets assigned to the property. So if they're no longer the owner of the property, they wouldn't get the credit.
Okay. And then
And that would prevent these guys that are flipping houses from getting the benefit with no intention of living in a house.
Okay, and then this is kind of complicated. I read through it, and so here's just my comment question. Can I ask that?
Yes.
So I appreciate they buy it, they pay, triple, quadruple the amount of the tax for the better part of a year. The next year they get that money applied to future taxes.
Correct.
So maybe they don't have to pay for 2 or 3 more years.
Depending on the
Depending on the amount, but we I appreciate that, and I will vote to support this. I just want to point out that it still yet doesn't help the change. We need to change it such that when they sign and buy the new property, it changes then, because if a person doesn't have a lot of capital and they have to borrow money, that initial tax year goes into what they can qualify in the purchase. And a lot of times they still yet can't get the mortgage. If it's $2,000 a month more, when we tax vacation rentals so high because we want it to go back into the housing pool, that is such a barrier. So this can kind of help. But for a person who has to get a mortgage, and maybe the seller doesn't somehow give them that sort of rebate on the front end, that's what I would try and do if I was trying to do a friendly sale.
Yeah.
So is a partial help? It's not.
Yeah, that was kind of how this all started, was to be able to change the classification. But I think, and I won't call finance up, but the vendor, to do the change with our vendor, the cost would be significant, and it would take time. I mean, that's something I think we're going to have to discuss as we get into budget.
Yeah, we need to. I've talked to Tyler Technologies, and they say they can do it.
Well, no, they can, but it takes time and a lot of money. So, but again, we can have that discussion
later. Okay, so I'm just acknowledging it doesn't really make that fix.
That's how I would have preferred it.
Yeah.
So the change would happen at the time of sale, regardless if it's in or out.
This is better than nothing.
Better than nothing, yeah. Any other questions? Anybody in the audience wishing to testify? Mr. Psychos?
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. Thank you, Mel, for bringing this forward. This is an issue that you've addressed through the years, and it is quite important to the people that it influences. I would venture as, once again, just a member of the public, not somebody that's part of the government that has to actually make things function. But from our perspective, if it's too expensive for us to use our current vendor to change the tax basis at the time of the sale, which is what Member Cowden proposed, that when you go in and change the title, if you're going to be the owner-occupant, that you would be given owner-occupant rate at that time. I'm just curious about what it would cost us to either get the vendor to change their deal or find a new vendor, right? Because, I mean, to me, this is a Manini thing to ask of the vendor. This is like a couple of lines of code. I mean, I don't know. I don't write code. Whether it's 10,000 lines or 3 lines of code, all it is lines of code. And so if they can't facilitate this, we should maybe look into how we can, because you're correct, and it is a gross violation of the public civil rights to due process, which means we're all supposed to get treated the same. And yet this specific group of people gets a big tax ding simply because of what day of the year they buy their property. And so looking at Maui County, which is trying to take all of those condos and convert them into apartments, people are not going to be changing title on the day before whatever the deadline is in Maui County. And so, you know, if you want to convert timeshare, if you want to convert vacation rental, all of that, you need to make it as easy as possible. And I'm speaking for myself and all the years I've lived here, even though I've been able to buy homes, I would never have been able to pay $40,000 or $50,000 in property taxes, right? Knowing I would get the money back in 6 months or a year doesn't solve the problem of coming up with that much cash. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? You see none, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion? Yeah, the nice thing about the mid-year change, you would also, those that are going from like a owner-occupant to a non-owner occupant, you would get the opposite of impact, where you would generate the loss of property tax that you would have normally lost. So there's a lot of benefits to that. Anyway, the motion is to approve and go to public hearing. Roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland is excused. Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Bozo?
Aye.
6 ayes, unexcused.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is a bill for second reading, Bill number 2981, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would like to move to amend. I have 2 of the 4 guardrails that I had wanted to put in here.
Second.
Thank you.
As circulated.
Yeah, move to amend as circulated. Thank you. Okay, so.
Ms. Cowden?
So in section 1, what is added on the purpose, I guess I'll read the whole paragraph. The purpose of this ordinance are to provide the County of Kauai Director of Finance with inspection and examination of real property powers under Chapter 5A, and to expressly provide the Director with the authority to promulgate rules with retroactive effect. And added now is, and to require the submission to council reports relating to settlements and compromises and the remissions of delinquency and penalties and interest. And on page 2, there is added in here, notification to what I would think would be the homeowner, but it's called persons entitled to receive the notice assessment. So it's under H, inspections and examinations of real property. Inspection and examination of any real property in the county to occur upon presentation of proper credentials, this is added, with at least 7 calendar days notice to schedule the inspection, with persons entitled to receive the notice of assessment pursuant to this chapter, for the purpose of enabling the director to attain all information that could in any manner aid the director in the discharging director's duties under this chapter. If such entry is refused, the director or his or her assistants shall have recourse to every remedy provided by law to secure entry. So what this change does is it says they have to contact what I would hope would be the homeowner, but whoever is the person entitled to receive the notice, so that might be the lender. I'm not really sure, but I wanted that to be the homeowner. The legal requirement for me to put in there is persons entitled to receive the notice of assessment. So if they get a week's notice of of when they're coming, they can be there. And where I feel this will help a lot is if there is a misunderstanding of a difference of use, that person can be there and have that conversation, and it's not a surprise. It's not like they come and inspect and they don't know. So they're told they're coming, and they can choose to be there. And then down at the bottom of page 3, when it talks about settlements and compromises, at the end of that, it says the council shall receive a quarterly report of outstanding penalties and interest imposed in settlements or compromises reached by tax map K. So the reason that we would have that quarterly report, if it's the case that this almost never happens, great. So we would get a zero report. There's nothing there. But if what we see is that there is substantial settlements, we would be able to notice when something gets out of balance. So it's just another one of these notices that probably ends up on our consent calendar. And on page, looks like 4, when it talks about remission of delinquency penalties and interest, and it discussed when there's a delinquency for not more than 90 days in case of excusable failure to pay a tax. We've seen this before, but I guess I'll read more. Or in a case of uncollectability of the whole amount due. We had one of those in the past year. And in any such case, there shall be placed on file in the office of the director and a copy sent to the council. So we just have an automatic way of reviewing it. So if we see something that's kind of strong, we see it. So this is basically saying, let the landowner or the entity supposed to receive it know 7 days in advance of the inspection, and let the council know what happens. So these are four guardrails that I wanted to put in there. These are pretty simple, and if there is no problem, then it will be no problem.
So are you only talking about the kind of inspection where they want to enter the property?
Yeah. If they're driving by, they can drive by.
You don't have to ask to drive by.
You don't have to ask to drive by, but if you're going to come on the property.
But enter the interior of the property.
Yeah, so that would be, you go through the fence, you go through into the yard, whatever it might be, to look around the property. You say we're coming next week on such and such a day at this rough time.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Commissioner?
I'd like to hear what admin has to say on the amendments.
With that, I'll suspend the rules. Can we get finance?
Scott DeRoy, real property tax manager. I didn't get the question. I apologize.
What do you?
Did you get a copy of the amendment?
Just now.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read it?
Yeah, in general, I glanced over it. I'll work backwards in part of the settlements and compromise as far as the quarterly statements. I'm not sure who to identify to provide that report because I believe that comes out of the boards and commissions, not real property.
What?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, we don't summarize for the board of review.
So the settlements and compromises come out of the boards?
The settlements are stipulations that come out of the board of review. Compromise will come out of finance, but like I said, I don't know the last one we've ever done.
There's I don't want to name names, but there has been several big ones, whether they're called a settlement or called a compromise, when people have been taxed either a rollback tax or just taxed too much. I know of at least a few where there were substantial changes, and the only way I know they happened is by talking to the landowner.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the record, Steve Hunt, Executive Assistant. The settlements are ones that have formal appeals that have been filed. Compromises typically do not have an appeal filed. and we're working directly with the taxpayer. The only one I can even recall doing was many, many years ago when the limit was $500, and there was a church that the landlord had passed away before executing the lease. They didn't have a recorded lease. Director of Finance at that time had, and it was a several $1,000 bill because they lost the exemption of nonprofit charitable, and the Director of Finance gave a $500 credit as a compromise. So
Okay,
it's a
well,
direct. So that's compromises. Those do come from finance. For settlements are actual formal appeals, and appeals go before board of review. So appeals are actually adjudicated, decided through the board, and the board, I believe, would be the ones who would provide, if there is a quarterly report on any kind of stipulations and agreements that came to, those still go to the board. They're not done by Director of Finance. They're done
Well,
through board of review.
I don't want to get specific for anybody, but I know very significant amounts, like more than $1 million, more than 100,000, more than 150,000 that have happened in, certainly in the last maybe 3 years. I don't know whether you call that a settlement or you call it a compromise, but it's where somebody was taxed and penalized, and then that was pulled back, and that was never told to us. I just know because I know the people who got that money back. So what is that called?
That would be a settlement, and that would be before the board of review. Or tax court, potentially.
Go ahead. May I ask if you're talking about revenue or value? Because there's a very big difference between $1 million revenue difference, and I don't know of any of
One was a $3 million rollback tax that got set down to $1.5 million. That was on the west side. Brought it up right here on the floor.
That would have been a settlement, though. That would have been
That would have been an appeal, and the appeal would have either been through board review or potentially tax court. It could have been a tax court settlement as well.
One of them that was over $150,000 was probably a tax court settlement, because I know that one had to go to court, or had to get lawyers involved. So where do we see those numbers? Because I really want to be able to look at those. What I want to be able to see is if there becomes a pattern of, I don't want to call it overcharge, when there becomes a pattern where there's a problem that somebody doesn't tick a box. Another one that was over $100,000 that went back. I know of 2 of them were lack of ticking a box. So I want to be able.
Again, you're talking about a reporting.
I want to know when we have like $100,000 that we go, oops, that was a mistake, because that's what happened. And I want to be able to know when these mistakes happen, because I know for a fact they happen.
So do you get a report of those things, or do you not have a report of those things that you could share with Councilmember Cotton, or sounds like that's not your department?
It have to be their department. If they're owed $109,000 and they end up having to pay $8,000, you would have to know about the other 101.
Right. So our division would be involved in negotiating, if you will, potentials for settlement. We look at the evidence provided by the appellant, and sometimes we come to an agreement that yes, it should be lowered, but we do not make the decision. The decision actually goes to the board of review, and they're the body that approves it. They conceivably could reject, say, no, we want the original amount, that we think that is the fair amount, and you shouldn't make an adjustment. But we don't make the decision as to the actual settlement itself. So if it is an appeal, the appeal would be through board of review. I don't know if they compile a report. That might be boards and commissions that would do that. And for tax court too is a little bit different. I know tax court's not going to provide us, so that would probably fall back on us to provide that information. We would have to keep record of the tax court settlements.
So then what you're saying is that this couldn't fit in this bill. I mean, in this amendment.
It could fit in the bill. It's just who's going to report back.
Well, that's up to the finance director. I just want to know. What I want to know is if there's a pattern of substantial.
So settlements are not done on taxes. They're done on value, classification, exemptions. It results in taxes, yes.
These are
but the thing
being ticked.
Right. Well, it's I don't know about the boxes being ticked, but in terms of what we're dealing with, it's value, exemptions, and tax classification. And that's what we're dealing with when we're doing our negotiations for potential settlements or what we call stipulations. Sometimes we agree that the evidence presented by the appellant is valid, and we will agree we're not going to push a bad case to court or to board of review, and we will agree we would like to settle. But we still don't get to decide that. The board has to then hear our information to say why we're settling.
So can you see how it would be the right way for me to adapt this so we still make sure we get that report? Because what I want to know. Okay, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, my question was to them on if they saw the changes, they were going through it. I think my follow-up is, can you just ask for that information rather than it being in here?
Well, the reason, thank you for asking that question, is if I hadn't gotten the strident complaints from the individuals, I would never know to ask. And so I would never know. And so like right here, when they don't even remember that those happened, and I know they happened.
So did you request that from the admin to validate what you heard? I'm just curious because people tell me a lot of stuff that, and I'm not saying.
Actually, I don't want to give him a hard time, but Steve and I looked at those.
Oh, okay. So you're familiar with
He might not remember, but we looked at all of them, and I had worked with Reiko on one of them. I mean,
so was it settlements? Was it?
Well, I don't know what the right term is. But
They're all settlements.
It sounds like settlements.
Okay.
Me, I would.
There was only one compromise in 20 years.
So we're told.
Well, that's the difference between a settlement and a compromise.
Anyway,
I guess
the bill, the amendment is to require the administration to send over a quarterly report on outstanding penalties and interest imposed and settlements and compromises reached. So, is that something that obviously if you don't have access to the settlements, then it will be for the commission. As far as outstanding penalties and interest imposed, this is. I don't know if, and Felicia help me, the council shall receive a quarterly report of outstanding penalties and interest imposed of all?
No.
Because this, and then you said, and settlements or compromises reached. So you're saying that every single penalty and interest imposed, you want a quarterly report?
Well, actually, I kind of do, because you know why I want that? And why I want it by tax map key is I want to see by region. Because I don't know if I just happened, like I brought up Zone 5 today. I live in Zone 5. And so I'm going to hear certainly about more complaints out of Zone 5. Now, one of these was in Zone 1. But I want to just be able to see, because like it might be that I hear about every single one. And so these are such a small anomaly and I'm hearing about it. Otherwise, I just want to know, like, how many times are we doing these penalties and interest? I wanted to see by how much. Yeah, I want it. So I don't know how many happen. I want to be able to see.
So just to clarify, so when you're talking about penalties and interest, you're talking about delinquency report.
I'm talking about like when somebody gets, say, a rollback tax. Fortunately we got rid of that now on the ag.
Right.
There's probably some people are still on those ag dedications that are pre-existing to when we changed it. So two of the things I'm talking about were rollback taxes on ag dedications. I just want to, I'm just kind of shocked sometimes when I see the amount of penalties and interest. It seems so extraordinary.
So just so I'm clear, we do have a delinquency report. So real property collections can provide you, at any point in time, quarterly, who's delinquent, what properties, the amounts, the years, and it's basically either for non-payment or if there were any penalties that were associated with non-payment, that they would have a breakdown of the penalty and interest on those properties. But is that what you're looking for? Ag is not, identified separately in anything, and like you say, we no longer have the rollback. So
is it all behind us now, the rollback? Is all of them or any of them left?
As far as I know, yes.
They're all behind us. There's no 20-year...
You don't even have an ordinance already.
Yeah, that ordinance is gone. They'll just cancel their license and redo it, or cancel their license and get charged whatever the correct assessment would be.
Okay.
So there's no rollback.
So when somebody gets charged maybe in the wrong category. It's a tick mark, right? They didn't tick the long-term lease that basically is a non-paying tenant. So instead of getting the cap, they lost the cap, and they got, you know, an extra $100,000 on there because they didn't have a tick. And then that got resolved. I'm just trying to see those types of problems.
Does that happen a lot?
That people don't submit.
Yeah, they don't check the box. I mean,
Well, there is a survey form that you self-report as to how you use the property, and that's part of the basis. So every time we get a new sale, that survey goes out and they tell us, you know, this is how I use it, right? So it is possible that they didn't read it, didn't understand it, or ticked the wrong box.
Long held, long owned lands, though.
My question is there a lot of those, I guess you already said that you really had no compromises, I guess, and the settlements come out of Board of Review. I'm just trying to understand what is being asked here. Because outstanding penalties and interest, that's your delinquency report.
It is.
That's what it is. And,
All right, then give us that.
Huh?
And we can get that. I'm just trying to see when things come to me, and I'm thinking, well, I have no idea on this.
But when things come to you, you send the request over to the admin. That's how you do it, right? If somebody calls me up and said, yeah, my taxes is screwed up, I send it over to the admin and say, hey, can you review this TMK? This guy is saying this and that, and that's how you resolve it.
It doesn't get resolved, and then it's resolved like 2 or 3 years later.
Okay, I've never had that situation. So I'm trying to figure out, what does the outstanding penalties and interest impose?
Well, sometimes they just, I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time, but sometimes it's this crazy high amount of money. Just an
On
unbelievable.
penalties and interest?
Yeah, like $180,000 on pretty small to where it's devastating. I asked about that particular one, and I don't want to embarrass anybody by talking about their thing. That got rolled back to $27,000. So you think 180 down to 27. You know, it just can feel. I don't want to use real heavy words, but it doesn't feel kind or fair. It doesn't feel necessary. And sometimes that's why I want to look at where the tax map keys are.
Yeah.
Because people tend to believe that it's targeted and not an accident.
The ag rollback was definitely heavy-handed, the way it was
Very
worded,
heavy-handed.
especially for ones that breached towards their last year and not meeting the requirements of the dedicated period. Yeah, I would absolutely agree. It was heavy-handed.
Devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but that's no longer.
It's no longer in existence.
I'm trying to understand, because I want to make sure I know what I'm voting on. Outstanding penalties and interest, that would be a delinquent, somebody who didn't pay their property tax.
Correct.
Okay, I'm still
And then
having.
you guys charge them.
Interest on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to understand, that's what you're asking for.
We can call it that, yes.
Okay. And then the settlements or compromises reached would be, again, from Board of Review.
It could be Board of Review and or tax court, which we would have to, I think finance would have to assemble the tax court because they don't provide any kind of reporting.
How many cases go to tax court a year, do you know?
Very few.
One.
And they actually normally come to Board of Review first.
Right.
And if you kind of look at what we would call settlements at Board of Review, we actually, if there is going to be a settlement on our behalf, we call them stipulations. It's done at Board of Review level. We'll try to, make amends at that point. Anything that goes on to tax court, we're pretty much dug in and fighting.
Okay.
Can I just follow up with that for a moment? If we had a list, just like we get from the Office of County Attorney, we get a list quarterly of what's outstanding, and then once they're resolved, we get it. I'm just wanting something like that, because what I feel like we would be able to identify is if there's a pattern where there's a problem. And I recognize we set the tax code. So if we're doing something wrong, we would be able to see it. And when I brought up at the beginning how there's 60 appeals in Zone 5 where there's 3 appeals in Zone 1. And I believe that's because our tiering is not fair to depending upon where you
Again,
live.
let's keep the discussion to what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking for, is so I want to be able to just see it so I can recognize a pattern.
No, I know exactly what you're asking for. I'm just trying to figure out
how see a pattern.
how to language so we know who does what. That's all I'm trying to figure out. I mean, when the Board of Appeals reaches a settlement, does the county attorneys get involved at all?
The only time that the attorneys would be involved is if we disagree with the Board of Review's settlement, and we want to continue that fight at tax court.
Okay, but does the county attorney sign off on every settlement that you all do? Does the county attorney's office? So the county attorney's office is completely detached from any settlement that comes out of
Board of Review.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, Board of Review actually has a county attorney there representing Board of Review if they have questions or concerns of any procedural stuff.
Right, I guess, I mean, maybe we can ask the county attorney. I think that would make sense to come in under our quarterly settlement report from the county attorney's office if we could add in the Board of Review cases in there. That would make sense. Addison, thank you for your patience. You've been waiting for a long time.
No problem. We could just request this information quarterly from you if necessary, right? It wouldn't have to be.
So I want to clarify too, there are settlements in which those are the ones we are recommending stipulating to either the appellant's value or somewhere in between the assessed value and their appeal value. That would be a settlement. There are also decisions that are made independent. We stick to our value, appellant sticks to their value, board decides with them somewhere in between or our value. So if you're asking for the settlements, those are the only ones where we're actually recommending an adjustment to the price, right, or the value. So it's not all of the decisions that the board is coming up with that you're asking for. It's the ones that we are recommending to settle, correct?
Is there a wording change that would make this more accurate? I just want to be able to see.
Go ahead.
Chairman, if I may, I've just got a note from the staff where we used to send council a report of the stipulation. It was removed from our ordinance.
It was removed?
That's what they say. So I guess we can easily find when we did amend that. We can easily find a year and the reasoning.
Okay.
But this is something that Councilmember Collin could request.
Yes.
At any point, any of us could request this without
Correct.
putting it into statute, right?
Yes.
But we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know we need to see it if it wasn't sent to us.
We could just request it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't see an issue with getting that quarterly report. I mean, I don't. It's just make it part of the bill. Yeah, just I mean, the outstanding penalties and interest, I mean, because it's two completely separate, different things that are in the same sentence. I think that's the confusion. So.
Well, the confusion for me is why would we stipulate in statute the requirement for us all to receive a report that it just sounds like Councilmember County wants to review? I mean, to me, it seems like that's creating more work, unnecessary legislation, and burden on them to provide a report that, quite frankly, it doesn't sound like anybody else wants to read.
Well, because you wouldn't know that you needed to read it unless you saw a pattern. If you saw a pattern.
But if you're interested in finding a pattern, you can request the data. And like, if you're interested in investigating if there's some sort of pattern, then just request the report. Why make it that they have to do all that work every time to produce it to all of us? Next year when you're not in council, nobody even might look at it. So then you're providing work for them.
When I'm not in council next year.
You're concerned we're all not going to read it?
That's
not going to read it.
Because you're not going to even know that there should be a pattern or that needs to be looked at. Okay.
Unless you ask for the data.
Can we look at the other part of my amendment?
Sure.
If we look at the other part of my amendment,
it's a 7-day notice.
It's H. It's a 7-day notice. So I'm saying instead of just showing up unannounced, announce it. Give them a week so they can be there. It's on page 2, towards the bottom in yellow, H. It's just basically adding, to give it says, person entitled to receive the notice of assessment. I had the owner, but that was corrected for me. So with at least 7 calendar days notice. But
this doesn't prohibit the inspector to, if they're doing a drive-by and they're doing or looking at a property and there's someone there, this doesn't prevent them from asking permission that day, right? I mean, if I'm on the porch and the guy drives past and he says, yeah, I'm with the county, here's my credentials, can I take a look at your shed? And he says, of course. I mean, that's fine, right?
Well, they could, but I just think it's not a bad idea to say you're going through an entire neighborhood and you're thinking you're going to enter a property.
Yeah, no, I think
you would say we're coming by next week, we're going to be there on the 24th.
Yeah, I think if you show up and then nobody's on the porch and nobody's in the house and you go up there and you knock and no one's there, you leave your hanger and you make contact on the 7th day, I think that's fair.
You need to tell them 7 days ahead.
Before you knock on the door?
Before you knock on the door.
Oh, no.
No, that's what I'm wanting.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'm wanting is notice.
Yeah, notice, but if the person is there and they allow you to go look at whatever you're looking at, you're saying that's not, that they need to say, hey, I need to make an appointment with you in 7 days? Is that what you're saying?
She's saying you can't show up at the house until 7 days notice has been given.
It's especially if you're going because there's a complaint. If you're just driving down the road, because I know at some level when they inspect, they're just driving down the road, right? And that's kind of normal. You drive down the road, maybe you're in the park behind the house, you're kind of trying to look at something. So that, you don't need to do any 7 days. But if you're going there because there is some reason that you're inspecting, that you're concerned about something, you let them know so they can be there.
Okay. All right, Mr. Connoisseur?
I'd like to hear admin's opinion on that.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for that question, Felicia. I think for us, we see it two different ways. Majority of our inspections are just to verify. If it's a complaint where we need to verify use, or it's a board of review appeal, in both situations, we contact the owner.
In advance?
Yes, because we want to interior inspection.
In advance?
As long as it's agreed to, then we go. If we don't agree to, we just don't go.
But how long in advance do you reach out?
As far as what we need to. I mean, whenever we're indicating, and for us, we're not saying, hey, we're coming in 7 days. We'll come whenever you say we can come in. Okay. That's really what we do. If they don't give us entry, we don't go, and then we just go to the board and say, no entry was granted. That's really it. I mean, whenever we go, similar to the building department, if I have a building permit, we check it. We just verifying that the improvements are what was permitted. From that point, we're just there to verify. We're not looking for interior inspection. If you're building a house, we're going to go there before the building is complete. So we'll actually do our measurements while it's being constructed. So that's normal. For this situation of getting an appointment, we do every attempt to get an appointment if we need interior inspection, because we need to verify, provided that we can meet the person. But most of the time, they contacted the appellant because we have the number. They're the one filing an appeal. We'll get an inspection, and we'll set up the appointment. I think Member Connoisseur knows we've been trying for many times for other reasons of getting an inspection. We haven't forced them to come within 7 days. It's whenever you can meet us, we'll meet.
So I guess where I'm hearing complaints, and I can't validate the complaint, but I don't have a reason to believe that person is telling me something false. These happen to be on CPR properties, and then so going down the CPR, down the easements and driveways, and then making the determination that another building is being used as a rental when it might not be being used as a rental. Do you go on CPR properties on private easements?
Well, first of all, if we need to verify something, yes, we would. If it's something that it says do not enter and make an appointment, etc. If we're told not to be there, we won't be there. That's pretty simple for us.
And it would seem problematic to say, hey, we're going to be down there next week. Are you around? We're going to be there on the 24th. You wouldn't do that.
Provided that we have the contact information. For what you're saying, if it's a complaint, we'll get information. If it's just that we need to see it, we won't have public information as to what is your phone number.
Ms. Holland?
I guess for me, it seems like it makes sense to notify somebody in advance of coming. that doesn't seem like a wild idea. But given that I have no idea how you guys do your job, and I have no idea what that looks like for inspections, is it possible, reasonable, and practical for you guys to be able to notify? I mean, do you do an entire neighborhood? Do you do one house at a time? I mean, like, can you send out a mailer? What would be the options, and is it even feasible for how you do your inspections?
It's been a long time since I've done the drive-bys, but when I did, I would be assigned an area. There would be multiple plats on the maps, and you would put together packets, and you would actually map out your drive route, saying, okay, I've got 20 permits that I want to check on today, starting in certain areas, and this is the most efficient drive from here to here to here, what side of the street they're on, all that. So you actually kind of map that out before you go. You don't necessarily have contact information for any or all of the property owners on this route, especially if they're under construction, they haven't filed home exemptions yet, there's no contact information they've provided, there's no appeals on file, this is maybe new construction or additions to homes, things like that. To be able to coordinate that, especially if they have certain times, you want to schedule an appointment, that would be very difficult, because then the route might be, I got to go, the least efficient way, because my appointment at the top is at 7:30 in the morning, but the one down here is at 8 o'clock. And if I run into any issues, the building I found was nothing like it was submitted in plans. I'm having to redraw it in the field. Now I'm late for my second appointment, messes up the whole day. So coordinating by an appointment system would be a no-go. There's no way you would be able to do that. You might be able to provide general information to say, I'm going to be in the neighborhood and area during this week. And
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, that would be more like a public announcement more than
it'd be like a mailer
for
the whole district.
I don't know if we'd be able to contact individual owners unless, again, we had that information on file, how to contact them.
I have a follow-up on that. In those examples that you're giving, though, you're not going on the property, you're just driving down the road.
Yes and no. Sometimes you mentioned like these CPRs. Sometimes the CPRs are very large properties, and to even go and knock on the door and do a door hanger or ask permission, you're already going up, several hundred feet into the property. On smaller tract subdivisions, you're right off the street, you go to the door, you knock, you hang. It's pretty easy. You can even see it if it's fenced and you can't just look over the fence and do your estimates. It's a little easier. But when the properties are not visible from the road and you have to go in through these access easements, just to notify them with a knock on the door or a door hanger requires going on to the property.
Okay, I can kind of read the room. Do we want to call the question?
Oh, we're still
we're
still suspended right now. The rules are still suspended. I think, I'm just trying to hear from them as far as, it doesn't sound unreasonable by reading it, but I think listening to you right now, I can see what you're saying is it's kind of like Home Depot, it's like, hey, you gotta buy an ice box. Be at your house anytime between 9 and 5.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm waiting for my icebox. Okay, so, I don't understand much about what you guys do and how the drive-bys. If you guys just get a list, like you said, from the office, hey, this is the properties you can check today.
Drive-bys, I have no issue with the drive-by.
That's a horrible name anyway.
For me, it seems reasonable to give people notice, but then at the same time, if it's implausible to contact those people directly, or if you mail a whole say you mail Kaua or house lots, or just pick an area somewhere, and then you mail all that area, we might be coming in the next month to inspect your home. That kind of seems more reasonable, and then there's no scheduled time, or maybe is that more reasonable?
Yeah, I think what we're talking to is that, several weeks ago, Brandon Valenciano came before you guys to explain the process. Anytime we go to somebody's house, regarding what it is, we leave a door hanger. And if you have a question about our inspection that we did, or even if we need something from you, we'll put it on the card to call me at this number, in the appraiser's name, and call me at this number. Regardless of what it is, the appraiser's name will be on the card for you to call if you have any questions, because we were there. Yeah.
Can I just I'm just going to give one example that I got after last Wednesday's meeting. I was in a restaurant on Friday. Somebody had watched the meeting, came up to me, thanked me for what I asked for. So his experience was he had a black mold situation in his house, He had to tear out the walls and do a whole bunch of things like that. So he somewhat rented the little unit in the neighbor's yard that was like 300 square feet, is what he told me was the size. He was still going in and out of his house, but he wasn't sleeping there. And he got, he apparently didn't get, or didn't know to know what to look at in that envelope in December. But so when he got his bill, apparently it was seen that he wasn't living in the house while it was under deconstruction. It was under that construction. So he lost his homeowner exemption and he lost his his cap and his owner occupant. So he was shocked at this high rate, while he's really in this difficult situation with his house and renting another house. So he thanked me because he was like, hey, I'm an example of that. So I think if he'd known, then maybe he would have been there and said, this is what was going on. And he said it's taken a really long time to get the job done. It's been like over 6 months. And so that's an example. I think it does happen. And so that one is pretty difficult for him. And I didn't sit there and pin him hard on what he's tried to do to fix it, but he says he has called and he hasn't really had anything. So these things happen. So I'm just thinking, like in that case, if he knew, or he even had an understanding, if that little card said, this is what we're going to say, and we're seeing your house is no longer owner occupied, then he would have known how to deal with it, but he didn't. And he missed that whole window. So I just hear these little examples. So that's an example of a difficult thing. So I'm trying to fix this so that people don't have that problem. My goal is to help these people. It's not to hurt you guys, it's to help these people. So, this communication issue is an issue there. But I feel like we've talked about it long enough and it's a long day and I feel like I can read where you guys are at. I don't want to...
personally, I think it's a great idea in theory, but I just don't know how it would be workable in the field, and I don't know enough about that. And the only concern that I have is if you send out a thing to an entire district and say, hey, we're going to come inspect your house in the next whatever, it might give them a time to hide whatever they're doing that's super shady. Like, if we're trying to catch people doing shady stuff and the whole point is to catch people lying, then that kind of seems like counterproductive to that. I don't know, but I'm also like for some sort of clear communication. I think clear communication is good. So like a mailer to an entire district that doesn't give a time or a date, but just says over the next 30 days we're going to be, but I don't know if that's really necessary or reasonable. It's just hard to know without knowing what it looks like in the field.
Does every house that you stop at, your inspector or assessor leave a door hanger every single visit?
That is our practice, yes.
But the door hanger doesn't say what you found.
They said to call us if you have any questions.
Okay, so in a case that Felicia just talked about, that guy would have no clue unless he called.
Yeah, and I don't think we will reconcile until we get back to the office as well.
And if that inspection resulted in a change in class or an exemption or a removal, do you notify the person?
You would be notified by your annual assessment.
Oh my gosh, okay. So that is kind of the issue. Where I think it should be, if you come to my house today and you said, oh Mel, whatever, and I'm gonna lose then I would think before that assessment you should get a notification.
Point taken, and it was my misunderstanding of the question, but if you are removed of an exemption,
yes,
you get notification that your exemption is being removed, and you can appeal that.
Is that immediately, or is it when you get your assessment?
You still have a chance to rebut, because the notice is that you will be losing your exemption because of this is what we found. So if you have evidence otherwise, that is your opportunity to let us know.
Yeah. When does that letter get sent?
So it's two prongs. So first is the disallowance. So if you're going to take someone's exemption away, or at least you would send out a survey saying, prove that, we shouldn't be taking it away. You'll get a letter from us saying, based on evidence we've uncovered, we believe you no longer get the exemption, we're going to pull it. So then they would have the ability to provide additional information at that point. The second one is If no information or they haven't resolved it, then you get the assessment notice, which you can then appeal.
Okay, see, I know the assessment notice, but if you don't, it's like a lot of people don't know, if you don't know you lost your exemption or the assessment notice will come and it's gonna go, because this is not a bill. It says, this is not a bill. So you just like file them. But the question is, you come to my house today and you guys do your investigation and you find out that, I'm trying to use her scenario. This guy was not there. He gets the card. It just says, hey, call if you get any questions. Well, I don't want any questions. Why would I have a question? You came, check my house. I'm good. At what point does he receive that letter saying, "Hoy, our investigation says you're not eligible for the home exemption, owner occupant exemption, whatever, and we're yanking it"? How long after the inspection does that letter get sent?
There's no exact timetable, but Steve's response is correct, that we will send you a notification that you have 30 days. If this is not correct, please contact their office to show otherwise.
But you don't know when that gets sent out?
But they're not taking the action
Right,
in
so
30 days.
right, and sometimes the investigation itself, well, we found out he doesn't have an N11, he files an N15, he actually has a property in Arizona that he's now in the process of moving to. I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of roll up into building the evidence.
So it gets
to say
sent out
why
as
it was
soon as
pulled.
possible?
As soon as that information has been gathered to the point
Validated.
where we're saying, yeah, it's time to pull the exemption, then that disallowance letter goes out.
And that notice does go out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we require written notice.
Right. But that's also why the door hanger doesn't say anything, because no investigation's been done.
Right.
It's just like we've collected information, but nothing to write on the door hanger till everything's can be
so
vetted.
I guess in the case that Felicia was talking about, that person should have received a letter saying that he was going to lose his exemption, and he would have had 30 days from that point to make it right. That's what you're saying. That's how the process is supposed to work.
And that's round one. Round two is you get your annual notice. And I think it only happens annually, right? The tax.
Yes, the assessment.
So people should be responsible to look at it.
So people just must miss it. I didn't give
I mean,
the guy
it's
a
pretty
hard
basic.
time.
You're responsible. That's your notice.
You will first get a possible violation notice to 30 days to respond. You will have an actual disallowance letter from our office, and then you'd get your assessment notice.
So that's the third.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions for the admin? If not, thank you. Anybody in the audience wishing to testify? Mr. Cycles? Rules are still suspended.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. At this point, I can't support this bill. And Felicia addressed some of the reasons to this. However, what I...
Lonnie, real quick, so we're on the amendment?
Oh, just the amendment.
I'll let you testify because it's just you here, but you said the bill, but you're talking about the overall
The whole
bill?
overall bill,
Okay.
yes.
All right, go ahead, you can continue.
So anyway, with the amendment, I agree that the notification is kind of sketchy, and I also understand we're having a difficulty generating correct language. And so I'd point out that I think there's two kinds of inspections. There's inspections in which they are inspecting for a violation, like someone complained. And then there's routine inspections, like the building inspector, electrician, all of that. So one of the issues that comes up, we're in Section 2D, enforcement of penalties. And so to see that penalties are enforced when prescribed by this chapter, yada, 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 to see that the complaint is made against persons violating any provision of this chapter. So the issue that I have with this is, and bless these guys, but when they drive around doing spot inspections, what they never see is a commercial fishing boat in somebody's driveway, right? They never see the plumber. Now, I'm talking about my streets. On my streets, I have 3 commercial fishing operations, right? And I love them. They're nice people. I'm not complaining, and I would never turn them in. However, we have a due process problem in sending inspectors around and that they don't ever find some kinds of violations. Hence, her observation about 7 days notice, right? Without a positive response, they can just never go. And so my real question is, there's nothing in here that addresses whether or not the enforcement actually occurs. There's no report that you guys get quarterly or whatever about violations of zoning, right? You don't get any reports on the actions actually taken. And so this leaves the county in the terrible position of, I'm all for not putting my neighbors out of business and making them lose their houses, which is what would probably happen if we put them out of business. On the other hand, I don't want to get sued by somebody who did get dinged and whose defense is, look at all these other people on the street. And so to me, the enforcement of the penalties, D, need to do some work on the language so that you generate reports and get a handle on what kind of violations they run into. There's certain violations like I'm totally against. But some violations, I turn a blind eye. I've never turned my neighbors in. And they're conducting commercial businesses out of a residential house. And so, where are we at? If we go forward to 2H, the inspection and all that, it says at the bottom of it that the director or his or her assistant shall have recourse to every remedy provided by law to secure entry. So you don't need to write that into this thing. That exists on its own in the legal system. And they can get a search warrant or whatever the appropriate warrant is if needed, right? Another issue that I have is in sections K and L. And so in sections K and L it says, if a property owner disputes the amount of taxes owed but has not filed an appeal, the director may compromise the dispute, providing that the director shall obtain council approval for any compromise resulting in a tax refund exceeding $5,000 on an individual parcel. And it says compromise pertains to disputes where no formal appeal has been filed and taxes are partially or fully waived. The director may waive any amount of interest and penalties pursuant without council approval. So what you're saying is this official has the authority by themselves to decide who pays how much in taxes. There's no appeal to this. Right? Now, you can say, oh, you can go to the Board of Appeals. But this process, and I'd like the county attorney to come up and explain to us how it is that you can file an appeal or make an appeal on your property taxes without filing an appeal with the Board of Appeals. Because in the county charter, the only way you can appeal your taxes is through the Board of Appeals, and yet this thing says that the bureaucrat on his own can decide what taxes you pay, and for us in the public, this also doesn't tell us how it is you're going to tell us that this stuff is going on, and so you could do it, just like you did with commercializing the parks. You can do it by not the parks, the transfer of the two parcels. You can do it through a resolution. And so the public has no idea. The resolution itself doesn't have to provide significant detail. And so the public finds out, oh, we just approved a deal with a single vote and no discussion, that all these people are forgiven all of this property tax money.
Okay.
And so I'll stop. That's my point in this, is you do not have checks and balances on the power given to this person.
Thank you. With that, I'll call a meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Mr. Kaneshiro?
Yeah. I'm
we're on
not
the
going to be voting in favor of the amendment. I think we heard, the issues with the 7-day notice. I was thinking, even if you saw the person there, or you gave the 7-day notice, and they're like, oh, you can come now or today or within 7 days, then it would like mess up the schedule too. And then, as far as the reports go, I don't want them doing more work than they have to. If a council member wants a certain report, we should just ask them for it. And because if I get these reports, quite frankly, I probably won't look at it. So, I will not be voting on the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? If not, the motion is to approve as amended. Roll call.
No,
I'm sorry.
on the
just on the
amendment,
Okay, let's do a roll call on the amendment as well. Roll call on the amendment.
Roll call on the amendment. Councilmember Bolasan?
No.
Councilmember Carvalho?
No.
Councilmember Cowden?
Yes.
Councilmember Holland?
No.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
No.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
No.
Council Chair Opozo?
No. Back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, the motion is to approve. Roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho? Councilmember Cowden?
No.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Opozo?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, we have we can do executive session, right? Can you lead us into executive session 1161, please?
Chair, this is on page 7, ES 1161, pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Sections 92-4, 92-5A4, and County Charter Section 3.07E. The Office of the County Attorney requests an executive session to provide a briefing on the retention of special counsel to represent the Planning Department, County of Kauai, in possible litigation, and to provide other legal services relating to TMK number 417005001. This briefing and consultation involves the consideration of the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the council and the county as they relate to this agenda item.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Opozo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Okay, let us reconvene in executive session.
Hi, Carol. We'll be back soon.
You ready? Okay, meeting is back to.
On page 3,
I'm sorry.
2026.
Can I do the executive summary report?
First.
Council has completed its executive session on ES 1161 pursuant to the purpose stated on the agenda. There is nothing to disclose at this time. Everything must remain confidential. Thanks.
On page 3, C 2026-69, communication from the county attorney requesting council authorization to expend funds up to $150,000 to retain special counsel to represent the planning department, County of Kauai, in possible litigation and to provide other legal services as they may relate to TMK number 417-005-001.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion or public testimony? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho? Aye. Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Pozo?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you very much. With that, no further business. This meeting is adjourned.